Oh,
We're starting the show now.
all right. It's Friday. Welcome. it's
Sorry, I was looking down.
we did it. Another week.
What's
Another
up? What's up,
Survived.
folks?
hello.
Survived a nice, quiet week in EVE
The
Online.
nice chill week, nice and
Very
relaxed.
very
nothing,
wholesome week.
Drama
nothing
free.
really happened. Yeah, we could just kick our feet back and
Yeah.
relax.
So nothing
It
happened.
felt like a
Just,
vacation all week.
sip on some scissor and
get into our
get
our
that tussin.
G6.
Ooh.
Yeah, our tussin and the scissor while we're flying around in our G6.
Hell yeah. I'm mostly recovered. Got
That's right. We gotta do opening COVID shots for Drayden.
yeah, I caught the COVID. But I'm pretty much over it now. So got a couple days on the weekend to basically become uncontagious, I guess.
You're feeling okay though?
I feel fine. Like I would say, as of today, I was like 95%. So I'm
Cool.
like pretty much over it. The last few days, I mean, pretty mild compared to what most people describe as their COVID experience. I was like, I didn't have any of that. That sounds terrible. So I just felt like I had a cold for like 4 to 5 days.
See, so it's no big deal. Like you don't
You know-
you don't need the vaccine. Like Drayden survived it. It's fine. I'm joking.
You know, just to see the positive, Drayden, at least you didn't have to like isolate or anything because now you got your own place.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna ride it out by myself
just-
over here.
I just took the
Sorry,
week off.
roommates. Just slide some food under the door for me if you would.
Yeah, I just took the week off work and just sat at home all week. So
That sounds awesome.
the worst thing that
Very nice.
happened to me was today.
You had the most relaxing week, just like the rest of
Yeah, the worst thing happened to me the whole time was today when I did like the curbside pickup at Walmart so I didn't have to go inside the store and get people sick. And I was like, okay, well, mainly I just want some chicken to make some chicken tacos tonight. And I go there and they're like, all right, we had everything, but we didn't have the chicken. I'm like, it's the whole reason I came
That's
down
the-
here.
that's the
Like,
whole
that's
reason I did this.
That's the whole reason I came down to get groceries.
Did they give you all the other ingredients to make tacos except
Well,
for
I
chicken?
ordered other stuff
Because
too,
that would be really sad if somebody didn't click, like seeing all the stuff they're having to pull and then be like, let's just send them with this, and you'd be like, what am I gonna do with all this now?
Well, no, I mean, I had, because it's like if you spend over $35, you don't have to pay a charge. It's free, I guess.
Free
so-
groceries? That's
and I was
awesome.
like, there's other stuff, so I was getting a bunch of other stuff. So I had other thing. I had ground beef, so I just made tacos with ground beef instead of chicken.
There you
Wasn't intended, but I guess
hey.
sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, that's that. I thought you were gonna have to make
You
like a
just
worse
rolled with
sacrifice. Like
Sometimes
I thought it was gonna be like I had beans, and it was like, okay, vegetarian tacos, I
a
guess.
bean taco.
Well, you know,
Hey,
maybe some
bean
shredded
burritos
lettuce
aren't
and
bad.
cheese, but like no
No,
meat.
you
Life gives you beef, make tacos.
I understand
That's right.
like bean and cheese burritos are a thing, but do people have bean and cheese tacos?
Probably
Surely.
vegans.
Aren't they
I guess
like
if
the
you're
same
vegan,
thing?
yeah. Or no
Vegetarian or
cheese. You
whatever.
can have vegan cheese.
I mean, wouldn't it just be like the same thing?
Yeah.
I mean, a burrito is just kind of like how they wrap it.
Yeah,
That's
whether it's a
about it.
crispy or hard, or a hard shell. Although
Oh,
wheat
true.
and flour or corn and flour.
Am I
It's
like the
pretty
one
close.
person here that doesn't like vegan cheese or there's meat
It's
substitutes?
disgusting.
I've never tried it.
I don't
Why
think
would
I
I
like
need?
vegan
So-
cheese.
Why would I
Some
need to
of
eat
them-
vegan cheese?
I was given a meat substitute by the nice sample lady at Costco, and it was actually very tasty. It was like some sort of fried chicken imitation, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this is actually good."
I've heard a lot of
Nice.
those taste pretty much like what they're supposed to imitate. So.
I've had some that
Hey,
taste
Darwin.
absolutely trash, and but like some that actually taste really good.
You don't like
But
cheese?
fake cheese.
Oh,
If I recall, Darwin has
What?
like some sort of thing he doesn't do well with cheese.
You know what? I've
feel
been
like we've
looking
talked about
for
this.
a reason to ban CCP Darwin from the channel, and now I finally have
Well,
it.
hold on.
God.
If it's for lactose
Cheese is my
intolerance,
favorite food.
understandable. I can understand if you're.
I feel like
lactose
we had a
intolerant.
conversation one time about it.
Yeah, but
Cheese
man,
is literally my
confirm it,
favorite
maybe.
food.
cheese and noodles are like my two favorite things. Like
I love cheese.
But
cheese
how
and
can
salt.
you not like the taste of CCP Darwin? There's such a variety of cheese taste.
If you like
And
noodles,
you melt
man,
it and you just
try
put it in your mouth. Oh,
try what's
That's-
a macaroni boat is what I've heard it called. It's macaroni and cheese, with pulled pork and barbecue sauce, and it's fucking amazing.
Oh yeah, I've
Sounds
had
pretty
that.
That is good.
Yeah.
That's delicious.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I like a really good strong blue cheese melted on top of my steak. Chef's kiss.
Hey, Meta.
Does Oscars do that at all, or berries?
I probably if you
Bet
ask
they
for
would
it.
have had one. Oh, yeah, there's.
I just don't remember
Hey,
that at Vegas. Oh shit! It's been
Hello.
7 minutes already.
Hello, LB.
Hello,
Oh.
Manic Velocity.
You got it in before I got here, so that doesn't count.
What?
The Vegas mention.
Oh.
If only that would have been well
As soon as I saw
played.
LB and I realized I just mentioned that, and I was like, oh no, 7 minutes already.
It might be a new record for a non-E Vegas show to have me be 7 minutes in and mention it, but I'm not sure. We'll have to check the logs.
It's only
Well, we were
96
talking about
days away.
steakhouses.
It's gonna have to just be the thing. Like anytime LB's like, I'll be a little bit late. It's like, okay. And then the second he shows up, so Vegas is the next topic.
96
Moving
days.
right along.
I was just typing in chat. It's only a couple months away. Oh, speaking of which, can I make an Drayden?
Yes. Yeah.
Can I make an announcement? Calvary
Yeah.
Prime, Timber, thank you for the subs, bro.
Thanks for the sub. Oh,
And
thanks
tier
for
one
the subs.
subs.
Also, Malka, thanks for resubing.
Hi, Delana. Okay, I want. Sorry, that sounded really dismissive. Hello,
Yeah.
Delana. We're very glad you're here. Okay. So speaking of Vegas, a while back on this show, we were talking, like, doing a little bit of an inside joke about
yeah.
Chernobyl
Yeah.
and how we could make an open comms hot sauce called 3.6 Röntgen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Not great. Not terrible.
Not great,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
terrible. I am very proud to say that at Vegas this year,
We got it. We made
we
it.
got
shit!
Well, Manic made it.
3.6 Röntgen hot sauce. So I made this label. I'm very proud of this label. The tagline is in Russian and it says "not great, not terrible." But on the little yellow strip of paper, little like tape here, it's supposed to look like tape. It says dosimeters available during testing of this sauce displayed a maximum of 3.6 Röntgen. Actual radiation levels could be significantly higher than reported. Consume at your own risk, comrade. So, and then we've got the OpenComms logo on the side. So,
Hell
yeah, if you're OpenComms staff, I didn't get a whole lot of bottles because they were kind of pricey. But if you're OpenComms staff and you're coming to Vegas, you'll get one of these.
Nice.
That is quite
awesome.
choice.
I haven't tried
You
it
gotta
yet.
send
Maybe I
one
should
to
try
Sean
it.
Evans to use on hot ones.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I just may. How
Uh,
cool would that be?
That would be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
Would that
I'll
be a
bet
copyright infringement though, using all those terms
I-
from the show?
I don't think it would.
If you don't commercialize it, I think you'd be fine.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh,
we're not selling
Wouldn't
it.
you though?
And like,
About to get an order for 1 million bottles.
Yeah.
I don't think the show has the copyright on 3.6.
The other thing is
Röntgen,
like the
'cause
hot
that's, like-
sauces they use on the show
That's some
are ones
historical
that
shit.
they market through their because Hot Ones has a I forget what the Heatonist like with HEAT.
Heatonist, yeah,
Heatonist is their hot sauce vending website,
yeah.
and so they'll only use sauces on the show that they sell there. So
I was thinking they probably get sent hot sauces all the time
Oh, I'm sure.
for them to try. So yeah,
Also, I feel like you got to be careful getting sent things to try to like eat.
yeah,
from just
food,
people.
yeah,
It is not hard to seal a plastic thing on there. You like anybody can
yeah.
do that. It's
You
a
gotta
little
be careful.
yeah, Pantone. I know like the 3.6 Roentgen can't be copyrighted because that is just a measurement of radiation, but the not great, not terrible, all that stuff associate like
yeah,
those are
actually
like very.
I
now
wonder
that
if it's
think,
written in a book somewhere.
now that I think about it, the font that I used is actually the font that they used on the show.
Yeah,
so,
like that's the kind of stuff where
there's a
they'd be like,
copyright
there's
issue.
enough correlation
Well,
there
if
that
it's
it
like a
would be
Soviet
copyright
font,
infringement.
you're probably
We'll fix it in
okay.
post.
No, it's
You're gonna sell 1 million.
But also,
of
yeah,
those.
like if you're not marketing it and making money and selling it, then I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
the show they had like an artist specially make the typography for like the title cards and whatnot. So I found
Almost like the
something that's
font.
very close to it. It's not the exact font, but somebody else designed a different font that looks very close to that one. So that's what I used for the label. But yeah, I'm very proud of this. So yeah, if you're coming to Vegas, you'll in your own open comps, you'll get a bottle of 3.6 Röntgen.
Sweet.
That's very cool.
That's awesome.
Dig it. You have to pop one of those open and eat some wings.
Yeah, man. Wings in the
Tomato
hot
wings.
tub.
Put it on some eggs at breakfast.
Wings in the
too.
hot tub. Hell yeah.
Ooh, on
Yeah.
the eggs.
Put it in some Bloody Mary. The day.
Yes.
I'm not a
Blood-
Bloody Mary guy.
A Bloody
Yeah.
Mary in the hot tub. That sounds so good right now.
I like them when it's cold out because they're kind of spicy.
I can't do
Yeah.
tomato juice.
me up.
That's my issue.
I'm not a huge tomato juice fan, but if you make that thing spicy as hell, I'll drink it. And then I'll get
we
drunk
just
off
take
it.
like the
I don't like
the hot
tomatoes,
tub
but I like
filter
tomato
and take it
juice.
out and just put all the wings in there to like a tray that'll hold the wing.
Yeah, I vote for getting Drayden to make some wings with that sauce at Vegas.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah,
Amen.
dude. Drayden's gonna be doing some cooking in Vegas. So
Yeah, I'm gonna make some
we'll-
soup for
we'll
sure.
definitely we'll put this to good use.
Speaking of which, I need to probably start looking at getting a plane ticket.
I
can't just
checked
drive?
Delta's price, and they are fucking
It's
nuts.
with gas prices now. It's probably.
That's true.
Southwest has spiked
It's-
so much in prices.
I mean, I looked like a week or two ago. Delta round trip to Vegas and back where I'm at is like 370, so it's not awful.
It
probably-
popped up to like 600 for me.
It'd probably be close to that to drive there, but then, oh man, I don't think I'd be comfortable driving in Vegas, just seeing all the bullshit like downtown there, man.
I would not advise it because I mean you got to pay for parking, you got to pay for,
Right? There's all
in
that.
particular,
too.
that's $20 a day at least.
Yeah, it's just the. But I mean, like, just when I'm riding in the taxis and stuff there, fuck, just seeing all the like the people are crazy in traffic there. They also have like a bunch of wonky ass intersections, and it's like if you don't know where you're supposed to be going, because it's not like you just drive up to the front of a hotel and just pull in. Like you have to go down these back alleys that go around to like the parking areas of certain hotel complexes. I'm just like, fuck, I'd get so lost even with GPS.
Yeah, plus for me, driving in Vegas would devil suck because I like to drive manuals.
Oh yeah,
Manual
no,
on the stop and go traffic, no bueno.
it sucks. Yeah, I just go with the automatic. It's simple and easy. Yeah. Eve news though.
Eve news.
Eve news.
Even if-
Ladies, should
LB, have you-
we do actual news before we get into the good news?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a community beat. There was at least one big bug fix that I
Let's
know of.
burn through it really quick. Okay. So, community beat community stuff happened this week. Sorry, I'm scrolling through it right now. Why are you not scrolling, tab? Liberation Day. Move over, Federation Day. July is all about the 7 tribes. This week, Ushra Khan hosted Liberation Day festivities in the system of Pator, complete with an impressive fireworks display and, in true Matar fashion, a Rifter free-for-all brawl. Stein Control outlasted the competition and took the first place prize of 2 billion ISK. Well played! Exclamation point. And there's some stuff about. Okay, who was it? Who was it last week that called? They said that this new event is going to be like a preview of the FPS that CCP is working on.
I did. I
I
said
think I
that.
remember
That was
somebody
you,
saying-
That was
LB.
me.
You
I
were-
did.
You totally called it, dude, because the discourse, there was a new discourse video that came out. So apparently in the event that's been going on in game, people have looted video files. We talked about this a little bit last week. They've looted some like hollow reels or whatever they're called, but they play video files, but they're all fragmented and broken up and staticky and whatnot. But somebody compiled them all and put them all together, and it's like it almost looks like dust, basically, like foot soldiers in armor and shit, and they're like boarding a ship and looking around, and they're finding dead bodies everywhere, but they're carrying guns, and yeah, LB, you totally called it. This has got to be part of the new FPS.
Fuck, I'm smart.
You're so smart, man.
Look out
That's
for
why
this
we had
guy.
you on the
Brain.
show.
Big brain LeBlanc.
Big brain LeBlanc.
It's the keeper of the cesspool himself.
Indeed.
My God, it's what was
Redveen der Teen.
Keemline? He was calling him Keemline, calling himself Keemline in the cesspool.
Keemline 13.
He's the new Keemstar.
Hey yo, what up, y'all?
Hey yo. Okay.
Let's
I'm
not
watching
do
the video right
Keemstar
now.
stuff.
Okay.
What?
Keemstar. I don't even know where.
He used to do YouTube stuff like super drama.
He was all into
Oh.
like YouTube drama.
I mean, there's
Oh.
some of his like really, really original stuff, like his Halo trolling was moderately entertaining, but the
Oh, hello, Rip. Rip went my Discord.
It's not important.
I'm an
It's
old man,
fine.
though.
We can move on.
Well, we got to give LB time to watch the video, so we were just doing filler.
Oh, okay.
All right, I
sorry.
watched a good part. It's done.
Okay.
We're moving on. But yeah, lore in game stuff happening.
No,
Reveals.
people might be
Today-
shooting each other soon.
That's weird. My Discord just took a shit. Apparently.
Fucking
Ruh-roh.
Discord.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta test something. Okay. It was right when I changed the temperature with my AC remote. Discord went down. I was like, wait a second. That can't be linked like that. Anyway.
Correlation,
Could
not
you
causation.
imagine?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
they had
I linked the Discord or discourse video in chat. So it's pretty interesting, but as far as like information about the FPS, there's none of that in here.
Ooh, I hope.
So
on
we
Planet Side
we
too.
don't know, we still don't know what the FPS is, what it's called, what it's about, how it connects to Eve. We don't know anything. CCP's not saying, which is fine because when it comes to FPSs, I think they have a history of talking a little too soon. Okay, so there was that, and then we have I love this, Paradive. So EQ Equalizer is a former Eve player. I don't think he plays anymore, but he's still.
oh, he does. He still plays.
He still plays. Okay, so but he's been really focusing on. He's a musician, so he's been really focusing on his music a lot lately, and he's put out some really good stuff actually. But he made a new Eve parody video, and I believe that he and Raiden Harmon and some people in the old Streamfleet crew are maybe looking to put together some new Eve parody songs. But I will I'll throw this link down in chat as well.
Yeah, because he did like a lot of
Hey, Dom.
their production stuff for them.
Yeah, so Equalizer was really involved in the World Tour. If you attended the World Tour or watched the stream at all, chances are very high that that was Equalizer doing the work behind the scenes.
You mean like the events, the World Tour events?
Yeah. So they hired Streamfleet to go do all the broadcasting stuff for them. So like Raiden was usually doing the camera work. Equalizer is doing all the technical like production, sound, audio. He was the one at the computer making it all run onto stream and everything. So
yeah, Moses was like herding cattle, the cattle that is the Eve community.
managerial.
People management.
Eve's
Yeah.
first came and died.
What's a Kanan?
Faction Dreadnought.
Oh
Carissa's.
yeah.
Ooh, fancy,
It's the
fancy.
first one, so that people forget about them very easily.
This is the first time that one of these has ever been
One has died.
encountered in the field.
No, just the
No.
first time one has died. They've been out
Okay.
for a long time. That's why it's amazing.
I
that
know
none have
I know
died.
they've been out. Maybe it's just the way this is worded. It maybe I just read it
This is the
wrong.
first came in to die after them being in the
Okay.
game for I'm gonna
It-
guess 2+ years. I think that's pretty crazy because there's got to be dozens and dozens of them out there, if not hundreds at this point. I'm
Yeah,
not going to say
yeah.
hundreds, but at least
I would
dozens.
have
and
thought
dozens.
it was an AT
Where do you
ship.
get a Cayman BPC from?
Those factions
Grista
Satio.
Shipyard,
Oh,
Grista Satio,
mhm.
just like where you would for a Komodo.
Like that stuff Cable is known for.
Right.
Apparently that Cayman's owner is quitting Eve and basically just did a roam in it to die.
That
Oh,
seems to
well, you
be
hate to
like
hear that.
the common reason when someone loses something shiny. It's like, oh, I was quitting, so I was only.
I mean, I
pretending
could-
to be.
I can
Well,
see
if
it
you
both
weren't
ways, but
before,
I think
you are now.
it's not shocking that you would try to take your biggest ship and be like, I'm gonna, at least make it something to somebody, because a lot of them, I don't know, I feel like a lot of them coordinate things and like announce it and being like, hey, I'm going on a Nix roam, get involved, and it's like you're not gonna make it like 2 systems, what? Okay. But yeah, some people want to go out with a bang, blow
Those
up their
rooms
biggest
do
toy.
make it kind of far though.
Some of them do if they're like, I don't know. I guess it depends on who they're.
Others, some make it 2 jumps and then get shit on by Snuffed.
Well, that's
Or
like what
anybody. Like
most of them-
when you announce
Yeah.
shit, a lot of people show up. It's weird.
This is true, and rightly so. Like that's the whole point.
I've never done any of those. I assume it's a good time because you got so many different groups just showing up to like initially do that and then hopefully just bash it out afterwards, I assume.
There was one time a long time ago that we went on a roam, and for some reason I decided to bring a carrier to it.
Hopefully flagged exempt so you're not slowing everybody down on fleet warps.
I was the fleet commander, dog.
Lovely.
Excellent.
Okay, guys,
That's
everybody
good.
just
We
align.
went
Align.
through-
It's going to take a
We
minute.
went through Losec. I think we ended up going like 40, like 30 to 40 jumps, all through Losec, Nullsec. Didn't encounter anybody that wanted to fight us. It was like me and a bunch of battleships, some cruisers.
You'll get that. They said this is just the escalation waiting to happen.
Yeah. Oh, it's just,
Was it
these
during an
kitty
era
kids.
where anything could light Cynos? Or was it
Yes.
post? Okay, then
Yes,
yeah.
anything good lights.
They were like, okay, yeah, the cavalry's right behind this. Like this, people just want to, they want us to try to bite on it. Fuck all that. It's the whole like rear view mirror meme, and he's like, no, not that. That's a trap.
That's bait.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's bait.
The last thing on here is the team security Q&A, where they
On,
talk about. Sorry, go ahead.
well, you started. I interrupted, so you go ahead.
I said where they talk about keeping Eve safe from botting, account hacking, RMT, and fraud. It's a never-ending battle for team security that Team Security valiantly fight. And it goes into some details. They're doing a Q&A.
So they're gonna do a team security Q&A on the official EVE Online Discord. I don't think this will be streamed. They don't say anything about streaming it, so I think it's just in the Discord. But there's a link to the EVE Discord in this blog at the bottom of the blog. Where if you're not in there already, boy howdy, get in there. I don't care if you're in there or not, whatever. You live your life. But they've got a pretty cool system actually of how like you can submit questions and then people can vote on them. And so yeah, if you have a question specific to botting, account hacking, RMT, security related stuff in EVE, then now's your chance, man. Listen. You won't get another. You might get another. I'm just.
This is the
Also,
every
let's
time
find
they
one
ask
time.
for feedback and questions, they always end up regretting it.
There is a thing at the very bottom also that if anybody's going to be at TwitchCon in Amsterdam, CCP Convict, CCP Swift, and CCP Alpha will be in attendance.
Nice.
Amsterdam?
So that's pretty cool.
Is that like a
Amsterdam.
Are they
No, it's not
just-
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
It's TwitchCon happening in Amsterdam.
but
Some of our community folks will be there. Are those all community folks? I
Yeah.
honestly am not sure.
Alpha.
Is Alpha the Russian one?
yeah.
Okay.
He's in marketing. And
Is he
yes,
the Russian
yeah,
guy?
yeah.
I was gonna say he used to do like Friday mornings. He would do a
yeah,
CCP
he
stream.
does the Russian streams. Yeah.
That's right. I
used to
dipped
be-
in on it
used to
once and
be
I was like,
Vesna Prishla, or I can't even say the last name. Prishla. It's like NLA. That's a hard thing for me to do.
Prishnla,
Prishla or something. Yeah.
Soka Bliad.
Sukablat.
But yeah, then he changed it to
This is a
Alpha. 'cause
family
It's a
show,
lot
man.
easier to
It's-
say.
yeah.
Although, if you're at Eve Amsterdam, imagine doing a pub crawl through De Wallen or De Wallen. Is it De Wallen? I don't know. Somebody Dutch correct me if that's if it's German or English pronunciation.
I don't know. I heard
I
the
don't
other
know.
reason he changed it to Alpha is people in the office were teasing him a bit because I guess like Vesna Prishna like translated means like pretty flower or something like that. I don't. It doesn't mean that, but it means something like that. They were like,
They're giving him shit for his own name.
I mean, not like in a
Yeah.
very derogatory, negative way, but they're just like little poking,
Little
little
teasing.
teasing and poking,
Listen,
poking
listen.
fun at him.
Teasing.
Listen, whoa.
So he's
whoa,
like,
whoa,
fine,
whoa.
I'll be Alpha. It's like, okay,
You know
didn't have to
what?
change your name, but
Keanu means wind over the mountains or something like that. But
That's Kickstarter.
nobody's giving him shit for his name.
it's not. That wasn't his actual name. That
How
was the
could
CCP
they?
name he chose. So
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, no, it's not his real name is Vesna. I mean,
Okay.
he used to be CCP Vesna Prishna, but then he changed it to
I
CCP
see.
Alpha.
I didn't know that. I
And,
got
yeah,
okay.
so like he
Lav-
chose like whatever the name translates to. It's kind of goofy, and he chose that, and then he just like kind of teased him a little bit, so he changed it to Alpha. I
So they
forget.
bullied him.
the more you know.
They bullied him. Yeah, I forget who told me. It was like It was like Manifest or was it Spider or it was someone that told me that. I don't remember.
The only other thing I can think of Eve related just this moment, as far as formal Eve related, is that they did a bug fix sometime this week. They fucked up the moon lasers. So like if you fire the drill on the moon, it just like the page to pop up to reschedule it, like nothing would load. And I thought I was crazy for like at least a day or so, and I just confirmed it with some people afterwards. But they fixed it like 2 or 3 days later. So yeah, that
I was trying to figure that out too
for
because
dirty crabs like me.
one of my moons had that bug happen on it, but then I went to other moons and the moon scheduler was opening up just fine. It was only
Really?
on one moon, and I was like, what the actual fuck? It was, and of course it was one of my nicer moons, so I'm like, excuse me, I want to refire
Yeah.
this now.
I told him I was like, feel free to like reschedule it for me since I'm losing all this time already. But yeah, other than that,
Okay. All right. We're through the community beat. Half an hour into the show. Cool.
Nice.
We're doing good. I'm proud of us tonight, guys.
Well, we
And
got.
LB's
gotta-
been so
Want to talk
quiet.
about the proving grounds?
The proving
there you
grounds.
go.
What's going on with the proving grounds?
Oh fuck, buddy. Let me see. There's gonna
Tell us
have a
up.
Liberation Day Defiant duel in the proving grounds. So it's gonna be a 1v1 event. Only the Stabber, Rupture, and Bellicose cruisers may enter. There's a large tachyon cloud with a 40-kilometer radius inside. What's a tachyon cloud, Manic?
A tachyon cloud. If I know my Star Trek, a tachyon cloud doesn't that send you back in time? Don't tachyons have something to do with the flow of time? Drayden, help me out.
No,
You
no.
need
So
science- you need science
tachyons
hour?
are a theoretical particle that move at least the speed of light.
That
Well,
was
this
They,
one-
the,
they, they,
this
they
is,
move at a
wasn't it?
minimum of the speed of light, but generally many times faster than that.
These
But-
ones
So-
increase your velocity by 300% and decrease your inertia by 50%. So it's super fast Stabbers, Ruptures, and Bellicoses will be in the proving ground. There's bonuses for overheating tackle and propulsion and repair mods. That's okay. Maximum of 1 local shield wrap or armor. Yeah, okay. All fittings and implants are restricted to Meta 5 or lower. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Everybody loves instance PvP.
Yeah, that's why the tachyon in like various shows like Star Trek, they'd be like tachyon pulse communication because it's like you could transmit it like many light years away, like
Faster
almost
than the speed of
instantly.
light.
Yeah, like anyway.
That was the Romulan super dreadnought weapon, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's been other times where they'll use it as like a weapon, but it's usually,
was a time
usually you'll see
thing.
them use it for like communication. Sorry to derail. Go ahead.
No, it's just so funny.
I put the link to the
Of course, you
fandom
nerds
wiki.
know all this shit.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, because
what-
I've heard it in Star Trek.
what
I'm like, what the
Klingon-
fuck is a tachyon? And I
what-
go
what
Google it. I'm
Klingon
like,
war
oh, okay.
weapons-
It's,
This
Quick,
is
what's the
collection
name of
nerds?
what's the name
Where's
of the
Dom?
Klingon death blade? Quick, go.
Oh,
Backlift.
Yeah,
there we go.
that,
Thank
oh,
you,
fuck,
Skyhawk.
I didn't know that.
Sorry, this is when
This
I'm
is-
gonna be
this
too
is
good at.
now this is now a
You
Star
didn't
Trek
buzz
show.
in.
Kapla.
I
Didn't
actually
phrase your
finished.
answer in the form of a question, so we cannot.
Yeah, it's.
I
it's
just
wrong.
finished rewatching Voyager for like the 5th time, and I'm currently working my way through DS9 again.
Did you guys talk about the Battle of the Bricks?
No.
No.
Oh, there was an
Oh,
update on that.
shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Battle of the Bricks live finals. So I'll link the blog in chat. Hold on.
So this is a competition between the EVE Online community and the Star Citizen community to make Lego versions of EVE ships. And I haven't seen any of the Star Citizen stuff, but the EVE stuff I have seen looks fucking amazing. Like,
Fantastic.
god damn. Of course it
Yeah, I
does.
assume
Like,
it's gonna be tough.
Jesus Christ, you give EVE players a challenge and they will go the extra 5 miles.
Very good stuff for sure. I don't know what Star Citizen ships look like except for that one they ripped off from us.
Except the one that looks like an EVE ship.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to expect from their side. I know
It's,
that it's a bunch of fucking whales who've been like making that
You
guy
know
a
what?
bajillionaire for so
I'll
many years.
I'll
course
bet
they- oh,
I'll
it's
bet
next
they
Friday
put
they're doing
together
it.
some nice stuff too.
I'm sure. I hope it's all like really
They-
cool stuff.
They clearly have the money to burn on expensive Lego sets. So
Well, I mean, yeah, that's my worry. But yeah,
or
three
maybe
players.
no.
Three
Maybe
players
they
are going to
spent
get
their
to
money in
sent
Star
to
Citizen.
sent to FanFest over this, so I think that's really cool because it'll be FanFest 20, and hopefully it's people who wouldn't have otherwise been able to go or something.
Did you know you don't need the actual Legos to compete in this because they have an online.
I did,
Uh,
but
Yeah,
I'm
you
glad
can
you
do
said
it.
that.
Do it
online.
virtually.
I
on
think that's the coolest
internet.
thing ever that they make that a thing. Because I didn't realize for a long time that some of the shit that just comes up on Reddit, I was like, that just, that looks like somebody's like, it looked computer, but not like bad. Like the graphics are good and whatnot. But I was like, that's
Dom
not a
says we
real
have to
Lego
do a
thing, is
shot.
it?
Yeah, it's a shot.
Where is Dom? What are you doing?
Yeah,
Don- he's
is he
here.
just
He's just not on
listening?
cam.
I wonder if he's just listening on his way home still.
Oh, it could be.
Dom, blink twice if you're okay.
I saw no blinks.
Blink 3 times if
He
you
must
want us
not
to
be
take
okay.
a shot.
Blink once if you're not okay. Blink twice if you are. Blink 3 times if you're okay, but there is a threat for future pain. Blink 4 times if you're hungry. Blink 5 times if you're jealous. 6 times if you are tired.
We got 2 longs, a short, a stop, 3 shorts, and a long. What are those blinks mean?
I don't know.
No, he's stuck on I-80 still, so he's not home yet.
Fair
He's,
I'm doing a
uh,
shot in his honor.
Yeah, he's been
Can you
stuck
hear
there for
me?
an hour and a half.
I'll drink
That's
that.
usually not
Oh,
good.
shit.
No,
we can
he's-
hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I'm stuck on I-80. I've been here for an hour and a half, and we haven't fucking moved.
That's
Dom,
not
I'm
Just
good.
get out of your car
That-
and walk home.
Usually, if you're
I-
standing still for
Well,
that
I'm
long,
doing-
it means either
I'm
something's.
like 45 miles from home, so that might take a while.
Dom, I'm gonna need you to roll down your window and yell, "Don't you fuckers know who I am?" And just see if they'll just clear a path.
I've got places to be.
Don't you fuckers know who I am?
He's actually doing it.
Let's
And then
go.
afterwards, you need to yell, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch."
I'm just waiting for him to be like,
tell
"Oh,
Dom
actually,
to
okay,
do
let's
something and
clear it
he
up
will
now."
do it.
There's a kid standing outside a car over here. You look back at me like, what?
The
I need
Just smile and
alcohol.
yeah.
So who wants to take a poll? as
Can
to
you not
whether
just
a
drink it while you
semi-truck
drive in
wiped
that
out or
state?
drunk driver?
Whoa.
Down in
How many?
Iowa. That's only on tractors, Agroth.
Yeah,
There's some states
only-
where you can do that.
I've got weed. Don't worry, I'm getting high, but I want.
Don't drive high, Dom. Come on.
He's not driving. He's stuck.
I guess that's true. You're not driving.
The bad thing though is usually
I'm not
freeways
trying to
if they're
encourage
like
this, I'm
closed in a standstill for that long. It's usually either a truck is jackknifed across the road or there's a fatality and they've closed it while they figure
Oh
out.
no, there was a huge fire. Something was on fire.
Oh, okay. Then they're
Probably a truck then.
Well, that's
Probably.
fine because when he drives by Stone, they'll all be distracted with what they're dealing with, so he'll be fine.
I'm gonna flip them off when I drive by.
it's like you smell that? They must have had weed in this truck.
Are you
That
sure there's
happened,
no alternative route?
So it happened like
Well, there
back in
is no
20
alternative route, but I can't get to the exit because I'm stuck on the interstate.
the highway, the interstate that I have to take to get to Chicago. A couple years ago, there was a semi truck that was transporting a bunch of batteries that caught on fire, and it burned so hot that it actually melted part of the roadway, and Indiana had to repair
Oh, wow.
the interstate.
Holy shit.
That's rough.
It was bad.
Like the
'cause, I mean,
lithium
those-
ion batteries?
Lithium don't
Yeah.
play.
Those things get hot.
it literally melted the road top.
I had a friend that
Skyhawk,
worked
you know what
in
also
that.
melts asphalt? If you're in a stock car and you hit a jet dryer. Yes, that
I think
happened
I've
at
seen that.
Daytona. They literally
remember
melted
seeing
the
that.
track.
Oops.
Those. I had a friend that worked at an Apple store. They had to toss a phone out in the alley because the
It was
battery was
going.
going on fire. And they tossed it in the alley. Well, the guy did because he didn't know. They actually have a box, like an incineration box thing, where you put things in there and you close it, and it's supposed to be like proof against like massive
Suck
hot
the
fire.
oxygen out.
No, it's just because the lithium-ion batteries will go even without oxygen or something. I think I'm not sure, but it's basically like a box that's like so insulated. It's like mega insulated against massive heat or something like that. But they threw it outside in the alley, and it was sitting in the alley, and it got so hot from the phone there that it actually scorched the brick wall like 10 feet away. Like,
Lithium
hot.
ion batteries, I forget the exact temperature, but it's excessively
It's
hot.
like it's like 1,000 to 1,500 degrees Celsius, I think, something like that. It's fucking hot.
That's scary shit.
All I do know is you
And we
guys
walk
have
around with that shit in our
yeah,
pocket, don't we?
Yeah, that's why the ones when they had those Samsung Galaxy 10s or whatever that had issues, like the tablets, they were just like, you can't bring these on the plane. Period. Checked or not.
Oh.
Like this is not going on the plane because if that issue happens with one of these, this whole plane is going down.
So we were a little off. They actually burn at 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit. So that'd be around 18 to 1900 Celsius, I think. Maybe 2000 Celsius.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Seems like
That's
a
fucking a lot.
It's 2,000 C.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So 3,000. Yeah, 2,000. Oh, I was right. It's close.
Yep, it's 2,000 C on the nose.
Ho, ho. Getting better. Getting better at these conversions. I'm trying to make myself better with metric. Because it's smarter.
You're a great person.
It's a
Drake.
smarter, better
It helps with
system.
your science talks too.
It does. Makes you sound smarter.
LB, was there
Yeah, sorry. We stopped right in the middle of
CCP Paradox retired.
Oh, right.
That's right.
Or whatever.
Poor
Moved
one
on to
for-
the next chapter.
Poor one for Paradox.
After 12
I'll
years.
trickle for that. Yeah.
12 years.
Was it 12?
That's what he said.
I thought the most
On the
recent
tweet.
one somebody asked about the sword and they said it was like they had taken the measurements or whatever. So like it's gonna still happen, but I could be thinking of somebody else.
I think that was
Was
him.
there two people? Or maybe they're just getting around to it now. I don't know.
It was 2 people that left CCP.
There's Paradox, and who was the other one?
Wait for it. Let me just check Twitter.
I got a shot ready. Either way, whoever it is.
Oh, I forget.
I'll find out.
Mr.
Drink
Happy.
that shit.
We'll do,
do
the
another
shot
one.
now,
We'll
Mr.
do it.
Happy.
and then
Mr. Happy.
Mr. CCP,
Was that
Mr.
one?
Happy.
I don't.
I've
remember
not
that
heard
name.
his name
I've
before.
never heard of CCP, Mr. Happy.
There was another one like a month ago. But
Yeah, there was not too terrible.
Well, Darwin said it. He wouldn't lie. You can't just lie on the internet.
well, it wasn't just Darwin. It was like multiple people.
That's a good point.
Darwin would never lie to us.
Mr. Happy? Yeah, I guess that's what it
So
is.
shots
so
for
shots.
Paradox and Mr. Happy.
Shots.
Shots.
Well, it's like people shit. It sounds like everyone's leaving CCP. Well, I mean, it's when in
A 20-year-old
staff-
game?
in game development, turnover is actually more often than you think.
The
I think
And if
Yeah.
and
CCP
there's
like
has
the
a good
average-
track record.
and
the average is
I
like
mean,
4 years. Like
it's like 2 years.
2 to 4 years. Yeah, people
CCP
just
has
like,
CCP has also dramatically expanded their staff the last couple of years. So like, there's still more people working at CCP than there was a couple of
yeah.
years ago.
So I mean, like when people are there for like 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, and they move on, it's like that's not unheard of. It's actually unheard of for them to be there that long, type of thing. So
Keo Ryan said what are they talking about?
There will be a few more come Monday of next week.
Are they talking about people like
t-
fire?
Talking
No.
about layoffs?
he's talking about house
Hey,
cleaning.
What's he talking about?
Let's not speculate on people's.
No, let's speculate. It's super fun.
I don't want to speculate on
Thanks,
people
Dad.
losing their jobs.
Just get a bingo board going.
Yeah, I was gonna
That'd
say
be
I
so
don't think
terrible.
I don't think they were fired. I think they quit. Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Moved on to another
Yeah.
job somewhere. But in my limited experience. One, two you really unique things. One, I think CCP has a pretty good track record with people staying for quite a long time. That's why they got a shitload of swords on the wall. But two, which is a 10-year thing, as all of you guys know, I'm sure. But two, fuck, what was two? Never mind, go on.
You're supposed
Give me
to
a
just
sec,
go,
I'll
just go
remember.
straight to 3 and say profit if you
Yeah,
don't
just
know what 2
go
is.
to 3. If you don't know 2, just go to 3.
I'll think of it in a second.
Darwin would say it's not house. He said that they're just 2 people that want to move on to something.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, number 2, this is one of the most unique communities in that I've never played another game where people kept up with devs. Like this game, more people know more dev. Like they're the most. I'm not gonna say the most approachable or reachable or anything like that, but it's like people know devs in this game, and that's something I've never seen to this level in any other game.
I actually, the Matrix Online was very similar to this. The Matrix Online community was very involved with the developers and vice versa. Like the developers were very active in the community themselves. It was very cool. So that's part of the reason why I was drawn to Eve was the community and dev interaction. It's really rare.
Very true. Ah.
Okay.
Anything else?
Are we done with Eve news? Well,
I don't think
I mean, I
anything
think
else
so.
happened.
Done with the non-spicy Eve news.
should we get
Wait,
this?
what?
Should we
Like
get-
Something
Spicy?
spicy.
Wait, are you
happened?
talking about like?
Spicy
What? Are you talking about like Thai food?
We're talking like
something
3.6
happen?
Runkin Eve news.
Yeah,
Not
this
bad,
show is
not
this show
good.
is this week's show is especially spicy. Not only do we have hot sauce, but we've got some spicy Eve news to talk about.
You're,
Is that why you decided to reveal it?
No, I just
Okay.
these
thought you were
came
gonna
this
keep it
week, so like
secret,
I
yeah.
wanted to keep it a secret until the show.
It's just
Okay.
it's destiny, Akroth.
Yeah, it,
It
was,
was-
fate. Like we're in a simulation. There are no
I
coincidences.
need to make another
It's pretty good timing.
screwdriver.
Each one is custom made and unique. Talking
Everyone's
about
like,
the
we all
swords,
need. I love
guys.
how
I need to find some. Sorry, real quick. I need to find some specialities so I can get hired to CCP. I need to crank out 10 years, so everybody just keep your subs going for a little while, and then I'm gonna get a Gladius, and it's gonna be awesome. But I won't get to keep it because I
You
guess
can
it's
just
on the
buy
wall.
a Gladius, right?
I get out of here with your logic and reason.
Swords are great, but that always reminds me of the scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark with the sword
When he
guy.
shoots the guy. Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Are we talking about how bad this week was yet?
Oh,
No,
soon.
we haven't gotten to the spicy drama yet, Redline.
Drayden was refreshing his beverage. Sorry, Skyhawk.
Oh.
I think I don't know. If I
We're
cut you off.
watching Skyhawk stroke his cat like Dr. Evil.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
no, this one just likes to fall asleep being held like this because he's a little baby.
Is he like a ragdoll? He looks kind of floppy.
Yeah, this one I've had since he was 6 weeks old. So like, I am mommy. He's
Ah.
7 now.
I like ragdoll cats because you pick them up and they go limp. They're ragdolls. They just
I
go
mean,
limp in your hands.
That's
It's great.
pretty much how this one is, and also like you just have to make eye contact and he purrs at you.
Yeah.
That's a good cat. I actually might get a ragdoll whenever I get around to getting another cat. I just want a big old fluffy cat.
Can
that
you
all it
just-
wants to do is
Can
lay
you
around
like
and be
pick one?
petted.
Like, is that how you order them? You're like, I want the ragdoll fluffy type.
I want a ragdoll fluffy.
You can
cat.
kind of see the other one behind me passed out on the couch like a lazy fat ass.
It kind of blends in with the plaid, but I think I see it like whatever sprawled of some
What's
sort.
the like the fluff? Some of the fluffy ones. There's like a Maine Coon. Or those are like
Those are
huge.
super
Those are
fluffy,
the
yeah.
big boys.
Those are
great.
those are giant. And then you
I
have
love
the
The one on the couch behind me, he's an older boy. He's like 14 now, but he's like 17 pounds. He's a big cat.
yeah, I forget what the other. There's like a. It's not as big, but it's also it's a long hair cat. It's like a Norwegian something.
Norwegian forest cat.
Norwegian forest cat, or
Ooh.
Ouija, I guess is what like people call it for short.
Like a Ouija board?
I had one of those. It was a.
Not even once,
It was an
bro.
orange, well, a red. I guess they call it red, but it's a. He was just a big, floppy. He was big cat too. He was a big old fat cat.
Big floppy bastard.
Yeah, he would just flop around and like whatever you want to do. He's just like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. He's just like wherever you want to put him. And then in the middle of the night, he would just be like, wow, 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 and just start making noises. It's like, and then you'd like, shut up, and then like you would just go
Fuck
over to, like
you,
one of the
nocturnal
cupboards.
bastard.
He'd go to one of the cupboards and just like pawing it to where like it opened and then closed. It'd be like thump, 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 and he'd just like do that in the middle of the night. It's like, cat, I love you, but
my orange cat likes smooth surfaces, so it will like dig at it. So like he gets in the tub and he just starts going in the corner like, oh, so smooth. So he'll just keep. It's fucking weird. I don't know why he does it.
My cat's preferred thing was to just jump up and lay on me during the middle of the night. He'd be like, "Oh, it's bedtime. I'll go do whatever." Then 3 a.m, jump up. Oh, I want pets now.
what's your kitten's name, LeBlanc or LB, like LeBlanc?
Biscuit.
Biscuit. That's right.
Biscuit.
It's not
Biscuit.
Muffin.
That's
It's
the
not.
best name.
I was like, it's
love
not
that
the-
name.
That's the stinky one, right?
That's the stinky bastard.
The
Oh
little,
my god.
the little tabby
So,
kitten.
so bad. It's
I
like
was-
a tabby calico kitten. And it does parkour and it shits.
At the same time.
Like it's been eating chili or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this thing. I want to take it back and maybe get it checked out. But
Is he? He's a boy, right?
it's a she.
She? Okay. I was gonna say, so my experience with boy cats is they have the nastiest turds.
I'm just thinking of like a
Yeah.
parkour cat shitting everywhere now. Like I can't. That's,
Oh God! Thank
I gotta
God. they-
run down the stairs, bounce off the door, drop ass, take off somewhere else. And fucking okay.
Parkour.
Parkour. Yeah. So I hear pretty decent sized alliances under new management
We,
these days.
We got to start at the beginning of
okay.
this heist.
Okay.
Okay.
We got to go way back.
Are we going
Way-
chronological?
way-
All right,
So
take
we'll
me
just start
back
with
to
that
the-
statement, and then like black screen. It's like one eternity.
I jumped into hearing about this drama like 2-3 days into it.
It
What the
started
fuck
off
started out?
without
Give us a
even,
moment.
It wasn't even Imperium drama. It was some other guy.
extra squishy.
Extra
Who
squishy.
fucking came out that holy fuck, Extra Squishy is a super racist kind of a fucking asshole. And there were Discord logs and there was fucking screenshots.
Voice
and
comms,
there was
screenshot.
voice comms. There was all kinds of fucking evidence dropped, and people were like, wow, what a fucking douche. And usually what happens with this stuff is that as soon as somebody's called out, the whataboutism starts.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, what about this guy? What about that guy? What about these Discord logs? And then it went to like, well, what about the time the Mittani sexually harassed people? What about the time that Zenuria was a pedophile? And you're like,
Yeah, like everyone's doing double take.
Whoa.
Like, wait, what do you mean? What about those times?
Allegedly.
What about that time?
Yeah, yeah. What about those
Allegedly.
times?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
for legal reasons, allegedly.
Uh,
yeah,
for-
yeah.
for-
This
for-
is-
All of this. Okay, from here on out,
It's all
every-
allegedly and self speculation.
everything we are going to be talking about is alleged.
Lee.
Yeah, we're
Allegedly.
we're not going to Texas bird law this shit.
Don't you shame Texas
This-
law.
Well, I just want to throw that out there. All of this is alleged. Okay, we've
Right.
got we've got that done. Our lawyers are happy, so now we can continue with the discussion.
right.
So Zenuria, pedophile.
Let's just go from the hip.
Uh,
So like LB said,
that
You can
threw
early
me-
in the week.
to the SoundCloud and determine for yourself.
that threw me.
Which
for
thank
the
you
biggest-
for
it's
doing
not
that
just
because
the
I didn't,
SoundCloud. There's
I didn't catch
there's,
that.
I'd have to go find it.
Allegedly, about 10 years ago, a character known as Zenuria had posted some spicy pictures of some underage individuals.
Former
they were
CSM
they were
Zenuria.
drawn images. They were
And had
images.
requested
drawn?
them from
Yeah,
people
yeah. They
as
were
well.
images that he drew, and he called it art. But he was drawing young girls naked in like spread leg poses, and people are saying
Gross.
that's not art. That's like not okay. And he's like, it's
Like
art.
lolly
It's
porn?
nude art. Have you heard of nude art? They've called like classes for this in college. It's like, yeah, for adults. Like it doesn't matter the age. It's nude art. And like he kept arguing that it was okay. It's like that's
If,
bruh.
if
Like, that's
if
not
you-
okay.
Yeah, if you have to defend why you are drawing pictures of Oh, God, I don't even want to
It's-
say it, man.
Right? Yeah, it's
Some
it's
spread
nasty.
eagle
If you,
little
if you
children.
have to defend why you are drawing those pictures and sharing them with anonymous people on the internet,
And-
you're on the wrong side.
And
of
here's the
discussion.
thing: it was not on an art forum that he was
It was
posting
on like
these things.
4chan or
It was
something.
no, it was on a forum that was specifically for like porn posting. So
Because
that right there is like a
So-
big red flag on top of all the other red flags.
Well,
and
there
just
you
the
go.
blatant-
And
I
that's
hadn't
the
actually heard
thing.
that bit.
And then
That-
the
that's
worst
the
part
thing,
is
like-
that so he gets banned from that forum for doing this. He makes like I think there's like 6 or 7 other times he makes alt accounts and then comes back to those forums and starts posting more stuff, the same stuff, gets banned again. And they keep finding out that he keeps making alts and keeps going back to this forum to keep posting the same shit he's getting banned for pedophilia shit. It's like, dude,
But did the Imperium know?
he's trying to brute force pedo pictures in places.
All
It's like,
right, so here's the thing: is
God.
that this was a person, and they couldn't never link the people together until he said that he was that person, and then they were linked together, and that's when everything popped off for him.
Didn't Zenuria also
there was plenty of-
say that and admit it, like not right now, but like years ago as well?
So from what I read, there was discussions about it ages ago, and if what Redline's saying is that people weren't sure who it was, I'm not sure what that exactly means. But I as everything that I've read has indicated that people had been talking about this years ago, and for whatever reason, he got passed around in hot potato a little bit, but it didn't like stick.
Ugh.
All we know right now is I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. We're doing a story on computer predators.
Come in, take a seat.
Yes, Zenuria.
Sit
I
down.
totally want to see Zenuria and Chris Hansen actually have an interview. It would be interesting to watch.
No, not really. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What
don't.
else? What else happened?
I don't care for that.
So
So
aside
there
from
was that, right? And
there
then
was
the,
that.
the allegation was that somebody knew about it and then sort of covered it up and like tucked it away, like allowed Zenuria to exist in his own little weird bubble.
who could have covered this up?
I don't know. Like,
Who
Would have had to
who-
been a powerful and
Yeah,
well-organized
who-
someone with a
organization.
lot of
in-
influence.
who could be in such a position of power and influence to cover this up?
So here's the fun thing with that is that there is a ping from like 2012 or whatever where he was like, "Hey, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. This person is, whatever." I don't remember the full nature of the ping. I can't remember if it was related to the CSM runs or what it was, or whether it was just like whether we keep them or something. I just remember reading a ping from this person that it seems like you guys might be alluding to.
Right. But that was years ago.
That was 2012 when it was, basically it's shown that Mittani made a reference to it's like, hey, this is what's being claimed about this person, whatever. And like I said, I don't remember if it was in relation to their CSM running stuff or what it was, but it was like,
Was that
hey, I'm going to put it
before-
out to y'all kind of thing.
Was that before or after the I'm using air quotes here, Cultural Revolution?
I believe it was
I
before.
believe that's before, yeah.
Okay. So a slightly spicier Imperium. I
Sure.
don't even think they were the Imperium. They were the CFC back then.
That's correct.
Yeah, clusterfuck coalition.
right.
So there's that
either,
thing.
Either way, like, it's
There's a few things, but
they like I lost my train of thought. It doesn't make it right. Like it whether it was 10 years ago or 5 years ago, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like if you know bad shit is going down and you choose to say nothing, then you are part of the problem.
Especially when you're in a leadership position.
Yes.
Like as someone who is a member of like leadership for my alliance, I believe really strongly that a leadership especially should hold themselves to a higher standard.
Absolutely.
So beyond that, there's a handful of doozies because after the extra squishy stuff, people were like, "Oh, leaks! Like, is that what we're doing? Leaks?" Okay, and so a lot of posted stuff started coming out. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask: is this was the extra squishy stuff kind of the catalyst for people to leak the Zenuria and Mittani logs?
I don't
Are they
know.
connected in some way?
No.
It's just
No,
Beyond it just
it's
being
just
the kickoff
happenstance that
of
all
an
of this stuff is
exciting
coming out
week.
this
yeah,
week.
so it's
It's
just
just
been
how-
dig up
yeah.
dig up dirt week.
Okay.
It
which
turned
is-
into Dig Up Dirt Week, I think. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think there was any real like connection either. Yeah, I think it just like
just a weird coincidence that it all just kind of came out around the same time.
I don't know if it was 100% coincidence either, but I mean, it didn't seem like it was like, oh, catalyst or anything. It was just like, also, here's another thing, but
Yeah.
it wasn't like, but here's another thing, phrased in such a way.
It's always weird. It's always like leadership and not just in game. It's like leadership, politicians, celebrities, and all this shit. It's like look at in the last 10 years, all this shit's been coming out from all these people. It's just like, why?
I want that list, Epstein.
Why is it always the people with those? I guess I don't know. Not to
It's
go on a
because
tangent.
they
or
have
like-
power and think they can get away with it.
Right, and I
Well,
think
oftentimes
it's
right,
like
yeah.
the people that are after. Not saying everyone that's in a leadership position is like that, but I'm just saying I think there's something about the allure of power to people that are corruptible like that.
So
Infinite power corrupts infinitely.
There's that,
Here's-
or it's
here's
not
this.
that infinite power. It's not that power corrupts. It's that power attracts the corruptible. I like that one better.
Here's I got one better. Oh shit! Damn it! I lost it. I had it was on the tip of
Damn
my
it.
tongue. Wait. Let me pull it up.
it's going
It's-
around.
It was very poignant. You guys go talk. This is gonna take me a while.
Thanks for
to
the gifted
find-
sub again, Tamber. Bunch of them tonight. Bunch of them like every week. Fucking A.
So when
Timber,
the
come on.
atmosphere was ripe for leaks, we got leaks from someone who said that they had been stalked and sexually harassed by someone in the Imperium.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
They
that was
themselves
number
being a
2.
member of the Imperium was stalked and sexually harassed by a member of the Imperium, and even went so far as to be stalked during an actual meetup. So like
That's-
IRL, not just
Like creepy shit
I'm in your
during
Discord.
meetups and
It's
stuff.
like,
That's way out of line.
So
Yeah.
this was number 2. Squishy just kicked off the week and people being like, oh shit, what's all this? Number 2, shortly thereafter, was this person, and I can't remember the name. It's not important necessarily, but being like, hey, here's a thing that's been going on, and here's all the logs and receipts of me trying to get this resolved or telling people about this, and then this just like sitting on the back burner and not anything being done about it. And then when it did kind of come to a head, because this person roped in another friendly person within the Goon Swarm organization, that person like started being vocal about it. And if I'm not mistaken, that this is where the Effin Ellen or whatever person, first name last name,
first name last name.
yeah, first name last name, who's apparently runs some sort of investment scheme within Goons, also decided to speak on their behalf and like got whatever, quit with a bunch of people's investment money to like be like, hey, we have to address this, talk about this, whatever, because it was getting like swept under the rug and avoided and put off.
I found the quote that I wanted to say.
Hit it.
Go with
The only people who can be trusted with power are those who don't want it.
That is very
that's like-
sage advice.
Holy fuck, my mind was blown when I
It's-
first saw
I
it.
mean, not 100%
George Bush,
true,
Albert
but
Einstein.
No, I think it's totally true.
I think there's people that like running things that are decent people, but yeah, I would think that generally when you look at the complete management of things, a lot of times the people that are the best at it are the people who are like, I don't really want to do it, but if I have to.
There are people who are good at managing things. What I think what the quote is getting at is like the people who actively seek power. Those are the people you got to look out for.
like the least likely to should be
Yeah,
there.
there's a reason that they want to be in that particular
Yeah.
position of power.
It's either to
And
manipulate people,
They
enrich
there's a reason they
themselves,
want to be
or
there.
get away with things that they normally couldn't, or
Exactly.
get things that they normally couldn't. Yeah.
I think that's very true. The only people who can be trusted with power are those who don't want it.
So shortly thereafter, this person, mentions that they had this stalking and uncomfortable situation issue that had basically just been not approached or whatever. And when it was brought to a head again, and other people started speaking up and being like, hey, what the fuck? What's this about? There was some particularly poor taste, replies by Matani, and basically they booted the person who was the offender, whoever that was, and then booted the person who was the whatever, the person who reported it, the person who it had happened to.
The
There you
victim.
go.
The victim.
Sure. The defendant. I don't know. So they just booted them both, and they were like, yeah, whatever. We're just gonna axe all of this and not have to deal with it. Kind of, at least that's the way it read, in my opinion. And that's what blew it up and had this person who was some sort of investment, financier kind of person of some, scale, not a massive scale for goons, I'm sure, but, of some scale, who had a lot of people's investments tied up with them, stood up and, started saying things as well, and like walked off being like, this money isn't y'all's money if everybody's just going to stand by while all this shit happens. Like, I'm, whatever, I'll pay out to the people who don't stand by this. And then it started kicking off into the next few things, which I don't know if LB wants to go chronological. I think it's worth.
So then the next earth-shaking drop was some screenshots from another social media site called what's it called? Facebook Bookface.
Social media that
Bookface.
shall not be named because we all hate Zuckerberg.
It's the Meta. The Meta.
The Meta.
The Metaverse.
Not the put the pictures on the line, but the other one of Meta. I don't know. So there was some screenshots from that where a person who looked like very similar to the Matani
Looked strikingly similar to the Matani.
Very, very similar. Accused of being what people are calling a sex pest, and I'm not familiar with this term, sex pest.
I had to Google it.
I
It's
love
the
it.
Best fucking term.
Sex
dude.
pest.
It is.
I
the
had to
best
Google it.
term.
I
It's
He was
very
accused-
appropriate.
I saw for the
He
first
was
time.
accused of
earlier, yeah.
attending like festivals or nightclubs and stuff, and what he would do is he would like intentionally walk by someone, but then like rub his genitals
On their
against the
asses.
person
He
who was
would
walking by,
he would
like,
surreptitiously
excuse me.
yeah
Act like he's kind of squeezing
make it
through.
look like it's an accident, but he's
So
Yeah.
like I have a hard time.
And also supposedly grab people's
Yeah,
and
just
like
grabbing asses.
straight up flashing his junk to people at player meets too.
Yeah. The
So
thing
that,
with
that was
wasn't
the
it?
follow up.
Wasn't
That
it?
was the
Like- like
follow up
what
to
he-
that one.
Walking
After
around in
this
a
came
robe
out-
with no underwear. Like who does that? Who
It-
the
no, it
fuck
wasn't
does
even
that?
a
Ric
robe.
Flair is the only
was a
person that
Snuggie.
can get away
It
with
was a
that.
snuggie. It wasn't
you
even a
might
robe. It was a
just- man,
snuggie.
It was
Laying
a
on the
Snuggie,
couch
much
in a
tasteful.
snuggie, and he was naked, but it was in the middle of a player meet.
There was
at
a bunch
his
of people at his
residence.
house.
Who-
Yeah.
Who the fuck does that?
Yeah.
and
Like if you came over to my house and I walk around in a towel, there's something wrong with
Yeah.
me. Like
Right.
that shouldn't be happening.
If it's a player meetup, if it's you and your friends and I get out of the fucking shower in a towel, I don't give a shit. But like if
yeah,
you're
but
having
if I come
if you're having
downstairs
guests
and I'm
over,
chatting and I'm
you're
like got
having
a
guests
foot up on the
over.
couch and I'm like, hey guys, how about the
yeah,
how about
it'd be like,
this,
yo, go
new
get dressed
Battleship
first.
meta?
But
How's
yeah,
that
like
going?
and
Hey.
Oh my god. So
like I wouldn't find that
then
weird. Like
it's
if someone's
frat
just
house.
if
what
someone's
if
getting out
this
of the
was your
shower
first
at-
player meet? What if this was your
Yeah.
first player meet? You're so
Right.
excited to go. You're excited to meet your fellow Eve nerds. You talk about spaceships, have some drinks, and party. And you get there, and there's some fucking weird sex pest walking around in a snuggie with his balls hanging out.
Well, Manic, let's
Yeah.
look at the bright side. If this is your first player meet, you're gonna get an easy tick box on your bingo pad because like seeing another player's balls is like not an easy one to hit
Yeah.
very often.
And
I don't-
the
I
Matani's
don't-
balls.
I don't
The
want
Matani's
Matani's
balls
balls.
is the hardest bingo card to check off.
that's
Like,
that's
I
like
gotta
the
get that.
guys.
that's the
like
that's
you
the space
guys-
in the center. It's like the
we're
most
all friends
useful
here.
one, but the hardest
We're
one
all
to get.
friends here, right?
Yeah.
We're cool. With all due respect, I don't want to see any of your balls ever.
Like I said, that's very frat house. If I was in my late teens to early 20s, I was all about just getting naked at the drop of a hat because it was college period and it was just fun to do and you were drinking and there was all sorts of fun reasons too.
You guys just got
but
naked.
not in your
in-
mid,
just
not
got naked
your
in the
mid to
middle of
late
the party.
30s.
yeah,
Yeah,
not
sometimes
when you're in
slipping
mixed
slides,
company.
pools, all
when you're
sorts of
when you're in
places.
mixed company, inviting people over to your house, you're
Different
making,
setting,
you are
no
making
longer in
Context is
college.
everything.
Yeah.
yeah.
And like in the earlier thing with the towel, like if you're like
I'm told that
if
that
you're at your
event
house
was
and you're like
inaccurate.
if you're leaving the
By the way.
bathroom and just wearing a towel from the bathroom to your room to go get dressed, I wouldn't find
Can you
anything wrong
shed
with
more
that.
details on that
yeah,
event?
red
Yeah,
line.
what's that red
Red
line?
line?
What's
what
what's
red line do you say?
the? Go ahead, red line.
I can't.
You can't
What?
say.
Redline, you've been
allowed.
received. What's that?
I'm not allowed to.
Well, then why would you?
So, well, he said
Jeez.
I
he
can say
said
that's
that
all I can say.
he said that he heard that event was not accurate.
Oh,
Where was this supposedly happening?
It was at a player meet at. Was it at the Matani's house?
I think I got you.
That's
Delon,
what I
100%.
was
I was there. I was there, and that didn't happen. At Matani's house,
Hmm.
it didn't
In
happen.
the Snuggie?
I was there.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
day.
Tani's house in the
Well,
Wasn't it a
Snuggie
Snuggie?
Hold
with the
on.
wizard hat.
I
No.
was
Hold
there.
on, Dom.
I was there. One of the nights I was there till 4:30 in the morning,
Hold on.
getting high with Tani.
Oh, we
And
need
that
to leave
never
Cole
happened.
Dom,
on.
is it possible that you just weren't looking at his
Just-
balls when it happened?
I mean, just because you
I'm
didn't
kidding, I'm
see
sorry.
it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm not saying it did happen,
Oh,
but just because you didn't see it doesn't mean
Were
it
you-
didn't
Okay.
happen.
Were you in the room with him the entire time?
Most of the time, yeah. Remember,
And
we
you-
were
and you
sitting
weren't
on the
looking
couch.
for his
he,
balls?
We were
Was
sitting
he in
on
a
the
Snuggie?
couch, He wasn't in his Snuggie.
Look, if somebody's walking around in Snuggie, I'm gonna look and see if there's a slip. I'm gonna
Notice it,
I'm gonna be looking out for it. I'm a dirty
Well,
fucking.
okay, but I mean,
What I-
Snuggies like in a hospital gown. Like their
The
ass
s-
should be
the
out then.
story, the story
Like,
that I
I mean-
heard as it was told on in the cesspool, either yesterday or Wednesday, was that Matani was like sitting on a couch, wearing a Snuggie, and apparently you guys know the men what do we call it, manspreading? Manspreading.
It's comfortable. A lot of
it's
people are like, oh, it's to air.
comfortable.
It's not to air anything out. It's that you're not like squeezing your nuts with
It's
your legs.
just we're
Doing
not
it right now.
It's
we're not
just
doing it to be
comfortable
gross.
to
It's
not.
just a comfortable way to sit. But if you're wearing a Snuggie with no underwear and there's mixed company in your house, I think you should have the common sense to not
You should probably just be
manspread.
fully clothed.
Just
but
put
also
some fucking pants
no.
on.
But, okay, so I want to answer. Delano was questioning before, and I have a thing with this. So Snuggie is on the front, right? That's a front.
Yeah,
it's
but
It's a
I mean,
blanket
It's
on
a
the front.
blanket with sleeves.
a
Hey,
snug, well, no, a Snuggie is a bathrobe backwards. You're wearing a bathrobe
Yes.
backwards. That's
you
that's what a
can
Snuggie
you
is,
can
and it's
wear it
soft.
as a robe. You can wear it the other way around, where it's
right,
draped
right.
around
So,
your back.
so that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking like he's basically wearing a backwards robe
may as- it
backwards.
may as well
so
have
he's
been a
wearing
bathrobe.
it's a double negative of backwarding. It's a double backwarding.
So if it's double negative backwards, then
my
it's
brain's
forward.
exploding. So if he's wearing a
let's talk about
Snuggie backwards,
tachyons.
he's
Let's go
basically
back
just
to
wearing a.
Let's just treat it like a
get the
robe.
Why even
whiteboard
call it a
out.
Snuggie if he's
Get
wearing a
the
Snuggie
whiteboard
backwards?
out.
It's a
Yeah,
bathroom.
The
Drayden,
makeup of a
draw-
Snuggie.
Draw us a Snuggie.
Okay,
Drayden.
let's get the Snuggie going. Hold on.
Snuggie versus bathrobe. Draw Snuggie on the left, bathrobe on the right, and we'll figure out this whole fucking thing. How
Make
could
sure
this
you
happen?
acknowledge that the only real difference is that the hood is flipped. You know,
I
if somebody accidentally put on a bathrobe backwards, they thought this would be brilliant, but this hood is no use to me anymore, and they
No,
bathroom
you
don't
see,
have
because
to
you're
work.
not thinking. You're not thinking. The hood.
All right, so here we go.
holds
Here we
your
go.
snacks. You
Yeah,
fill
Drayden-
that sucker with popcorn. Fucking.
All
You're
right,
in
so
movie time,
let's
dude.
let's
That's a
get
good
the
point.
money.
let's get the
What kind of weirdo
chips.
bathroom do you have
Yeah,
in there?
Delana says the hood is for holding chips. I could
Okay,
see
so
that,
we
actually.
got to get this ready.
I've been doing it
this,
wrong
This
for
is
years.
this is the point of contention right here. This is the no space, right? I don't remember what these buttons do now.
Is that the scale?
Hold on, I need the.
What are you doing?
We're now entering Drayden Science Hour.
And like typical Drayden Science Hour, it involves penises.
Okay, hold on. I'm fixing my thing. There we go. Okay, so this is the point of contention. This is what we got to cover up.
Right there. Yeah.
Oh wow, where are we going with this?
I
don't
didn't
want-
get the
You
arms
don't
up.
want your house guests to see what's
Okay,
in the
so
yellow
now we're gonna get
Is
to
this a
colors.
giraffe?
Oh, this is
Oh, it's
Snuggie.
got arms
This is
now.
You've got
Snuggie
your little
Land.
You've got your little color palette there. That's great.
Snuggie's on the front, right? Snuggie.
Yeah,
Look at-
it goes around the front, but you can
And
turn
then
it around.
these are
and wear it
vision
backwards.
lines. These are vision lines. Look at the vision lines can't get through the yellow, so the vision lines don't get to the cock and ball fun time.
This is
Right.
great.
Yeah.
So like there's no this is a barrier. This is no sight fun.
Protected.
Right. So, but Drayden, what you're forgetting is this is when the Snuggie is used as per the manufacturer's directions.
Oh, that's right.
When you misuse a Snuggie, your no square can be out there.
You are
Oh,
flying
it's-
free.
Everyone's
is
vision
down.
rays
Flying
is
free.
directly into your.
It's no longer
Unit.
covered by
It's
warranty
just
when you
so-
use it that way.
Okay, so the story was that Mitani was sitting on the couch, manspreading, and then he got up. So as he was sitting on the couch, his
All right, there
junk
we go.
wasn't exposed. But when he got up, I guess he moved the Snuggie in such a way that it exposed his junk
Allegedly.
to allegedly. It
Allegedly.
allegedly exposed his junk to a female Eve player who was there sitting across.
Who was
from him.
allegedly underage at the time.
I don't know if that's true.
I say allegedly. I've read plenty of comments.
Oh,
that
okay.
said
So
things
we
like that.
can say whatever we want as long as we put allegedly in front of it. Is that what
It's
you're
not say
saying?
whatever
I
we
mean,
want.
I
I'm
don't
not.
know.
Manic,
According
I'm,
to the
I'm
Tom's
saying.
Let's not
legal-
go that far.
Oh, Manic,
Okay.
Manic,
Tom's
I'm
legal
saying
advice
I'm
is
talking about what
hold-
I've read.
Okay, well,
If
let's
we want to
just
pick and
like,
choose what we
Open-
read, that is what I read from the person who was making the original posts.
let's just make sure that the sub money doesn't go towards legal fees. It goes towards the cabana.
Right.
So let's
We can
maybe we'll skip that part.
That's fair enough. All I'm saying is what I read. Go on.
Allegedly.
It's still hot in
No,
here.
for
I
these
actually did read
purposes,
it, but it was
pretend that
alleged.
you cannot read. For the purposes of the show, please pretend you cannot read.
No, thank you. But I
Or
appreciate
hard.
For the purposes of this show, I
I
always
can-
pretend that I'm so stupid. I'm actually really smart.
Really, same dude.
I just play dumb when the camera goes on.
Do you really?
Ignorance
No.
of the law is all the excuse you need.
I'm totally stupid, dude.
So while all these leaks and all this information is coming out, the
I see. No,
entire time
I'm doing it.
there is a group in Imperium called Delta Squad. Are you guys familiar with the squads in Imperium?
Sweat.
I've
Beta
heard
Squad are
their
a bunch of
names.
crabs.
I'm not familiar with the org structure.
I had
So
to ask about this.
the
myself.
Imperium is like how many characters big? 30,000
It's a lot.
characters big?
It's at least a dozen of them.
It's huge. There's at least 12 real people in it.
That's right.
So what they do is, because it's so big, like social interaction is kind of a pain in the ass. So they create SIGs and squads. So SIGs are like special interest groups. So if you're in a bombers, there's a bomber Wafa. They just fly bombers. If you're in the European time zone, there's the European Gunyan.
How do I get
Fucking
different
one of
colors?
those guys. If you're into space violence, there's a group called Space Violence. Whatever. There's different SIGs and stuff, and then there's different squads, and these squads are just like social groups that are within the Imperium. There's Delta Squad, there's Theta Squad, there's other kinds of fucking.
It's similar
weird
to like
squads.
PL or Black Legion. I assume
think
all of the
everybody took-
groups have they all have their own kind of
Yeah, like so you have your
smaller
you have your
social
giant
groups
alliance, and
within
then you
the
have your
larger,
small circle
yeah.
of friends within the alliance, and that's your squad, right? So
Little communities.
Delta Squad
Little groups of
is a group in Imperium, and they're becoming increasingly more vocal about the mistreatment of the victim of this alleged harassment, stalking, and exposure. And
I do
then-
believe that the victim of these incidents are two different people.
There are
And
two
that
different
Wow,
things
the
that yeah,
Are they
yes.
two
perpetrator
different
is
people?
Not,
There
and
are
the
two different.
perpetrator in both is not the Mitani.
Right, I knew the perpetrator in one half of it was not the Matani; it was some other weird guy.
Well, that's the thing. There was multiple things reported on in the last like 5 days. That's
It's so confusing unless
they're
you
stacked
fucking-
up to be 3, 4, 5 things
Okay,
allegedly.
so
No, we don't have to say that anymore.
spent
I put it on the
the
screen.
last 5 days.
Thank you. That was good.
watching the cesspool pop off nonstop at all hours of the day. Has anybody
Would you
else
say-
been there in the dirt with me, moderating?
I've been picking up bits and pieces of honestly I got everything that I could from the discussion in Cesspool in the voice chat the other night. When God, what's his name? Hezi?
Mitani? Oh. I didn't know who you were
You mean
talking
the
about.
pedo cage match?
Hezi versus Zenaria?
Yeah,
Knew
Hezi.
it.
Hezi, yeah. Which I don't know who
Dom,
Hezi
has
is.
traffic
Pedo
moved at all
cage
for you
match, by
yet?
the way.
No, I'm still sitting here.
Fuck.
Oh,
Dude,
and
Don't
see-
they know who you are?
Have you ever seen the movie, I think it's called,
Apparently.
what's it called, like, Walking Home or something like that?
With
Oh,
Michael
my
Douglas?
Yeah, it's got Michael Douglas. What's it
Falling
called?
God, that's a
Falling
solid
Down.
movie.
What is it
It's a
called?
good one.
Going
Falling
Home?
down.
Falling
Foo Fighters.
down. Yeah, Falling Down. Just do that, Dom.
Foo Fighters have a music video of it too. Yeah. Yeah, Dom, do that.
Falling down.
Be watching you on the news.
Don't
and, like,
do have
don't do
a
that.
knife.
Don't.
I feel
don't
like
do that.
there's not a lot of
Start
urban
stabbing
sprawl
people.
for Dom to go through right now.
Yeah, but
Mostly just be
People-
woods.
Does he
and
have a
his message would
briefcase,
get
though?
lost.
All you
Hey,
need is a
don't
briefcase.
judge Corn City that way.
Yeah, Corn City's beautiful.
Sure.
I figured that Dom's situation is more
Is it-
along the lines of like Good Morning Vietnam, where there's a buffalo jackmasked up here. It's not a pretty picture, that kind of crap.
Is that
That's
what-
exactly what's going on. Motherfucker.
What-
Dom, you should turn Corn City into Ethanol City. Much more up your alley.
Was it knee high by the 4th this year,
That's what
Dom?
I wish I could do. Fucking stuff. It's goddamn my drinking time. I like it.
Was
Where
it
I
knee
come
high by the
from,
4th?
everybody gets their corn from a jar. If
I'm
you
just
know what I
waiting for
mean.
Dom's gonna just walk out and just grab some corn off the side of the road and just start distilling it right there on the fucking freeway.
People stare at him. He's like, we might as well.
I'm right next to a cornfield. That is
I'm making enough for you guys. Come on.
You're in Iowa, of course you're next to a cornfield.
That's like literally.
You were-
I've done the drive on I-80 all the way from the east side of Iowa all the way out to Nebraska, and 99% of it's fucking
corn.
cornfield.
It's like I've flown over it.
You're not in corn. You're not surrounded by corn when you're passing through Iowa City and Des Moines, and that's basically it.
Yeah, it's like I mean,
So for all
No,
the
there's
people in
some going to
Iowa,
be fields too.
Why are we talking about Iowa?
because
because
Dom's
Dom
late.
is-
road
Yeah.
traffic.
It's
Here's
probably
the
currently
question:
stuck
if
on
I
the
were
road.
to,
Hey, look, it's Dunk Dinkle.
It's Dunk Dinkle.
Hey,
Hi,
Dom.
Dom.
The Dunk Dinkle?
Oh man.
So for all the Iowa people,
I've
if
heard
I
about
have to
that
drive
guy.
through Iowa, how fast could I go without getting a ticket?
Depends on where you're at.
If I'm flying through a
Now say that
cornfield,
again. You cut out. What was that?
how fast can I go without getting a speeding ticket?
75.
Yeah.
That's low.
That's
I think
about
Texas
the same.
That's
goes up to-
average.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
Texas
average.
goes up to 80.
Here in Michigan, we've bumped it up
Like,
to
as posted speed?
posted speed limits here in Michigan are 75, but you can pull off going up to 85 reliably without getting a
Near
ticket.
90.
I don't ever
So
go
you
more
can
than
pull out all
5.
sorts of
yeah, I
things.
mean,
80.
down by where you live at.
I don't ever go more than
shit.
I don't ever go more than
Yeah, no one
5
gives
over
a shit
because
about
I'm that
anything
guy
here.
that people are like you can go 10 over, it's safe, and I'm just like I'm that guy that gets the speeding ticket at 7 miles an hour over.
A sweet guy
I've
like you
gotten
can't
two-
talk himself out of a ticket.
Dude, I've been pulled over 10 times. I've got 9 speeding tickets.
I
Holy
will say,
shit.
I will say though, Redline up here, you can do just about anything right now because the Grand Rapids cops are scared to do
And
shit.
I'm not kidding. One of those was for 7 over, one was for 8 over. I've gotten 2 speeding
Jesus,
tickets
man.
for less than 10 over.
Officer, I was trying to set my cruise control.
Yeah.
Man, I've never gotten
Yeah,
a
where I
ticket for
live,
less
you have
than
to be
10.
pretty much doing 15 over to
Yeah.
before they even think about giving you a ticket.
The only but that's the thing is like generally you can because I normally see cops are going like 10 15 over. Everyone else I've seen guys pass cops going 15 over and the cops don't even
6
care.
years in Wisconsin, I got 5 tickets. 7 years in Michigan, I've gotten nothing.
Yeah,
and I
but-
drive worse here than I did there.
I'm just saying like I have the luck like the Harold and Kumar movie. I had the luck where it's like you look one way, you look the other way, there's nothing in sight, you take one step, woo, cops right there. Like that's my luck with speeding. So it's like I just don't go more than 5 over.
What's that, like
Because
40?
it
All right,
feels
I mean,
like
I'll
the
hand
one
over that
time I
license
do it,
plate
I get a
registration.
ticket, and then you see other people going 20 over, and they never get pulled over.
I got
I-
pulled over for speeding once, and it was a Friday night, and the cop was very obviously looking for drunk
Why do we
driving.
keep getting distracted when we
I
have
don't
the
know.
Oh, yeah.
spiciest? We have the
I was wondering.
spiciest eve
Because
on
we've
the
all
stage.
been
We
drinking.
keep, like
But hey, real
veering
quick,
away from it.
It's
Manic?
I'm trying not to
because, like,
spearhead it
I
at this
do want
point.
to ask you
Manic,
something real fast though.
Did
just
you
real
for-
fast.
It's
Hold
because
Did you forget what show you're on,
Hold on.
Manic?
What did Redline? What do you want to say?
What do you think of my profile picture?
I like it. I really like
a little
it. Actually,
campaign picture looking thing.
is that like a Lenin thing?
That's what it's from.
Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
And the guest channel.
Right, I think so, Bob.
So,
But I mean,
speaking of the
um,
spicy drama,
It doesn't
so
matter.
it also extended to some of the other people affiliated with Matani, such as Merkel Chen, and nominated Brisk, and apparently some piece of shit actually tried to contact Brisk's work. Apparently, there's screenshots. Of
Oh,
course,
that's not
everything's
cool.
taken
I saw
with a
that.
grain of
Allegedly,
salt.
yeah, it was.
That's
there's-
fucked up.
there's
And that's
screenshots.
my
That's
opinion.
shitty.
I don't
And-
care what you do in game. Trying to go after somebody
Well, I do
in
care
real
what you
life
do in
makes
game,
you
but-
makes you a piece of shit.
Don't dox
Yeah,
people.
that-
period.
That's crossing so many fucking red lines. That's
Do
fucked
care
up.
what you do in real life,
Hey.
but there's a difference between contacting the authorities,
don't
which is
cross
handing
me,
something
y'all.
off to someone, or contacting someone's workplace.
I don't like.
I'm not going to
doxing
distinguish the line because I don't
whatsoever.
think I'm not even gonna try to determine where that line is. But if something illegal is happening, you contact the authorities and you hand it off.
Yeah.
If you're trying to be a piece of shit, you try to get people fired. And
I mean,
I don't agree with that.
It's one of those
If
things.
it's,
Like
if it's
I'm
bad enough to get someone fired, then you're contacting the authorities and you're handing it off.
I'm sure
that's-
enough
that's where that
Googling
is.
because like I mean
And that's not, from what I read, that's not the case there. That's people being a piece of shit.
like even with enough Googling, I mean, like there are certain players and stuff. I mean, like Brisk, his real name's out there publicly. He's not worried
Right.
about that. Same with various other players, but like still, it's like just don't go fucking doxing people ever. Like it's just don't do it. It's kind of like this. It's like a taboo of the internet.
I can say with firsthand experience, don't dox
Yeah, don't
people.
dox
It's a
people.
really shitty thing to do.
So
all-
as was mentioned just now, though, I haven't read anything substantial that implicates either Merc or Brisk beyond the fact that I don't think Merc has actually said anything public that I've seen in the last week. Brisk has been like, spoke to Mitani and like I was satisfied with his answer, whatever, blah blah blah, and a lot of people are just unhappy.
He
with that
gave the
because-
politician's response.
Exactly, because he didn't elaborate on it, and people were like, you were satisfied with his response, and then like all this, allegations are coming out and this, that, and the other. But I haven't seen anything about like anything substantial about Merkle Chen, and certainly fill in if you have it. But
I honestly
on-
haven't heard anything from Mark
on-
about this.
On their stream, they've dodged it multiple times. Like they joked about it and like danced around the edges of like, about there being an elephant in the room, but that's it. That's literally not going any further than that.
I feel like they're
on
just not
Rampage
going to
Inc.
talk about it.
So they're
yeah,
not.
they're not going to talk about it.
So they're not denying
at all.
it.
They're not denying that there's some
They're
big news
just
out
not
there. They're
acknowledging
just
So you're
not
talking about-
acknowledging it.
They're
Y'all are
keeping
talking about, like,
quiet
on
and
Imperium
waiting
streams?
for it to go away.
I'm talking about on Rampage Inc. because Merc
Gotcha.
streams most nights.
right, and I checked the other night, and it was their night crew or whatever, the
earlier-
after hours crew.
Tonight, actually, as we were starting up, I muted our comms for a few minutes and went and listened to their stream, and they were making jokes about there being an elephant in the room, but didn't actually address the actual topic. They just made jokes about there being an elephant in the room and then moved on. They're not
Is it-
going to address it directly whatsoever.
So that's what was basically being said like 3-4 days ago when all this was starting to kick off. Everybody was like, is there going to be a meta show this week? Is there going to be a blah blah blah? Like, are we going to talk about these things? And at least some people were like, there's no way. Like they're discussing quietly like how their response is to various things and whatever. Which allegedly
And
there
I'm-
is going to be a meta show this week. I don't generally watch the meta show because for my own various reasons, I don't find it to be engaging. But I was gonna watch because I was like, how are we, approaching any of this, if at all?
Is there a meta show? I thought it was canceled.
So
I
Brisk
think it-
Brisk
I guess
comment
it's
today that
canceled.
it's happening.
I think it's
But
canceled this
Brisk
week.
also, it's not.
Oh.
But Brisk also said it'd be
Brisk-
an emote only mode because he's a coward.
Emote only mode. Are you kidding me?
You heard what I said.
Emote.
Wow.
only.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
he did
that's
confirm
pretty
today that it was
wild.
happening.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah.
He mentioned that he and
I thought
Merc
emote
did
only
not
mode was a
do-
meme.
He mentioned that he and Merc did not do last night, that Thursday, which a lot of times they stream together, or maybe not that Thursday, whatever, the recent stream. And he was like, we already had former plans, whatever. Possibly, I'm not trying to say that as a call out. It's just that nobody major has been seen in the last few days.
Can
And
we
there's
go
been
emote
very
only mode?
minimal like commentary. And I get that because
Mittens
people
has
are
been
probably
seen.
talking in a lot of back channels. Yeah, Mittens has said things internally and only in places where he can control what is said. From what I've seen, actually, that's not quite true because he did comment on something awful, and then he got shit canned on something awful.
Oh, we can't. Okay, we're gonna go emote only
He's
chat for
perma
like.
banned on something awful.
We're gonna go emote only chat for like 2 minutes and see what it looks
That's so
like.
toxic.
Whoa.
Well, we're doing it just to test it out.
Yeah,
not
we're
doing
just
it-
we're just gonna
not-
see. Okay, so
We're not
imagine.
doing it to censor discussion of the topic.
Yeah. Okay. So
You're
how
going
about this?
robot
So let's just say pretend this is the meta show tomorrow, and we're gonna turn on emote only mode. What would it look like?
Christ,
Go.
don't look like
Oh
this.
my god.
It looked like a
Wow.
cesspool, probably.
So yeah, how about that business as usual, fellow Imperium bros?
Dude.
Well,
you
no,
don't
we
do
don't have to
this.
pretend it. I'm just saying. I just want
This
to see
is-
what the chat looks like tomorrow.
I thought we were trying to do a full simulation.
I no, we're just going with the test. This is what chat will be tomorrow. I think this is worse than letting people speak their piece. Honestly, like look at this.
I honestly
Oh
think
my
it is.
god, it's
This is so
awful.
stupid.
Look at this nightmare. Who wants this?
All right, fuck this shit. I'm gonna get another drink. Well,
Nobody
Yeah.
But
wants
now
that.
you know that there's nothing being said in the chat. It's only
yeah. See,
silverfish and fucking ducks. and
nobody's talking
Those are
about the
geese.
thing.
Those are
robot.
geese, LB.
The-
As a man of Canada, I think you would have
Here-
known that.
Here's
They're not,
Those aren't-
Canadian. They're not Canadian.
Those aren't the geese.
That's
I
definitely
know.
goose.
only
Yeah,
chat.
they're not the blackheads.
Can I say something?
Sure.
What is being accomplished with emotes only chat is nobody is talking about the thing that needs to be talked about.
That's true.
Problem
Wait,
solved, right?
but
hey,
I'm
guys,
seeing-
we fixed the problem. Let's just not talk about it.
It's
And
still-
let's keep other people
bulkheads.
from
It
talking
still
about it.
turns
That
the
way
chat into toxicity, though. Like,
the
look
problem
at how
will just
toxic that
go
is.
away.
All right, I'm gonna turn it off because I don't like that.
All I'm saying is I'm
Experiment
seeing bulkheads. I'm seeing a lot of fish heads. I think we're really touching on the important issues here.
I cannot.
All right,
Oh, there's
you
a
guys
try
can
mark
calm
I
now.
down.
can't
Those might be
believe they're
try mark.
actually doing emote only chat for that. That's so fucking. Oh,
There's a
it's
lot of
not-
good sports
that's,
in the
honestly,
chat.
honestly, that's fucking despicable. That's fucking despicable.
But it's
You're-
to be expected, right? They don't want to deal with it. because it's not their problem.
they're literally censoring their community. They're censoring their audience from talking about something that needs to be talked about.
Are
So
you
here's-
shocked?
Here's a
I'm,
fun
I'm
one.
not shocked. I'm not shocked that they're doing it.
Here's
I'm,
a fun
Just
one.
checking.
I'm not well, okay, I'm not shocked that they're doing it. I'm shocked that the idea even crossed their minds. Like, oh god, I don't know.
Well,
this
like,
is just this is one of those
if I
things.
may,
like, we need
if
to
I
we
may.
need to have a
Yeah, yeah.
discussion about
Yeah,
this.
LB, go ahead.
If I may.
So to keep people from talking about it again, to keep people from talking about it is like not talking about it at all. And like I said earlier, if you know bad shit is going down and you do nothing to stop it, then you're part of the problem.
Go ahead, LB.
Agreed. So what I foresee happening is the emote only chat is going to be an opportunity for them to do a very sad, apologetic goodbye to the Mittani as leader of the
Nah.
Imperium and the GSF. And it's not going to be the usual hour-long or 2-hour-long show, whatever it is. It's going to be a bunch of fucking. I don't expect him to come on and be like, "You're all wrong about me. None of this is true." I expect it to be basically the ping he sent out today to Imperium it's going to be that, but on his channel, and he's going to he'll probably call out some Pappy people. He'll probably call out some other fucking people who shit on him, and then he'll disappear. And then the next meta show will probably be a show where they talk about how inappropriate the actions were and how fucking wrong it was.
I'm-
and how everybody's changed, and now it's a whole new Imperium, and there's measures put in place, and there's standards now, and fucking
Didn't they say this
I
like
was-
5 years ago that,
Well-
Yes,
that
they did.
things are going to be different and their cultural revolution and things are going to change and yeah,
Yep.
we've heard this before.
Right. So the thing about accountability is if you don't hold yourself accountable, then there's no fucking point to it. So that's what they did. They had a cultural revolution, and what they did was they launched people out of a cannon into the sun, but only the people that they didn't give a fuck about. They kept all their circle of friends around that were still
Upper
toxic,
echelons.
disgusting individuals, and they protected them and they disguised them and they fucking kept them hidden away. And then they put up this veneer of we're a different Imperium, we're a different group. This is a whole new thing. We don't hurt people, all this shit. But then they turn around and they still call people plebs and puppies and fucking whatever else. And they still fucking directly attack people's character, not like character in game, but like character
assassination.
character assassination. They still do that. And then all of a sudden the glass is broken, the mirror is broken, and you can see through to the other side. You can see the man behind the curtain, and you realize he's wearing a Snuggie, and it's fucking inappropriate.
He's got a goatee and some spiked up hair in the
It's
front.
fucking-
And
it is what it is.
2006
They're
all
gonna,
over.
they're gonna have to do it. They're gonna have to fucking. It's gonna be a come to Jesus moment. You're either gonna say, "Yep, that was wrong. We're getting rid of that guy. He's out." Like, say your last piece, and then they're gonna turn over a new leaf and
All
try
right,
to fucking
so let's
So
live.
today,
Or it's gonna all fall apart. The whole
let's go to
the
today.
is gonna crumble down.
yeah. So today, Mittani stood down via
Yeah.
big ping
But
in his
also
own.
to be clear,
Resign.
He publicly resigned.
Right. He might have, and there's some air quotes we have allegedly on the screen. If you notice, he might have done a
No,
Putin
I'm putting stepped
designation.
down in air quotes.
Well, no,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So he actually did. I think he actually did move the shares and do all this. So like publicly and
You know
all
what,
the
though?
Did he hand over
books-
the Twitch credentials
Well,
and all the
you know-
things
you
that
know what,
actually
though?
send checks?
Right,
to
right,
his
but
house?
I'm just saying, as far as him stepping down, he handed over the. So as far in-game alliance executor, all that stuff concerned, he did step down and leave. Well, he's no longer in control of Goonswarm.
Okay.
Now that is a technical thing, and that could just be a public, visible thing.
That's a formality.
He's probably still in contact with all the people that are in charge outside of the game, and he's probably going to still be running things outside of the game, just not technically as the Mittani in person in game. So
The thing is, like, there was a running gag, a meme like years ago that like Mittani doesn't even need to log in to run Goons, right? There's that the long running joke was that Mittani doesn't even play the game. He's the figurehead of this massive empire, and he doesn't even play the game. He said so himself in like interviews. Like he barely ever logged in. So the fact that he has stepped down, again, air quotes, transferred ownership in game, transferred shares, whatever, that's all a formality. He doesn't need any of that to continue running Goons in the position that he's in.
That's correct.
Right. And that's the thing. I mean, like, he's all, kind of always done, like, yes, he'll log in, he'll do stuff, but I mean, like, he's always kind of run the Alliance without necessarily, like, his running the Alliance is not him logging in and doing stuff. Him running the Alliance is him being in constant contact through Jabber and whatever other Discord and other communication means, getting in contact with all of his other people that he delegates duties to. And he gets information from them, and then he tells them what to do. So, like, he's doing all the administration stuff, does not require him to be logged into the game. So him handing over the keys of Goonswarm to someone else and technically stepping down does not remove him from his position of power if he wants to still keep it. He just has to be in his position of power behind the shadow. He's the cloak and dagger puppet master now instead of
Right. But the risk is he does that. Let's say he does that. He says publicly, I'm stepping down, I've transferred all the shares, I'm no longer in charge, I'm gonna go outside and touch grass and smoke a bunch of weed and fucking move on with
Which
my
is
life.
what he said.
I
if
support
anybody's
Which is
this.
exactly what he said.
Yeah.
So and then he doesn't, and he stays in the shadows, and he's still pulling the strings, and he's still fucking doing something. Don't you think that someone somewhere is going to realize that that's what's happening and then come public with that?
Potentially.
Wouldn't the risk be that he gets exposed for still being the head of the Imperium, and that the empire that is Fortress Delve continues to crumble because people are still disenfranchised with the fact that this sex pest and this child porn protector is still in charge, that people are still going to leave, that people are still going to, there's still going to be an exodus from what is the Imperium and what is Goons, to the point where everything is lost? Or do you think he's the type of person who will see the threat that he is to the Empire and go, I am actually going to leave. I am actually going to touch grass and smoke weed and maybe go on a little canoe trip or something, and then fucking we'll see what happens after that.
I think so. Granted, I have had.
You think he's that selfish that he's just going to hold on to that?
I've had minimal.
He'll no longer be in the spotlight. And this is the kind of guy who like craves that fucking. He needs that weekly meta show.
It's a cult of
get on there with his red shirt. And
Okay.
do his thing, right?
I've had minimal personal interaction with the Mittani. So I don't know him all that well. So what I'm about to say is very anecdotal based on my limited interaction with him. I believe that this theater of him stepping down is to kind of help settle the waters a bit for a little while. What I'm getting at is I believe he thinks that he can remain in power and continue to get away with it. I think he could be that kind of person where he what am I trying to say?
So
I think he still thinks he can continue to do this stuff
Pull the
even if he's
strings.
even if he's exposed in the future. That's not what he's thinking about right now. I
Yep.
think he's thinking I can still like I can still get a hold on this. I can still like wrangle this and reel it in. I
May
think
set up
he
plausible deniability.
yeah, he can continue. I think he thinks that he can continue to get away with it if he just lays low for a little while. And yeah, maybe he gets exposed again in
I
the
like-
future, like for a fourth or fifth time, however many times it's been now. He'll get exposed again, but he's not thinking about that right now.
I like Lord Callus. He's like a mini Teflon Don. That's
Nothing
that's
sticks.
that's kind of a nice little analogy, actually.
Manic, did you read the step down ping that he put up?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, just like
No, you're fine. That's why I was curious because I was like, if
like I
not,
said,
then I'm gonna
like
make you
him-
read it.
him
But out loud.
coming out publicly saying he's stepping down. It means absolutely nothing. He can still
Right.
run the show. He can
Like, this is
absolutely
literally-
still run the show. It's
Absolutely.
all theater.
This has been a person who has like famously not played the game
And
since the
even, like-
last major war, not the most recent major war, the last one. They were still like not played. They've been running things
You're
from
referring to
outside the game for many
WWB
years.
one, right?
Even in his stepping down, that ping that he sent out, even then he was kind of like it wasn't even an apology. It was a non-apology. He was using accusatory language.
He's still the victim.
Yeah, he's playing it. That's exactly it. He's playing the victim. All these people coming out and saying these nasty things about me. All these bitches coming out and like it wasn't an apology. It wasn't like any kind of formal resignation letter. The tone was very like, listen, people are saying some shit,
Yeah.
and I'm sick of it. I'm gonna
It's
step
all
away. Me.
false accusations.
Yeah, like come on, dude. I don't know. I
yeah,
think
just with, I'm
my-
stepping down because people are mean to me.
I'm
that
thinking
was
like
what Delana said, yeah.
if everywhere you go smells like shit, you got to check your own shoes. Don't
That
go
was the
pointing
biggest thing.
Don't go pointing the finger at other people.
You're stepping down because you're being bullied. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, wait,
So here's
who?
a
Like,
Yeah,
question.
what?
when has he ever cared about being bullied?
Like,
he
you-
loves
you
being
are-
the bad guy.
You are the king of like character assassination, bullying people, just making it just a focused
I
attack
don't think he's
on
the
various
king
things.
anymore.
Well, obviously.
he's loving this,
In
guys.
this moment, it was when I
He's
was
a
reading it.
narcissist. He's loving
It's,
the opportunity to play the victim.
he has narcissistic he exhibits narcissistic tendencies. He does. And yeah, I honestly I think he's loving this. He's getting so much attention right now. He's loving it. And I think
And
he
he can play
thinks
the
that he can
victim.
he can play the victim. He'll lay low for a bit and he'll continue to pull the strings. And if he gets exposed again in the future, well, he'll cross that bridge when he comes
Right,
to
right.
it.
I was gonna say, like, everyone's mentioning the wizard hat. I mean, remember the wizard hat scandal? That was really
Yeah.
big. And then
Yeah, and
guys
got
see the
banned
he
from-
actual
quote unquote
apology post up?
apologized
He got-
back then,
he got
and he
banned
stepped down from chairman. He got banned for like 30 days
But did you see his apology post?
from the wizard hat
No,
incident.
I didn't. That was
No,
before I
from
played.
this incident.
We were just talking about
Uh,
that.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
was just saying, like, so
Not
I mean,
the
he did that
ping,
back then, but then
Not the
eventually
leaving
attention
thing,
moved
but
off
the
of that, and
actual
he came
apology
back.
post.
What was the actual apology?
Yeah, here.
Here's the thing about apologies is though, like half
I
of
know.
an apology is working to change your behavior. So it's you can say I apologize. You can say I'm sorry all you want. It doesn't mean a damn thing if you don't work to change your behavior.
Yeah, but it's only been like a few hours since he said the apology, so
Well, I
We
mean,
would-
it's
we
been
have to
several
push
it's been
ahead.
several years since the wizard hat incident and other things have come out since
True.
then, and so
I think that ship may have sailed.
Oh wow, this is unique.
Wait, so is
No,
this?
I don't know,
Fleablock, it
man.
was not. It was not the wizard that you're thinking of. It's a
The-
normal wizard, not a grand wizard.
To me, the apology here that I put in the
Hi
chat,
there, Rex.
it seems sincere. Like this, but this is only about that situation with the harassment stalking. and how that was handled, because that was the big problem at the core.
Where
at the beginning
did you
of
link this somewhere?
in the
In the
Twitch
chat.
chat, yes.
Okay, sorry.
I know some people have said about the apology that it was the narcissist prayer, which
Yeah.
I read.
The
and it's
narcissist.
very interesting. But I don't think so. It seems sincere enough for me, but that's just me. Everybody else is gonna have their own
So-
opinion on
That's
it.
I don't know.
So here's the
So
thing.
this is him apologizing for the treatment of the person who was sexually harassed and stalked.
I'll be right back.
This
I need a
After
bio
doesn't,
he had
break.
this
kicked
doesn't
him,
address
after he kicked
anything
him out of the
about
group.
the accusations of him being a sex pest and the fact that
Correct.
Zenuria was protected for a decade after
Correct.
posting CP, right? So I think those two things were the nails in the coffin. Where like
Now,
anybody can post an
Here's-
apology, but like
here's the thing, though. He's denying the allegations, though. So he's
Sure.
not going to
As you would.
apologize for
As you would.
something that he didn't do,
100%.
according
Right.
to him, right? So, and that's the thing, is it's all allegations. So, like, if none of
Allegedly.
us were there, then we don't actually know what happened, and that's all he said, she said. But what
believe
we
that's
do know
hearsay.
happened.
That was
Yeah,
the
it's-
actual
it's
his
hearsay,
initial
right?
response was
But
why he kicked
if-
both of those people. When
Well, why he kicked
that was
both of
kicking
those
up.
people is because they were causing drama, and it was because
and
the
all
one
he
started
had
the
at the
drama,
moment
the
was
other
he
one was
said, she
defending.
said.
Right, exactly. So get them both, but there were some choice words that were said that were not great, and that's what this apology was for. Which, to me, it shows at least some remorse. So we know he's not an insane person.
Right. Can I talk about
I'm not
how
going to call anyone insane.
my experience
disagree
with the
on the motive,
blacklist of Imperium?
It's your show, Baba. You can talk about whatever you want.
So my knowledge of the blacklist of Imperium is that if someone comes forward with drama, the person that they're coming forward about gets airlocked right away. There's no trial. There's no discussion. There's no weighing of evidence. It's just fucking, hey, this guy said this to me. All right, gone. The reason why that exists is because in a space tribe of 30,000 characters, if you convened a space court every time somebody was like, this guy's a
Sure.
fucking dickhead, you would constantly be in a state
Wouldn't
of,
have enough time to do it.
like, the
Everyone would
courts
be in space
backed
court.
up.
Yes.
Your entire job would be dealing with he said, she said bullshit. So the way I see this falling apart here because somebody came forward and said, hey, this guy's a dickhead. And instead of immediately airlocking that person and just being like, that's it, it's done, they fucking hummed and hawed and weighed the evidence and fucking looked at it and discussed it. And that's where the whole thing fell apart. If they had just fucking stuck to what they know and what they've been doing for years, none of this would be a fucking issue right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, LB,
I hear
that's
where you're
not
coming
completely true. I was a Diplo, and there were discussions. They're very
But they're-
one-sided discussions, but there were always discussions. Do we want to do this? Yes, no. That would happen, right? That, for everybody. Now, most of the time, it was a done deal. We blacklisted a lot of people, and you never get off the blacklist. The thing
Right.
is, what does happen, and always has happened, if that person who gets complained about is somebody with any kind of clout, then there's more discussion, and there's more looking into it. Which is right or wrong, that's the way it works, right? That's the way it has always worked. It just depends. It honestly depends on who you are. If you're a nobody, somebody bitches about you, you're getting blacklisted. If you're the vote, somebody bitches about you, they're going to discuss it and figure it, and then maybe not black. I don't know. It just depends on what the situation is. It
Well,
really
and-
does
and-
depend on who you are.
But this is why
They
it's
always
falling
have.
apart, right? Is because it's rules for thee, but not for me. So if you're
I
buddies
don't know,
with the
that's
Mittani, if
part
you're
of it, but
buddies
it's
with
always
whoever,
been like that.
okay, I agree with you, and I trust you because you're, like you said, you're a Diplo and you know that shit. But if they had just stuck to those simple rules of somebody fucking says something, you're fucking gone. That's it. Like, holding people accountable is the number one thing that keeps a group together. If you don't hold people accountable, then shit like this occurs, right?
Oh, Matterall's
Somebody
on.
comes forward and says fucking somebody's done something, and they go, oh, well, are you just a wounded bird? Or maybe you're an amber herd, maybe you're this, maybe you're that. And then the whole thing turns into a fucking huge lump of drama, or if they should have just fucking popped him out
Ro-
and been done with it.
Real quick,
And there's
LB,
always
and
needs to be a little bit of evidence too. Just so you know, I mean, that's the thing.
I don't want
You
to
can't
like.
just come out and say, "Well, somebody called me a big piece of shit. I want him kicked." I better be able to prove that if they ask, because they might ask.
So I'm not trying to ask like a rhetorical question or anything like, or you know, whatever, a leading question. I don't remember the terminology, but does that not encourage people to not bring up things at all? Because if there's any drama, whether it's, I'm not going to say the severity of it, but does that not encourage people when there is actually some sort of situations to not bring it up at all? Because
It encourages
potentially
them
two
to
people are
take it to the
getting
right person.
airlocked, the person it happened to and the person that it happened against.
It
And
encourages
if we're not
people
going
to
to
do it
address
the right way.
but I'm saying if we're not going to address it, like if it's gonna, if I bring something up, and I'm not trying to lead this towards like a gotcha or anything, but in my mind, does that not encourage an environment where people are encouraged not to bring things up because they might just get booted right away, as well as the offender, but they literally want to stay a part of the group. They just want to highlight something, but sadly, it might bring up a little bit of drama for a moment, you know.
It just depends
If
on how
people
they
get
bring it up.
airlocked so
If you bring
easily,
it up in chat among everybody, you're probably gonna get booted. You bring it up if you say something in forums and some shit like that, probably gonna get booted. If you bring it to your CEO and ask them to contact the Diplo group, better chance of something not happening. There are right ways of doing it, and unfortunately, not everybody does it the right way. And that's where
so,
the drama starts.
and that's
If I post on the forums, hey, Akrov called me a piece of shit and said I like to kill babies. Well, if I start bitching about like something like that on the forums, I'm probably gonna get booted for causing drama, whether it's true or not. If I go to my CEO and say, "Hey, this is what Akrov said. It's not true. I can prove it," or whatever, then he can go to Diplo and say, "Hey, can you talk to Akrov or do something about Akrov? Maybe you'll get blacklisted, or you might get talked to." If that's the way to do it, unfortunately, people don't do it that way. They say something on Discord, they say something on Twitter, they say something on the forums,
sure.
causing everyone to go, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of drama. Now they both go.
Right.
Right.
No, and
And
I
then-
understand
Okay,
about like
but,
grandstanding.
Dom, here's the thing: is that this
That-
was sent in a private message to someone who was supposed to handle it.
That's
and
what
it
I'm
didn't
wondering.
Well,
get
then that was
So
the yeah.
I understand
wasn't in the
about
loop on that, so I don't
grandstanding.
know.
If you're trying to make drama where there can be avoided, then yeah, I think that is, from anybody's standpoint, they're like, I don't have the patience for this. And again, we're talking about a 30,000 plus organization plus a coalition of massive amounts. Like I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
expect
sure.
this is easy work, and I think anybody who's in null anything understands that we're literally running free HR for, you know, a bunch of groups of people and just trying to all be friendly if we can, you know, manage and keep it going like a business nobody gets paid for on a good day. But so that's where this one goes a little bit astray. And again, like, this wasn't a gotcha. That was a separate question. But like, that actually is the case on this one, that people had tried to run it up like the correct, you know, routes. You know, they tried to run it through the correct people in HR and et cetera. And from everything that came out, and honestly, through all this, the only thing that I've seen against Innominate, and I don't know shit about Innominate, I've seen him a few times on streams.
He's the one that had the message in his DMs
Right.
for 6 months.
Yeah, so this is where I'm going. But other than the current, you know, tonight, there's not a ton I know about Innominate overall. I've seen a couple claims throughout this last week that may or may not have any credibility, and I've never seen anything backed up with it, so I'm not going to repeat those. But one of the things that kicked all this off was that this was ran up the right pipelines, and where it ended up with Innominate, who's apparently the guy for this department, whatever this complaint, you know, box is, and that it just kind of backburnered and didn't get touched or dealt with for quite a few months. And then when it did get brought up again, it wasn't in a grandstanding way. It was like, how is this not being addressed? Like, this is just being neglected or ignored.
Oh, but I know I've been ignored by Innominate. I know it happens.
Me too.
Well, so that's where I'm saying, like, so that's where that all was kind of coming from. It wasn't that it was malicious necessarily, and you know, I don't know if there was any motive at all, but I'm just saying that there are processes in place, and I agree with chain of command in various ways. I don't think wholesale. I don't agree with anything wholesale. There's always exceptions to everything, obviously, but there is a chain of command, and if people run it up the right chains where they poke the right people and say, hey, here's my grievance of X, Y, and Z nature. Somebody was in my ratting site. Somebody was trying to bump me off tether. Somebody was sexually harassing me. You know, whatever the fucking spectrum of it is, certain things go through certain channels, and if this was ran up the right channels and it wasn't addressed, then obviously that's a huge part of where this outrage, that was a big part of the catalyst, I guess. Overall, I've seen a lot of heads on spikes as far as not only Matani's comments, because that's an actual phrase he used, but from the, whatever the other side, people who are outraged about various aspects of the last week in general, all the various things that have been coming out. There's people who are calling for blood for some people who there are either receipts for, or there's enough, whatever. There's public opinion. There's all sorts of various qualifiers or not. But then there's a handful of people who I've not seen a ton about. Nominate, I don't know what his full process in this. The one thing that I can say that it has been shown or has been claimed enough, it was that if nothing else, negligence, in that this sat on his desk. That was a big part of what kicked this off, is that it did get pushed up the right, chains, and that it just sat on his desk, or got set in the other pile, and it sat. And this was an active thing where someone was feeling harassment or etc., and it sat and got shuffled aside.
And that's that.
All right, that's the end
we're-
of the show.
that's it, we're done.
Great,
No,
great discussion, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, like as soon as we hit that 3 seconds of dead air, we're done. No,
done.
no.
Hey, 3 seconds of dead air is 3 seconds to take shots.
Oh well, yeah. I actually already did one. Let's do another one though. Why not?
Drayton, how are you feeling, anyways?
Oh, I'm feeling a lot better. So, they say once your symptoms are gone, you want to give it like 2 or 3 days to not be
We
contagious
did some
anymore.
opening COVID shots for Drayton.
Yeah, so to not be contagious anymore. So today was like the first day where it's like I would just say like I feel like 95%. So like pretty much done with it. Like as of right now, I mean, now that I've been drinking, I don't think it's a good point to correlate to. But today felt pretty much almost tip top, and then I got the whole weekend to basically get rid of it completely. So yeah, so honestly, yeah, I mean, like I had COVID this week, so I've been just sitting at home, and I don't know, it was pretty mild. Most people when they have COVID, they're like, oh, I felt like shit. I was just like, I felt like I had a cold for like 4 or 5 days. That's about it. But yeah, other than that though, not feeling too bad. But I was gonna say something though. So I saw a post saying that Zenuria is out, like he's out of good. I don't know if that means he was forcibly removed or he quit.
He didn't even know it was happening until the next day.
Okay, so they kicked him. Yeah, so Zenuria is out, and then Matani has publicly resigned. Again, we were saying like that
Resigned,
Alleged.
well, no, I think he did publicly resign.
Alleged.
So like I think in game the stuff was transferred, but like as of this morning, but that doesn't mean that he's not pulling strings outside of the game like he always has been. So like I mean, just because he doesn't have a character that's holding shares in the game does not mean that he's not running the show.
It's all theater.
I mean, things I read on the internet aren't real.
Probably not. Half of these people aren't even.
Do you really think it's theater, though?
I'm not even sure you guys are real.
It's hard to say at this point.
I
I mean,
gonna say, I don't think heavily. Sorry, go ahead.
I only believe that people I see in Vegas are real. So sorry, Akaroth and Albie.
Even
you're
then,
fine.
I'm not so sure.
You guys are
think it's
robots.
It's fine.
It's a
I'm actually 3 goats in a trench coat. So it's
Yeah, no, LB is an AI program that
That's
I made.
impressive.
I think he's
With a
probably
great
hedging his
mustache.
bets, honestly. Playing the long game. See if
Yeah.
it blows over.
Also, what's up, Rix? Welcome.
Hi,
Hey,
Rix.
Drayden, I'm
Welcome
glad
to the
to
show.
hear.
Welcome.
I was watching in the living room with my wife on the screen, and then Drayden tried to do some artwork. And
Oh, that's
that
what
was
brought
what
you.
I-
Oh
And-
man,
and you got offended.
I was
what
like,
drew you in.
yeah, I could just imagine
Hey,
Vic
that's
seeing
what
that
drew
going like,
him in.
no,
Proportions of
Oh,
the
that's
balls
not a
are all
snuggie.
wrong.
What kind of snuggie drawing is that?
dude,
That was
it's
terrible.
like a penis
insulted
snuggie. All right,
Rix.
it I just
And
needed
you're
it to
covering his
block.
penis with that?
I just needed it to block the X-rays from the pee-pee. You know, that's all that
That
had.
was awesome. It was great. I really enjoyed it. My
I
wife got a kick
channeled
out of
I
it, too.
channeled my inner John Madden on that one. I tried my best, but
To be honest, I was listening. I've been really having a difficult time processing all of this today as probably one of the few people, and I don't know everyone here, but hello everyone, but who's been on the other side of the Matani bullying. And this was years ago, but and I don't want to dredge up the past, but I've been on the receiving end of that, and it's not pleasant, which is kind of those torn sort of feelings about his resignation letter and how it all went down this week. And I thought, maybe represent the other side of this story, just from having been bullied and been doxxed on Reddit by his efforts in the past, and then because that's how my name got out into the community. So after that, it was kind of pointless to keep those two things separate. But so that's just that was a very difficult time in our lives, and that was all brought on by Mr. Mittens. And so I just thought I'd represent the other side of the coin here.
I mean, I mean, it doesn't even compare to like the sexual stuff, but like,
Oh, of course not. No.
well, I'm just saying, like so even at this Las Vegas, because I mean, I don't hang out with Matani, but I've like usually at most of the Vegas meetups, I will say hi to him if he comes around or something. And so like this one, he was super drunk. He came over and tackled me, almost, and then I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And then we were out on the Fremont Street, and there was a couple of people. I honestly forget the names, but I just met them, and we were hanging out. And then I was gonna like, I gave Batani and his girlfriend at the time some Open Comm shirts, and I was sitting there about to talk to him, and then he was talking to other people, and he just started shit talking, like Redline to be specific. He was just shit talking Redline like hard, and I was just like, all right. And I looked at the two people that
resigned from leading his alliance.
well, and then I turned to the two people I just met, and they were giving me this weird look. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to hang out over here anymore. Let's go somewhere else. It's like,
Was he just drunk or was he high as well?
Probably both. But
Yes.
still, like,
Oh yeah, he was.
That's not an
he could
actual
be all
question.
over the place.
I smoke a bunch of
it's
weed. That
just-
doesn't
I
change
don't know.
you.
It's like when I go to Eve meetups, I generally am there to like have fun and hang out with people, not just like talk shit about other people that are there. It's just
Right.
It just seems kind of now again like that's
one of the coolest thing
pretty
about
minor. Like
meetups
I'm
is
sure
that you
that
can
there's
meet
lots
real
of people that do that kind of thing, but I like that. That's pretty minor compared to
It's pretty unusual, honestly.
The other allegedly allegations against him, but I'm just saying, like, that was like the first time I had been around him, where I was like, kind of
Do you know
like, just
why
like, just
none
like
of
a kind of
this-
like a kind of
why-
nasty characteristic that it's like I don't really want to be around that. Time to go
Do you
somewhere
know why
else.
none of this never stuck?
None of what?
None of any of this like drama and allegation.
The sexual
bullshit ever stuck?
harassment and
The various
Yeah, all
allegations.
that.
Okay. Why did they never stick?
Because no one wanted to hold on to it.
What do you mean?
nobody wanted
They
to
didn't
touch
want
it.
to touch the poop.
It's a hot potato.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what?
That's probably.
Glad I touched the poop.
Did you touch it to poo poo?
Someone clip that.
You're a poop toucher.
I imagine that'll get clipped.
No, you gotta do
I
the
made
sexy
it-
one, Manic. The sexy
I
one.
made it very clear that I would not stop people from talking about it, and that's all they've done is talk about it.
Hmm.
So like,
So I will
everything- if
say-
you look through the cesspool, everything is there.
You created a space where people could actually talk about it without any censorship, and that was a really cool thing. I give you credit for that and props for that.
So,
Yeah, props.
and just to touch on that too, so Something Awful like revived a good bit, and people started, posting over there.
I didn't even
There
know
was a lot-
Something Awful was still a thing until this
Most
week.
people have said that
Yeah.
recently, right? They still have a fairly, prominent community, but within themselves. And a lot of people were coming out, and that's one of the I'm not going to say the most shocking, but the most eye-opening things about the last 5 to 7 days is that a ton of people who were traditionally very vocally just waving the flag were like, "What the fuck? and actually started like talking and being critical. And I'm not saying like let's just burn it all down, because there's been a lot of terrible takes with all of this as well. Like, there's a lot of terrible just subject matter here in general. You just reach out in the air and you can grab some. There's plenty of bad shit out there going on right now, or being revealed, or whatever, just opinions. But there's been some people being like, burn it all down. Like, goons should just not exist anymore. It's like, well, like, hold the phone. Like, I'll goon in game all day, because I've been on the other side for many years. But like, there's like, I've also like met them at meetups and stuff. Like these are people who have
there's some
been loyal and built something, and like there's a legacy there for like 15-ish years now. Like they have crazy history, and I
Seriously.
respect it being their enemy. Like they have crazy history that is not all just the personality, like the cult of personality. Like, don't get me wrong, some of their influential years and some of their most recent years are based around a certain person in some ways, but like I'm not gonna say nobody. There's a lot of stupid people out there that are making bad takes, but mostly I would think that most rational people don't want to cancel goons. Like, people are like, you need adversaries, you need the people who are not your side. Like, there's a lot of good reasons to have tribalism in this game, but you don't need to have toxic people. And like, there's a lot of goons being like, yeah, I've saw this, that, or the other over the years, and like, I don't agree, or I'm no longer following this, or I disagree with just how this is all played out. And it's been really crazy to see just a lot of like prominent posters being like, no, and change their tune, and not in a like, let's burn down fucking goons and let's just eradicate the game of them, because I don't agree with that either. But like, being like, there's some bad actors here, and like, we need to hold people accountable
goons
and
don't
just
have
be
to
real
go.
about it.
Just
There's a lot of
Good
really
reformation.
there's a lot of really cool people in goons.
yeah, I've been
And-
in the
Oh,
Imperium.
absolutely.
I've been in
And
3 Imperium alliances, and there's a lot of good people in the Imperium.
taking all of this drama
think
shit
most
out of
are,
it,
actually.
you can't deny that Goon Swarm is one of the most influential gaming groups in the world. Like, I don't
They've-
think you can really deny that.
If
It-
nothing else,
it's-
they've left their mark on a 20-year-old
they-
game that
they have-
people will write about for
Damn
many years to
straight,
come.
they have left their mark. They have had a significant impact. Eve would not be the game that it is without goons. But all of that being said, there's some shitty people in there. Like, there's shitty people in every group. Like,
Well, not every.
not well. What I'm saying
In
is
some groups,
what I'm
many
saying
groups
is
have less than
nobody
saber
is 100% virtuous, right? We've all done shitty things. No, we haven't all exposed ourselves in Snuggies, and we haven't all allegedly exposed ourselves to other people in Snuggies. We haven't traded pictures of certain things. But oh God, what am I trying to say? I don't know.
I don't know why people buy Snuggies. Just take a bathroom, wear it backwards.
It's possible.
We
to
didn't know that yet,
separate-
Trid.
It's possible when
I think-
it's possible to separate goons from the Matani when we're talking about this.
Do
Yeah,
we need
I
to,
It was
I think one-
1999.
do we need,
I think
oh,
one-
dude, we
one
should have a
thing we-
draw off. Me and Rix, like, you draw a Snuggie,
You
I draw
draw
a
off.
Snuggie.
Ooh.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Competitive art stream.
Are we
Yeah,
taking
art
bets?
stream.
Yeah,
Are we
like,
taking bets?
I hope you're all betting on me.
I will take
Your
bets.
tenure
I'll-
on this show
I
depends
hope we
on
bet
it.
it
Hold
shot.
on.
I'm gonna bet
You
on
have
Rix.
to- there's
I'm gonna bet
gotta
on
be some
Rix. I'm
rules.
sorry.
Drayden has
It's gotta
experience
be-
at this. I don't.
It's got to be a speed drawing contest, though. We can't
Yeah,
go
like
Rix
like a
and
Pictionary thing?
That's
every
right.
2 hours to draw a Snuggie. You'll come
That's
up
right.
with the greatest Snuggie you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, what's the test? We
Concept-
get two
Concept
random,
sketches.
we get two
No,
random
MS
strangers, and the first one to
Paint.
actually guess Snuggie wins.
MS Paint, 30 seconds. You both have 30 seconds to draw a Snuggie in MS Paint.
And we posted in a random
I
subreddit.
wanna
so that
actually-
2 people will log in and watch as you go.
I would actually like to do this as a side
awesome.
thing, like on the weekend or something. Maybe not this weekend, maybe next weekend. Next weekend, get something set up.
Well,
Challenge accepted.
next weekend is Steel City Eve. I have.
Oh, okay,
free-
okay.
Ah,
Maybe 2 weekends from
Shots.
now. When,
Philadelphia.
Shots.
oh yeah, let's
Shots
do
for
shots
Steel
for
City
Steel
Eve.
City Eve.
Sean,
That's in Pittsburgh.
I did want to say, yeah, at my house and next Saturday all day.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty
Do
cool.
you own a Snuggie?
I was
I
gonna
do
say,
not. I do not actually own a
Hashtag
Snuggie,
too
did you
soon.
plan your outfit?
Are you gonna wear underwear this time, or
Do you
Oh
plan
my
on
God.
taking a shower after all of your guests leave and changing into your leisure wear?
I think LB
And
wins
that's-
joke of the night.
And that's all
That
we
was
needed
good.
to know.
solid?
I'm gonna go ahead and put in an order for those photos.
I'm hearing.
Are you
like,
going to wear a
like
Snuggie
contest
and
at
be like Ric
schools, maybe?
Flair? Just going up, woo, open it up.
I'll have to go find a Snuggie now and get some pictures for next Saturday. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do
Ricks,
some
you
little
have
Morton
to.
girls
Ricks,
where you got a little bit of
Ricks,
ass cheek hanging. Just
somebody has to
tasteful.
take a
Do it
picture of
tasteful.
you sitting on a couch in a Snuggie, dude. You have to do it. It would be so funny. It would be so funny.
Dude, it's a bathrobe.
Just be like,
Let's
this is how you're
do it.
supposed to
Be
wear them,
like
and just be covered.
just hanging out at an Eve meet, no
Just
big deal.
nothing exposed. A little bit of ankle.
Oh my God, that's great.
It's a little bit, controversial,
yeah.
but a little bit of
Hey,
tasteful
act like
ankle
you're
never
pulling
hurt
it up
anybody.
from your ankle too.
I
I want to do another
forbidden.
shot for Rick's opening his poster store.
Oh, well, yeah,
shout out, shout out.
We did one last week, or was it the week
An
before?
official. We
That
did.
was the announcement. I don't
Yeah, that
think,
was the announcement.
I don't
Yeah,
think it was
let's,
actually.
Yeah, we'll do a
was
shout
it
out.
announcing
opened
Yeah, we haven't
opened
talked
on
to you
Monday.
since then, though, Rich.
Opened
So,
on
yeah,
Monday.
congrats on
Yeah.
congrats on the
So,
partnership.
Rick's,
That's
Rick's,
awesome.
what's the
Yeah, thank you.
URL?
RicksJavix.com.
Rick's RIXX
Two X's.
JAF
JAV. Letters are
J-A-
hard.
Jave
JVEX. RIXX JVIX.
Javex.
So for anyone not following,
Look at the
Rick
screen.
Javix
Look at the screen.
got
You
accepted
can
as
see
a
his-
licensed partner to produce Eve works that he has done artistically over the years that are
There we go.
phenomenal
There's
works.
the link in chat.
A lot of people love.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's now got an accepted licensed partner from CCP. It's all above board. Now he
about
can do his thing.
Talk about somebody who has left their mark on Eve.
The most cease and desisted player that has ever entered this game. Matani,
Took a
be
lot.
damned. He'll never touch your record.
I
Nope,
was
he'll
going to
never.
say
Desisted.
Rick's is the reason we have hats in the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
If
Yep,
you
and
wear a
you had
hat
a
on your
logo.
Eve character, you have Rick's to thank.
And there's
And the
there-
open,
it's
the open
not just
comms logo spinning.
Yeah,
Open
yeah. I was,
comms logo, yeah.
It's not just. I was gonna say it's not just CCP stuff. It's also various other talk shows. Our logo, Rick's did that. You did our previous. Well, you did. So you did the original skull with the headphone thing, right?
Skull with the headphones, yeah. The
So
type font and all that.
that was back when we were like the Open Comms show. Back
Way
when
back.
BC was doing it, like.
Yep.
And we had the Lawrence Welk bubble letters on our logo and stuff.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, you have a lot of alliance logos, like as
But
notches.
yeah,
on your
it's all
belt
their
as well, right?
alliances and corps and
right now over.
everyone.
I hope you're keeping a list.
1200.
Yeah.
I have them.
Rick's,
I have them all
Rick's has
saved.
more art than you realize, and you've been living with it and playing with it for
Yeah.
as long as you've
In
been
fact,
moving.
if
It's in the
I-
game around you.
If
His
you
artwork.
if you read the community beat, the logo for the community beat, the header image that they put at the top of each blog, that image contains several logos designed by Rick's.
Well, the whole thing I did.
The whole
The whole
thing. God, I
No,
stand
not just
corrected.
several.
Okay,
it
Jesus
contains
Christ.
the art of
Yeah.
Rick's.
You know what? I was still right.
Dude,
And you know he's
Yeah,
so
well,
humble
Technically,
too.
I was still right.
He wouldn't cop to any of this. You wouldn't know he did any of it. He
no,
wouldn't admit it at all.
no.
He doesn't promote himself at all. Like you would never know that Rick's
No,
does
it's
all of
very
this stuff.
subtle. It's all in the background.
Official
Yeah.
CCP licensed partner.
That's
Go get
pretty
you
awesome.
some.
I'm
framed
telling
work.
Rick's
Yeah, that's cool.
Rick's
Yep.
Rick's. Are you listening?
Snuggle.
Are you? So I tweeted earlier this week that you got to print your cease and desist letters on the back
of the
on the
posters,
back of
yeah.
the posters. Is that
That's so
like
great.
something you can actually do? That would be so funny, dude.
That would be awesome.
Just
I
make a
should do one.
photocopy. Like keep your original.
Yeah,
collection.
just make a
Right,
photocopy
right.
and block out any necessary information. But
Maybe soon. Yeah, maybe
So
soon
it's
I
like-
can do it. Yeah.
It'd be
the-
like
the-
the national treasure. You flip it over and you're like, oh god, it's the
people who
Constitution.
own the
on back."
posters know that it's there, but when it's like up
Right.
and framed on the wall, you don't know it's
You
there.
can't
But
see it. Right.
but the people know.
Yeah, there's actually in another month or so, the service, the
Nice.
third party I'm using is going to start allowing us to put some merchandising materials actually in the shipping. So that might be an opportunity to do something like that.
Nice.
I think it could be really fun, and
It could
like
be fun.
tasteful. Like you're not.
I'll,
you're
I'll,
not
re-
being
I'll
shitty.
redact all people's names.
Yeah,
and
just be
things.
fun and tasteful. You know, this is a record that I don't think anyone will ever be able to touch until the servers go down, I can't imagine anybody's going to be able to touch this one.
Maybe
Well, the
clear
good
it with
news is
CCP legal
the-
first.
The
Yeah.
most legal documents sent to by any player in the game.
Finally
Yeah,
got a
the good
comfortable
news is
temperature.
that all those were for a reason, and we got to this point, so someone else now doesn't have to do that. So
Right.
the ground's
They've-
already been covered. So
You're a nice guy, but they've been paid the whole time. That person was like, I put my kid through school, like on
Just
your
already-
cease and desist letters. Like, come on. I appreciate you.
I just wanted to say something else to Akarov's point earlier, and I wouldn't want to forget it. I don't think you can eliminate or take what's happened this week out of the larger context of what's going on in our culture right now, too, with the power or the knowledge, at least, or the awareness that people have about the impact, the power we're giving people to speak up and to do something about these issues. I think that that's a very important cultural moment that we're all having and we're living through right now, where victims are being listened to and empowered to speak up and say something about things used to be where they would just get swept under the rug or forgotten or ignored. And I think that that's an important thing that's kind of important for the community as a large and video games in general. But I think that's also something we can't ignore either. That, and to his point earlier, just like there's this cultural thing going on right now where we're listening to victims and we're appreciating the impact that some things like this have had on people's lives, and I think that that's a very important moment. And I think that has a lot to do with what went on this week as well, because people were speaking up and sharing, and I think that's all good. These things should not be in the dark. They should be exposed to the light.
No more sweeping under the rug.
I agree.
No emotes only, chat.
I appreciate that.
Oh, we're gonna go emotes
Well-
only.
No, I said no emotes only.
No more, Drayden. We did it
No
once.
I just think so.
That was
one
an interesting-
thing
I
that
did not think that people
think
were
that
actually
we really
posting stuff
should
there,
do, but I don't think I'm qualified to do it as like a community manager. Is we really need to make a place where people can come and just have those conversations with people and like tell what happened, and like we can actually investigate that shit as
Yeah.
a player base.
Are we doing
And-
final
Yeah.
thoughts? Final thoughts?
I don't.
Wait,
I don't
no.
know.
I don't
It sounds
think
like
so.
final
Well,
shots.
I
Final
think
thoughts.
it's- I think it's
We had,
early.
we had sort of,
I mean, it's-
Broadcast for Reps was kind of that early proto version of that. That Cookie started in.
reference recently. Yeah.
Yeah, for
I
mental
think,
health and
like in
stuff.
correlation it could be, but I think like the broadcast reps was so much more broad. It wasn't specifically for
Yes.
that. It would
Right. It
include
was just-
that, but that's about it. I would say.
Right.
Well, the problem
wasn't
is that we
specifically
need
for that,
something that anybody could, everybody would have to buy into it, basically.
Right.
Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Right. That's going to be the challenge of it.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna
then
say I don't know exactly how I can see it working out, but not to say it couldn't, but I'm not
Well,
sure
the
exactly how to see it.
the
So,
challenging
for
part,
instance,
anything written down could come back to haunt you. It's like, the old adage that I was told years and years ago was, don't say anything in an email that you don't want, to come back on you. And so you have to be careful
Make
about
sure you're clicking
conduct.
reply and not reply all.
Oh, yeah.
Some people still have problems with that.
Ugh.
While I'm the guy that hits reply all and burns the bridges.
I like how Drayden makes the noise in a company of 7.
No, it's a company of 5, and I don't even look at my email. So,
So you're making this is all false for me.
it's an empathetic
Fugazi.
It's an empathetic because I've heard enough stories that I'm like, man, that would be terrible to be in that position.
This could have been an email.
I don't have to. Well, I do check my email, but I don't. Generally, I deal with call-ins on the phone and rarely with emails. But
Like
At
Collins,
least
like
once a
Colin
year.
Mockery.
At
no,
least
people
once a
calling
year.
like, hey, something's broken, come fix it. Like that's like
call-ins.
Call-ins, yeah.
Sure.
They call the service line.
At least once a year at work, I'll see someone hit the reply all button and it'll go out company wide to all of our employees in the Americas. So 30,000 people.
Drayden, have you
Oops.
ever told somebody instead of calling in to open a ticket?
No, because we don't have a ticket system. our tickets are just like you call. If you have a problem, you call us and we'll come fix it. That's our thing.
And there's a sticky
Drayden
note.
writes it down on a post-it note, and that is.
That's actually
Like,
true.
I'll
do.
be right there. Let me map.
I
this
do.
one thing.
He
No,
writes it on
I'm
a
not even
napkin.
kidding. I wrote it on a post-it note like this is the
I got
just
your
in case,
address. I'll
just
be
so you
right
have to
there.
get back to him. I'm like, okay, this
3
place.
hours later.
Like I know we have the addresses in our computer logs, but like it's like okay, this company, this place, this is what's going on with it, this person's name, and this is the callback number. Just in case I have to get back a hold of them for some reason, and then I go.
And all the old ladies swoon.
They do, yeah. They're
The
just
old
like,
ladies
oh, he's so
love Drayden.
fast. He's so fast at the repairs.
So
Oh!
fast. The ladies love it when you're fast.
We were without our clean cold
Well,
water for
I
hours.
thought it was the
but
opposite.
when Drayden
man.
showed up,
but
it was moments.
No, don't. Well,
speed is key.
you guys-
I've heard
How-
Jacksepticeye
how- wait, whoa, whoa,
say
whoa,
that
whoa.
before.
whoa,
Speed is
how long?
key.
How long do you guys last?
What about 35, 45 seconds? What are we talking here?
Dude, you're slow,
Okay,
dude.
let's move on.
Are we
Like I was-
wearing a snuggie, or are we just?
I mean, I
The
had
Snuggie
little to
stays
no
on
feeling
during
left.
sex.
The
I was
snuggie
wearing
ad-
it on the front, and it was blocking my
the
feelings.
snuggie adds at least 5 seconds.
The Cookie Monster Snuggie stays on during sex.
Y'all gotta work on your staying
Yeah.
power. I'm just saying.
I have the Homer Simpson sandal, like whatever,
Snugasm.
slippers as well. So
The
I love snugasm.
snug.
That's like the Dave Chappelle Trading Wives episode. It's like, are you gonna take off your pajamas? No, I like putting
was just
my
gonna stick it through.
penis.
3.5 seconds. Not great, not terrible.
Not great, not terrible.
Good luck coming in.
No, 3.6. That's what it is. 3.6
3.6.
seconds. Yeah.
yeah, don't undersell me.
Yeah.
I'm not 3.5 in it. Come on.
Extra tenth of a
In
second.
Soviet Russia, you're the sexy
I've been
time is
clocked.
not a sexy time.
And I'm hitting 3.6 or better.
God.
So back to sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I was,
should.
I was like, dude, we've been gaining listeners since we've been talking about like sex time. And all
Dude,
that.
that happens all the time.
times.
Anytime we
Yeah,
talk
it's
about
like,
like
you know what, like when you talk about
dicks
sexy
or
time,
sex, the
you get
numbers go
more.
up.
You get more time.
It's
Well,
apparent that the
a couple of
community
weeks-
is
sells,
thirsty.
baby.
No,
Sex sells.
A couple of weeks ago, we talked about Rain drinking turds, and we got 10 viewers from
That's
that.
weird. That's a weird one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did happen too.
There's
You know,
there's a
don't-
unique audience that definitely tuned in for that.
We don't-
All
we
I'm
don't- we
gonna
don't-
say is correlation is not causation.
we don't kink shame here. It's fine.
Oh. Well,
Especially if we don't shame if somebody wants to broadcast on open comms from in the shitter.
But yeah, so
I'm
sex
getting
harassment.
my customized Eve Vegas T-shirt next week.
Oh, okay, we'll talk about
Oh,
shirts and then
yeah.
sexual harassment.
Are you gonna
I
be
need
in
to book my
Vegas this
flight
year,
to Vegas.
Redline?
I don't know.
Redline,
I don't know either.
where are you getting this customized Eve shirt?
I'll tell you once I get it.
From
Okay.
his custom vendor.
Is there no website that we can go to right now to
There
buy?
is, but I
you-
don't want you to go to it.
You don't
and
want
buy
us
it if
to know
it's
it?
shit.
Okay. All right.
I want to make sure it's not shit before I tell
No,
you
you're
that you
doing-
can buy it at
bro,
tech2.shop.
I appreciate you doing your due diligence.
You do what you gotta do.
Hey, I'm all for quality control.
That's right.
You do the DD. Do your DD.
The DDD.
Double D.
D to DD.
Double D,
Someone
yeah.
just tried to get Dr. Mundo from me and Amen.
questionable.
What?
Oh, wait, you want Dr. Mundo?
Yeah.
Gross. What kind of a Eve, or not Eve? What kind of a LOL player
League
are
of
you?
Legends.
What kind of a LOL player are you playing Mundo?
Bro, I love the tanks. Are you kidding me?
Ugh, I hate tanks.
Anyways,
I've immediately lost
So-
respect for you.
I like Shen.
I-
Shen's okay, and Cho'Gath is fine. That's about the only tanks I like playing.
so I read back through some of the screenshots that Hezi posted
Full of bears.
from
Okay.
I'm bad with full
Zarya.
of bear.
Jeez, Louise, those screenshots are very damning. All
Yeah.
of them. So basically, in those screenshots, there's a person talking to another person who is named Voland about drawing little, without any, CP essentially.
Yep.
And
Cheese
that
pizza.
person
Cheese
that is
pizza.
drawing that stuff is Voland. Okay? And that's in the screenshot that was posted. And this was evidence from way back when. But since it was like blacked out, docs worthy, whatever, blah blah blah, you couldn't really tie the two together. But then on the recording, it's at the end, he's asked, "Are you Voland?" And he says he is Voland. And then the dots are connected. That's what it was. That was that entire story. That's why that was significant, and that's why that triggered the cascade.
I mean, I think that was more of a confirmation after a lot of things had already been coming out, but yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's just that's what
It was
that's how-
damning.
That's how it was triggered.
Well, and I mentioned it to
Yeah.
them earlier before the show went on. So I catch a few like Trash Talk Tuesdays or whatever cesspool. There's not a C word for weekdays, but I'm sure there's a a nice ring to whatever you guys are renaming. But I caught about half of it a few days ago, and then my internet dropped, and then I read about it over the next few days. People were like, "Holy fuck, that thing that happened there," and I was just like, "Wait, what?" Like, I was listening, like I was hanging out, and then I was like, "Wait, like what?" People were talking about what afterwards? It was this has been a roller coaster of a week, and I hope that a lot of good things come of it. I think there could be a lot of good change coming out of it. I've seen enough convincing evidence that people want good things to come of a lot of these things. I also admit that like I've seen plenty of people just be terrible and be like, "Grr goons, grr whoever, like just burn it all fucking down, like just destroy it all, like drop a bomb and we're gonna restart civilization." It's like, well, not quite, but
I think it's
yeah.
natural for people to get extreme when extreme things happen, right? So you're going to see a lot of both sides, sort of beating the drum for a week or so, and then we'll see how it all sort of plays out over time. But I don't think it's unusual to see, extreme people being extreme when extreme things happen. I don't think there's been quite a week like this in the EVE history
Sure.
that I can remember. So this
Not
is
quite
weird.
like this, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people are having difficulty dealing with it, I think, or understanding it.
I think there are bad actors in the sense of like on both sides, obviously with the various controversies coming out, but
What do you
also
mean
with
by
some
that?
people. What do I mean by that?
Actor, do you?
I was actually still talking about it, like what I meant by it. But
Okay.
so I think there's bad actors on both sides in the sense that some of the people who where it was about and how they reacted towards it, or like brushing it under the rug or whatnot, and other people being like, like nothing good can come from this, like literally like let's drop a bomb on it, let's like firebomb things, like we need to make sure this culture doesn't exist at all anymore. And I don't think any sort of extremism is good, and I would venture to guess just many people would agree, but there's a handful of bad actors in various situations, perhaps allegedly, but I don't think that things like, hey, we need to burn down goons as an entity, like I don't think that's a legitimate claim. I think goons have a very rich history, which a lot of which I was on the other side of, but like that's a thousands and thousands of people who have done a lot of individual efforts and work towards whatever common goals at various times, but like not towards the same terrible things at any given point based on a few terrible things that we're talking about. But I don't think it's right to suggest that people need to just like firebomb an entity outright, and especially not entities at this scale. But I also don't think that people need to, there's been enough people that have been defending things without a ton of foundation, I would venture to say, to where I'm like, I don't think we should just be like, well, this is nothing, there's other people did bad shit too, so like, everybody is bad, so let's not worry about it. There's definitely somewhere a balance between burn it all down and, well, other people are bad too, so what do you
Yeah, the whataboutism is, I hate the whole
Yeah, I hate that
whataboutism.
stuff.
It's a terrible deflection attempt. It's like, yeah, but look at how bad this was. It's like,
It's not addressing the issue.
yeah, it's like no one's disagreeing. Like when you point to another thing, it's like, yeah, that's bad too. But this that you're trying to deflect from, like, is still bad, and it's current. Like,
And it's super prevalent across
this
society.
is what we're dealing with
completely.
right now. Like, you could point to other
Yeah,
stuff.
let's
It's like,
go.
yes, I'm not going to disagree that is bad too, Like, no one's disagreeing with you that that's bad over there, but that's
Go
not
with
going to
what's
make
in
us.
front of
That's not going to make us take our attention off of this. Like, this is what we're focusing on. So
Well,
What
so
we,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say what we don't know and what we're going to find out is
yeah, exactly, Delana.
how much of this is cult of personality and how much of Goon's culture is built around a certain person. And I guess we'll if he actually is stepping away and will be invisible in the coming months and years, how much of this culture was built around a cult of personality and how much of it is going to hang on to that without that personality being around
I suppose potentially.
potentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
So,
guess we'll
and
just have to wait and see.
part of the reason that I brought that up is because that has actually been a talking point for a few people. I don't think that's a loud talking point, and I don't think a lot of people are saying, "Well, what about?" I think a lot of people are being like, "This sounds shitty, and if you can show that it looks shitty, then I'll go along with it too." And I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but like, there's been an amazing amount of people who have been very vocal Goon posters that were like, "Look, I've been around for this, I've been around for that, and this was all good, and we had a good time. But like this, I don't agree with, and this I will not stand behind." And I'm not saying this because of like, hey, everybody, let's stand behind that guy. Like, they get it now or anything. But there's some people who are being like, look, I don't give a shit. Like when I hear about X, Y, and Z, I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't matter where it was. We were playing the bad guys, or we were playing the good guys, or we just didn't like you guys and you didn't like us. But like, I don't like this, and I won't stand behind this. But then there's also been some other people who've been like, yeah, I hear that, but this, and this are also awful. And regarding other people who have had other things, allegedly across the years as well. And I'm not saying that in like any sort of weird connotation. Like, very probably a lot of other people have had other things that they've done silly or stupid or otherwise over the years. And that I don't mean too much by that phrasing either. Like some of it may be more severe than others, but the term whataboutism and things like that have been fielded certainly throughout the last few days. And I've been trying to promote, hey, if it's not abundantly evident, I want to push that it's evident that like this week, like there's no national holiday or anything. There's nothing that makes this week special on a calendar. This week is apparently the week that people are fucking airing out dirty laundry. And a lot of people from both sides, like I've been amazed at the people from within Goons that were like, no, like this is not what we do. This is not what we're about. I'm not going to be behind this, and I'm going to speak out against this, and other groups as well. But it's just like, maybe this is the week that like, I don't care about whataboutism. I don't care which group your bad actors are from. A lot of people have done stupid stuff over the years of even. I'm not suggesting that we just like light fires for all of them and just march them towards it and whatnot. We don't need to clear out the player base. Some people believe that some people are not guilty of anything because other people have done shitty things over the years too. And if there's a lot of shittiness out there, name and shame, put out the receipts. Let's air our dirty laundry. Let's fucking get clean and let's move forward. I don't think that anybody needs to dismiss anything because so and so also did something shitty once upon a time too. So like if we're gonna like, I've seen enough posts about like, and I don't think it's a majority. I've seen just enough posts that were like, yeah, but fucking Pappy would do just such a thing to just be shitty and break us apart. And it's like, no, but then there's a ton of goons posting about this, and there's a ton of like something awful, and like this is way bigger than any of that, any in-game politics or the last Gurgoon war or this, that, or the other. If people are being shitty, legitimately shitty people, let's go ahead and get it out there. Let's name and shame, and let's try to grow and clean out our community and just keep going as a better community. Nobody needs to be shielded, and nobody needs to be fucking put on a stake either. I'm not going to say nobody, but I'm not suggesting any sort of unique punishment for anybody. I'm just saying everybody should be looked upon if there's merit for it. Put it out there. This isn't anti-Goon. This isn't anti-Mittani specifically. This is, let's air our dirty laundry. Let's fucking get it all out there, and let's improve as a actual community, because I'm actually inspired by the fact that there's a bunch of people who the last war were like, they would wave the flag harder than anyone, and in the last few days they've been like, no, like it's just no. And I'm like, wait, what? Like you're some of the most prominent goon posters I've ever seen, and they're like, this is bullshit, and it doesn't matter about that. Like this is bullshit, and let's whatever, let's call it for what it is. And I think let's not shield my side or your side or anybody's side from any of this. Let's get all that shit out in the open. Let's get it done, and then let's make this a healthier community.
And that is one positive that I've seen out of this is whereas maybe last year or a couple years ago, it would be an almost united front of goons trying to shift the narrative, attack Pappy, attack PLNC Horde as Test especially. Now it's like, okay, yeah, that it's not that united anti. Let's just discredit everybody else and actually looking at it from their way. And here's the other question: is what do y'all think we actually will see a Goon Civil War?
No, I don't think we will.
I don't either.
No.
I don't think that we necessarily need or deserve a goon civil war. I've seen enough goons naysaying whatever they disagreed with already without, at least so far, and it's a few days in, so that's not indicative of anything. I don't think we're going to see any sort of in-game goon civil war. Obviously, the people who disagree are going to vote with their feet, and the people who don't won't. And that's of any group, though. That's the thing. Goons are in the spotlight for the moment. A lot of other groups have dirt on them. That is a reality. A lot of groups have dirt on them. A lot of people have dirt on them. Maybe in different degrees or just different categories, but like a lot of people have just done shitty things over the years. That is 100% fact. Nothing about this is goons are pieces of shit and they deserve all the retribution that we can summon because, look at all this outrage that we can, gather up. People do shitty things. I don't think everybody needs to be crucified for that. I think a lot of people, hopefully, and I think it's weird because I've never flown with Manny and I've never flown with Dur. In the last few days, when all of this has been unfolding, and this isn't like a vouch for either of them, but this is something that I have seen commented by both of them, both Manfred Sidious and Manny and Dur have commented being like, yeah, I was a piece of shit, and like people keep referencing me in a lot of this as it comes up, and like I get it now. Like I agree that was poor taste, and I was being a piece of shit. Like I've grown a little bit, I'm not a perfect person by any means, nobody is, and like I'm obviously I'm summarizing all this, and don't take this as the gospel of what their message was, but I've seen both of them speak out of like like owning like, yeah, I was doing this game in the way that was like poor taste, and I was being shitty to a lot of people, or with whatever XYZ thing was. I'm just like, okay, in the same way in my mind, like goons are quick to be like, hey, the wizard hat, he apologized, he's exonerated, whatever. I'm not going to exonerate people because I wasn't necessarily around for all these things, but I think that if you're self-aware enough to be like, look, I think most of us can be like, look, I've been a shittier person at one point in my life than I am hopefully today, and then I'll own it and I'll talk about it, and
So I don't know if anyone's. I was up and about for a bit, so this may have already been done. Alterari?
Hello.
How's it going? I have a question from Rain and Tachi both.
Oh no.
You up?
What?
They want to know
that
you.
was the question.
They want to know you up.
Am I up? Yeah, I'm up.
Okay.
Is that 2 a.m. you up text?
Yeah, it's one of those. They both want to know. So I'm just conveying the message.
The answer is yes, I am up.
All right. I'll let them know.
Alterari.
He said I'll pass that along.
Text him back and tell him to take Jameson shots.
Jameson? You
Yes.
know,
A little bit of Irish
I'm here
blended
for
whiskey.
it. I'm here for it.
Don't act like you're not about Jameson. I don't want to hear it.
I
I'm
take
all
a
about
shot.
that, JMO.
Exactly. Don't talk bad about Jameson.
Also, when you guys were referring to the goons, the one thing that still gets me with the whole Matani thing is they've never apologized for some of the shit that Digi did, and that's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle. That I guess because he doesn't Ultra correct me if I'm wrong. He pretty much doesn't play anymore, but he did
No
a
longer with
lot
the
of horrible shit back in the day.
I have not seen him in fucking forever. So, but yeah, he did.
Also,
Some of those things have been referenced.
I would say, like,
recently,
I
but
want a
yeah.
little introduction because Alterari, I've never met you before. I don't know who you are, where you're from. Little introduction.
So I'm an FC in Goons.
Okay. More recent then, because.
Because Drayden knows everybody. and you
No, I don't
obviously
know
never run
everybody.
into
I
them.
don't.
I'm
But
just being
I'm saying,
shitty.
like, I haven't been in the Imperium in like 6 or 7 years plus. So it's like.
What are you, a new guy? Haven't even
No,
seen you
I've
in the
been
last
in the
6 or 7
I've
years.
been in the Imperium for 16 years.
Okay, then I was just out of the loop.
Drayden's a
altogether. I also am also
I've been
just.
FCing like majorly FCing for the better part of the last 2 years, but before that I was just skirmish commander / line. But as of recently, I am FC, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was saying, like, I'm also just very attentive too. So, like,
Fair enough.
In the past, like, it's like I knew who. Man, I can't even think of their names now. The Lazarus Telraven, like, you know,
Good old Last Tell.
yeah, like remember the Lazimo, like things like that. And Villy. Or no, Mr. V. That's the Mr. V.
Love Mr. V.
Mr. V.
Mainline FCs, yeah.
Fun to go on Eurogoons, even though he hated Americans for some reason. He did not like Americans because we were not super serious and like, oh, all this shit all the time. We're just like, yeah, fuck it. Like, so like, us Americans would sneak onto the Eurogoon fleets all the time, and he would fucking hate it.
That's funny.
Like, he'd be like,
He's
fucking
super
Americans,
like chill
you
now.
never
won't
take
even
any
know.
fucking serious goddamn. He'd just start freaking out. We're just like start laughing. But
Jesters, yes, you probably do. I run a lot of fleets, like a lot of fucking fleets. I think it was actually, let me look. I'll tell you how many I ran last month.
More than 3.
more than one, it's more than me.
Could be a time zone thing too, maybe.
All I'm saying is if he says more than 3, I win that bet.
54.
I don't know who took it, but I win the bet.
50 plus. 50 what?
54 according to
54.
these.
God damn.
I think that's right.
In a month?
Here, I'll just do the
He said-
current check.
Drayden said, you know, there's only 30 some odd days.
Yeah.
So,
you talk.
if
mean
you
you're
look
averaging more
like-
than one fleet a day. God damn.
Yes. So this month, I just hit the button that tells you how many paps you've done. This month I've done 77 strat paps. Last 30 days 129, 60 days 256, and 90 days 382.
Damn.
Are you being properly
That's some
compensated?
dedication. Ronnie Hugo, thanks for the sub.
Yeah, they take care of me.
Well, then there you go. I just want to know that you're taking care of it.
I'm well
Here's a
taken care of.
pint. Yeah, thanks
You
for the
got at
pint.
least 38.2 billion isk for all that.
Well, there you go.
3 fleets a week. God damn. Yeah, that's...
Drayden, I was just about to say that. Damn it.
Yeah, no, that is fucking. That's a, as Jester is saying, beast mode. That's. I mean, I haven't seen that since. Well, in Imperium wise, back in like the old Fountain War. Well, not the original Fountain War, but like the, you know, the one with like the 6VT thing against Test, and then there was a. Oh my god, I can never remember his name. But there was the one guy. He ran like the bomber, like the. It was like the bomber fleets where we would like go and hit. SBU or not SBUs, but we'd hit like, you know, structures, and just like the second we'd get opposition, we'd just like covert sino to another spot and start hit that. And there was the FC. The guy was a madman. He just ran bomber fleets like 3 fleets a day every day.
That sounds like Boat after he got relegated to bombers only.
No. So it wasn't Boat. It was during. Well, Boat was running a bunch of other fleets, but then it was also during the era where Boat got demoted to like bomber fleets. But you know, this guy, he was not running bomber fleets in big fights. He was running bomber siege fleets. It was like siege fleet, where like the bombers, because we used to use caracals. We were like brute forcing caracals until we just like ran out of caracals. But then it was like we found that bombers worked better. Like, used bombers and torpedoes to shoot structures. And then like instead of fighting people when they came to us, we're like, oh well, we have like 4 structures to shoot. So if they come to fight us on this one thing, we'll just like jump over here to this other one, start shooting that, and then they have to like come over around, and we'll just come back and just start shooting the one we're just shooting at. Like they can never catch us, so we just keep shooting the thing. It wasn't Lazarus, but it was like it started with an L, I think. I can't remember the name. Like, and it was like story time. It was like story time like boat, but not as cringy as boats. Oh,
You're not ringing a bell, honestly.
dude, it was not K Color. It was before my time. Man,
Or is it Mr. V? Because after
No.
all, NCFC's run away when he starts typing.
like people are gonna
He
start
is a whole nother
people are gonna start
category.
posting a bunch of names in chat, and I'll eventually find it. It was not Lazarus, but it was like it started with an L. It was like like I can't remember the name.
Lorax?
No, not Lorax.
Low tax.
No,
I know who Lotax is.
your volume got really
There's
quiet.
actually a
man.
politician named that.
My volume got quiet?
It did. Hold on.
If
Yeah,
I
some politician
if I
actually
turn
named
my
himself Low tax.
mixer up, is that
That's
better?
That's way better.
Okay.
Man, I forget. The guy was fun. It was like boat fleets with story time, but the story time was like not cringy. It was like actually fun. It was during the old Fountain War, like the Fountain War with Goons versus Test, like Test with NC Dot and all those guys versus Goons and all their guys. Man, old times, old names.
can I
can't
do
remember.
a-
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a weird sticking point to like stick on. So
Can I do a final thought? Because I'm gonna bounce here pretty quick. I'm
Yeah,
winding
go for it.
down.
do you want the
Um,
animation
but-
first?
We don't need to do the animation now. It's okay. Aside from what I actually want to say, I do want to say I just sampled the 3.6 Röntgen, and it's some spicy shit. It's some
Is it
spicy
really
shit.
spicy?
So
Like
yeah, it's-
on a level of like holy shit
I would
to
say
mediocre.
I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, it's probably a 7.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh,
It's good.
That's about the spicy
you
I
go.
like.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Man, if
so
it's not 3.6 on the scale, come on.
it's not a 3.6 on a scale of 1 to 10. The 3.6 is a 7. So take that for what it's worth. So I just wanted to say before I sign off, because I'm getting tired. With all this shit going down that has gone down this week, and all the shit that has been going on for years, all the shit. Just kind of echoing what Rick said, that I'm gonna get sentimental because this stuff really does bother me. We all have to ask ourselves what kind of world we want to live in. This is gonna get poetic, maybe even like whether you're doing bad shit or good shit. I think we all have a responsibility to ask ourselves what kind of world we want to live in, and what kind of future we want, or what kind of world we want future generations to live in. And like it's what we make of it, right? So if it's really easy to not be a shitty person, and I've done some stuff that I am actually really ashamed of in the past. It's probably not. I'm probably making it sound worse than it is, but it is something that I have regrets. But I'm working to change my behavior because I don't want to live in a world where shitty things happen. And if you want, hey, listen, if you want to live in a world where everybody is sexually harassing everybody else, and pedophiles are trading child porn online, if that's the world you want to live in, that's your prerogative, but you're going to be met with a ton of resistance. So just, I don't know, man, be excellent to each other. that's my motto. That's seriously my motto. Bill and Ted had it right, man. So I don't know what I'm getting at. It's I tweeted earlier this week, like, you can, if you're a shitty person, go ahead and be a shitty person. Just don't act like one, because eventually, if you act like a good person, eventually you will be a good person. It's really is that easy. And treat others the way you want to be treated. Treat others with respect, and just be cool. If everybody is, if everybody's cool with everybody, like, we can disagree on whatever. We don't have to be a hive mind where we all share the same opinions, but I think we can all agree that we can be cool and chill to each other regardless of whatever's going on. Sorry, I'm a little intoxicated.
How dare you drink?
I just
You're doing just fine.
just
You're doing great.
ask yourself what kind of world you want to live in, and then start behaving that way. Like, and it you know, it's never going to be perfect, but we can, goddamn, it's worth a shot. Why not? Like, why not try to act towards a better world, a better society? Why not try? My cat even wants to chime in. Hi, Daphne. You agree with me? Yeah.
Let us know, Daphne.
Um,
Weigh in.
So yeah, that's all I want to say. If you are in Goons and you're watching this and you're kind of on the fence of where you sit, that's all I have to say. Ask yourself what kind of world you want to live in, and behave in such a way that perpetuates itself towards a better future. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
And
This
with that,
episode has been brought to you by viewers like you and the John and Barbara Zimmerman Foundation.
I'm going to sign off. Thank you guys for a very lively discussion, by the way.
Hey, man.
Yep, cheers. I'm out
Peace
too,
out.
by the
All
way.
right, see you, man. I see Race.
Cheers.
I'm also
Honestly-
going to bed.
See you, LB.
We might
Good
just.
night, LB.
I'm gonna go to bed too.
See you,
Good
Red
night,
Line.
Red.
Is
It's still
everyone going to
early
bed?
for you. It's still early for you, Red
There are
Line.
multiple people going to bed at this moment, yeah.
Okay. Good night. See
see
you
ya.
next week.
Night, LB. Night, Red Line.
I'll wait to fix the cams till we find out a fixed number. Also, Matterall's in chat, man. I haven't talked to Matterall in a long time. Matterall, you want to hop on chat?
It's been a
I
minute.
told him earlier he should hop on.
Yeah,
I'd love
okay.
to hear
He'll
from
come on.
him.
Okay, he'll come on. Do you still have the Discord? If not, I can give it to you.
So something Matterall's touching on in the chat as far as people invading other people's comms and channels and stuff. Something an initiative poster said yesterday or the day before, and not to weigh on that person because I don't think it was anything intentional, but they did make a statement. They were like, imagine somebody talked about Meta Show. They were like, is Meta Show going to happen this week? You know, I'm curious what's going to be like, you know, can't wait to talk about this. And somebody was like, imagine, somebody from Minute was like, imagine, you know, looking forward to shitting up a Twitch stream.
Yeah.
And I did make the comment, and real quick, I did make the comment, you know, that's crazy. I remember that one time that Mitani said something like that. Like, not necessarily imagine shitting up a Twitch stream. It was, hey, wouldn't it be terrible if a bunch of people went over to this particular stream, which was hosted by CCP? It wasn't someone's individual stream, which I'm not going to say is fair game, but it's a little bit more fair game than like a company that we all pay money to in one way or another, and like are building this whatever the fuck we're talking about at any given time around. It was like imagine like looking forward to shitting up someone's stream, and it was imagine that, people encouraging people to go shit up someone's stream, and it was just a weird full circle. But yeah, I'm sorry.
I figured out who that FC was.
Do tell, come on.
Oh yeah, Lear.
Lyris.
Lyris. Yes, not Lear. Not Kevin Lear was a different guy. Yeah, Lyris Kane.
Or Thomas Lear.
Or Thomas Lear. Yeah, not Thomas Lear. Lyris Fleets. Yes, thank you, Matterall. That is who I was thinking of. Lyris Fleets during the Fountain War. he just ran bomber fleet after bomber. He would like run one out and like run it for like 2 hours, and he'd come back and be like, all right, everyone have a good night, and then he would just like run another fleet, get new recruits, and go back out. Like he would do 3 fleets a day, like 6 or 7 days a week. Dude was a fucking machine, and he would do.
Is not short on people who work really hard.
Yeah, and it's like, but he would do fun fleets, and I loved going on Lyra's fleets because, like, yes, it's a structure shoot, it was boring, but he would do story time, but it wasn't crazy like boat. Like, I mean, boat stories were kind of fun. I mean, can't deny that they were like a little bit fun, but like the same as like Lyra's, I don't know. There's some about the Lyra's fleets that just I enjoyed those. I liked those a lot. But
Fair enough.
That credit goes to Billy, who I had to ask.
okay.
To answer that, and he had to search it out, and he did. He put up the confirmation, and so yeah, credit goes to Billy because he was active in Goonswarm at the time, I think.
yeah, I mean, like, well, thanks Philly, because yeah, like that's Lyris. That people saying Thomas Lear. I'm like, that sounds familiar. But I was like, it sounded close, but yeah, Lyris was the one I was thinking of. Absolutely. I don't like. The thing is, like, after that,
Hey,
it was weird because
Let's
that
get
guy
Billy. Let's get Billy in here.
is Billy around.
Is he active at the moment?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
let's
want.
grab him.
Yeah, if you want to
Poke
get
the
him in here.
cesspool and tell him to get on.
Yeah, if you want to get him in here, we'll get him in here. But yeah, so I'm saying, like, I mean, Lyris is one of those guys, like, he was a rock star during that war, and then after that war, didn't really see much of him after that. So it was
Wars are
kinda,
exhausting.
yeah, it was.
That's
It
fact.
was. And the amount of fleets he ran, I can only imagine that it's like it take the exhaustion level times 2 or 3
Right.
for him. So I could see him just getting burnt out after, like, the deed is done type of thing. But
Wars are some of the most crazy times to read about and be lightly experienced with, and when it comes to actually, executing, they are very exhausting. I agree.
yeah, what's up, Billy? We got him in here.
There you go.
Good evening.
Hello.
Billy.
Hey, Billy, what's new?
Not much. It's been one of those days where
Not much
one
is
of those
new.
weeks, I guess you could say.
Do you really feel that not much is new?
Well, I mean, like, obviously a bunch is new, but so I mean, we've been talking about I mean, like, obviously, even our show has been talking about the drama for a while. Normally, we will devolve into like side tangents and just never cover a specific topic long enough to like make it manageable. But tonight, we've actually been covering a bit of the just shit that's been coming out over the week. So, although I did watch some of Tuesday's Trash Talk Tuesday show. I don't know if do they still call it that?
No.
Something
It's
like that.
evolved into cesspool. at
What
this
did we
point.
do
Yeah,
on
it's
Tuesday?
Cesspool TV.
Cesspool
Well-
TV. Like I saw that. I thought it was just like a title you put
I
up
think
there.
it was it Wednesday, not Tuesday.
I
I think
will.
it might have been Wednesday.
What?
They did it Tuesday
did
night.
not
I
do
watched it.
Monday.
I watched it Thursday morning. I watched about. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched about like an hour of it, I think. So. But
I know one of them we just did in the Discord.
yeah, I watched the Twitch one, the rebroadcast, but yeah.
Well,
So how was your week?
Again, Billy was the one that pointed out who the Torp grinding FC was in the Found War.
right, yeah.
I just looked it up for you. Lyris was quite.
Yeah, Lyris. I was. Man, I was. My brain was. I knew it started with an L, and people were throwing out names. I'm like, no, not that. No, not. Everyone wanted to say K Killer. I'm like, I don't know who K Killer is.
They ran a lot of bomber fleets during that war too.
I know, but that's that's okay. I actually never went on a K Killer fleet. I went on all the Lyris fleets and then the Laz fleets. That's the only ones that went on in that war. But
Yeah, different FCs for different time zones mostly.
yeah, mainly. But yeah, so I was just it's like I knew there was like the bomber like just Die Hard. He just ran that shit nonstop. But yeah, I couldn't think of it. But yeah, good name poll. But anyway,
go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying you go ahead.
I'm thinking of doing. I've left Eve for a while, but I was thinking of doing TIS this Sunday because Rain won't be able to. So as a substitute host, I'm thinking of.
Oh shit! The Return of the Mac.
Well, just
the
just
Return of the
guesting for a
Mac.
day.
That's
Just a tease.
It's a
Just a
banger.
tease your return.
Pulling
all
Matani
dance
down,
to it.
pulling Matani down from the grave, doing victory laps.
Damn.
Wow. Wow.
Are you gonna like pull out the like I know the Matani like like
That's not me saying that.
Friend of Matani.
Like throw it in the trash can, just like.
Yeah, but I'm catching up. I'm playing catch up. I was on vacation flying home, and I got word that stuff was going on, and I was like, well, great. I'm going to be away from the internet for 24 hours. So
You heard about the most
There has been a lot happening every 24 hours. In
the heaviest week
4
in
days.
Eve history, like in years.
I'll tell you what. I was on vacation in Greece. I was in Thera, the real Thera.
Oh wow!
Sounds fucking awesome.
It was amazing. I was going through all kinds of ancient.
Nobody rolled into me at all.
So, question, Manero, with all the shit going on with Matani, does that kind of give you vindication with all the shit you got from goons when you made your posts on Matani?
What post did I make?
The one where you refer or called him out as being like equivalent to a January 6th person. That shit.
I think that was the situation, not the person. But
No, it was the person. It was the person. The thing about that was it was made in a private channel among three or four friends, and one of those friends was the editor of INN who decided to leak it, and you could tell by the timestamp. So I know exactly who put that out there. I won't say the name, but you guys can figure it out. And so it really pissed me off because it's a very political drop out of context. Because if you read the entire conversation there, it's me asking my friend Dirk McGurk saying, doesn't this look like January 6th? And he's like, no, calm down. And then we made some jokes about it. And then it was me playing with ideas, which is what I do, especially in private. And we have a political station on TIS, but I didn't even use that because I didn't want to put that out there. I only used it among my friends. So it was kind of it was gamed, that drop was specifically meant to damage TIS because that's what Goonswarm does, in my opinion, is they try to damage people. What's happened here is different, right? Because in my opinion, this is internal pressure, right? They can withstand all kinds of external pressure, external criticism. You can't shame them, but this is internal, and it hits them in a very, very sensitive spot. They're supposed to protect
the CEO, the head honcho that's been the head honcho for over a decade. Like,
sure,
it's not, and like I mean, there's a whole. We've been talking about all tonight. Like there's been a bunch of whataboutism, like pointing in the other direction, but like don't deflect your gaze on what's present, type of thing. And then what you see, I mean, like it is statements from other people, so that's why. Well, now we don't have to, but earlier we had the whole all is allegedly, like we did a quote because like we didn't want to get, I don't think we'd get in legal trouble, but we just wanted to make sure that we weren't, anything we were saying was not like just stated as fact. It's like this is all alleged, quote unquote.
What's alleged?
Well, all the statements of the shit that's been going on. So it's like we probably didn't even have to do that, but we just wanted to like make sure that we weren't like,
liable.
The thing is that nothing that has really been brought up is really like criminal stuff. It's all like just inappropriate stuff.
It is.
I think that's borderline. Sure,
there's some
okay.
borderline criminal stuff I get. Well, when it comes, honestly,
There's
in
been
my
at
opinion-
least a few
in my
things stated. I'm not gonna say like leveled on a full, you know,
In my
people
opinion, the
banding onto, but
stuff
there's been
on
a few things leveled.
Zenuria, like
I don't even know what happened, but it doesn't matter because
on my
that's not
opinion,
what we're talking about.
like
The stuff
Well,
around
that's not-
Zenuria is with Zenuria, not with the others.
I know, but the
That's-
stuff around
that's
Zenuria, in
its
my
own
opinion,
situation.
is honestly like should be criminalized. But and not just that. I mean, like honestly, the stuff with Mittani too. I mean, like some of the stuff when you hear about it, it's like one of those borderline things that like just really stretching the lines where it's like it's beyond inappropriate and it should be. It's not just someone like saying something wrong or being inappropriate. So it's some physically inappropriate.
Okay, but none of that stuff matters. I'm not even going to talk about that. I wasn't going to talk about that.
Oh.
It's more the internal pressure because it hits a sensitive point in Imperium. Like you don't bring up politics in Imperium. They don't even allow it because it is a dividing factor. And this protection of outcasts, right, is one of the key selling points of Imperium. It's one of the things that you can really look at and say that's honorable that they're doing that, right? They protect people, they listen, that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, that's yeah. In fact, all the Pappy groups are much worse at it, or maybe with the exception of Horde. But
So we can band together and say that's honorable. I
anybody
vaguely
that-
understand what you're saying, but
anybody that cares
Sure.
about protecting outcasts, not being rotten to people, can look at what Goonswarm tries to do internally and say that's good. And they basically broke that in half. That's why you have an internal struggle. That's why you have pressure. There is no victim card when you're the ones that neglected protecting people. That's where all the pressure is coming from. That's why you're seeing people resign and people basically people call for resignations of other people.
sure.
The contract has been broken internally. I think that's what this is about. That's my take on it.
Okay.
So you can get into the salacious stuff if you want. I don't think.
Well, I
it's
mean, like,
necessary.
we've been diving in. There's just a
Yeah,
lot. There's a lot to digest this week. and
There's
the
a lot
thing
of
is,
dirty
like,
laundry.
Some of it is getting into that, and some of it is more like the in-game effects of it. And we have been talking about the in-game effects, but I mean, there honestly is, like, you know, you can't avoid talking about that without like, well, why? And the thing is, like, a lot of the why is a lot of this shit that's been coming and being brought to light that apparently was mentioned and posted in the past, but apparently maybe it was buried or just people didn't remember or wasn't, mentioned. And so now it's coming up again.
Brushed aside on occasion.
Brushed
sure.
aside, and now it's coming up again, and people are seeing it again, and it's like, oh, I mean, like I'm one of those that was like, I didn't know or hear about any of this shit, and it sounds pretty fucking damning in my opinion.
Well, I think too. So there are at least allegedly things that people knew various times in the past. And admittedly, and I think most long-term EVE players will admit that there are things that we would not reflect on in the same way in the past. Like I would venture to say that's a fact. A lot of people have had FCs just talk to them like drill sergeants like Arlie or me in years in the past. And, that there's a culture that was more accepted. There's interactions that were more accepted and or overlooked. There are certain things that I think people would struggle to, but it is what it is, I guess. There are things that apparently people have mentioned in the past, but as of recently there are enough people, and I say enough people because I've noticed a lot of people on both sides of things, and there's been a few people have been like both sides of things, and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm going off Reddit here just in this example, but like there's quite a few prominent voices that are being like, I don't give a shit. Like I don't care about the flag anymore. I don't care which side we're on, which tribe, whatever. Like some things are just less than savory, not acceptable, whatever. And I agree. You
But
know,
that's
kind of
not
thing.
the interesting. That's not the interesting part of this. The interesting
Oh,
part
really?
of this is.
Are you going to tell me
Yeah,
what
it's
was
not.
interesting about all this?
For me, that's not interesting.
Go ahead. I'm
What's
sorry. I'm just
interesting
being
to me
shitty.
is what would destroy a CEO of 12 years of one of the biggest groups in the game. What? And if you look at the history, there's been, and Billy, you can tell me if I'm wrong about this. You were actually in Goon Swarm, but there was already a break away from the original Goons from SMA or whatever,
Sure.
something awful, and what was rebuilt in their place was taking their traditions and their name and their heritage and their struggles and using them to capture a new group. And the new group, though, was a group of for whatever reason, were attracted to the organization known as Goons and Imperium, larger Imperium, for whatever their reasons were. But the contract was always that this was a place for outcasts. These were people to be protected. We'd protect them with everything we can. I think everything that's happened in the last 10 years or so has kind of emphasized and reemphasized that sort of thing. And what is broken here is the contract to protect their people internally, because they throw out spies, they throw out people who cause drama, they throw out people who bring up politics, and they've always done that to protect the integrity of the group, to keep everybody getting along and playing along and having fun.
Easy pruning.
Right. And no criticism from the outside could really, that was just used as we're victims, we Imperium, we Goons are victims, constant victims. But here they can't play that victim card anymore, because the victim card belongs to people that they abused by either ignoring them or not acting to protect them. And that, to me, is what is different about this.
I would certainly agree that there is an obvious added element to this, but I do think that it's interesting, like the reflection on the group as a whole, in that, like, we're a community, we're looking out for us. Obviously, they don't understand us, they don't like us, they, whatever, we're a band of people and we're going to look out for each other. And that has its own obvious pros and cons when it comes to some of those things coming to light or even just being mentioned. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
I wonder if
definitely an interesting thought process.
Ronnie says that there's, they're all they're too friendly with each other. Like the leadership was too friendly, and I agree with that. Right? They had really strong ties. None of them were going to be the betrayer of the organization or the unplugger of whatever. That just was never
no
going to
whistleblower in there.
Right.
Well, right. Yeah. And anybody that did crack away, they were always pushed out, criticized. Look at Billy, actually criticized terribly.
Ostracized hardcore.
Yeah. And he's not the only one. They had a bunch of members that were like
Pittsburgh,
I think. Well, Pittsburgh's recent, but if you look at the guy that started TNC.
Indeed. Like lots of older players. Yeah.
Even Darius Johnson gets.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's innocent, but
and I was gonna say, and he earned his own strife, indeed. But yeah, no, that the culture has obviously more focused and changed towards like not so much a broad view, I think, towards a more focused view over the years, but still under a similar message.
Yeah,
it's more or less stuff that would that's openly bad, like openly using gamer words, for instance.
Well, and
I'm not even gonna say that aspect of it. I think there's a unique aspect of tribalism that over the years has been easy to sell, and that's, I'm not gonna blame that on Goons. I'm not gonna blame that on anybody. Like, there's no blame. That's what this game is. Like, tribalism has become more and more powerful over the years, but also people, in my own opinion, people have decided to lean into that and to weaponize that and be like, tribes are important. Players are important in, to some extent, but like when it comes down to it, tribes are important. And like I don't want to wholesale say like the narrative is the only underlying factor, but tribalism has increased, in my opinion, a crazy amount in the last few, not even few years, but the last handful plus of years versus the early years where I think tribalism was more prominent in like a literal like just look at your ticker way, but not in an actual like tangible way. Like there's, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, the point is that even if some people broke away, there was always a core group of leadership that would paint them as the rogue, the rogue entity and stuff. So there wasn't a fracture big enough. There was a few attempts, but there really wasn't. And this time, so because you couldn't peel off 2 or 3 at the same time, this time the people basically rising up and saying, our leadership, not just our CEO, but Innominate too, and all these other guys need to go. That's new. That hasn't happened before.
Well, definitely. And I mean, we're only still seeing a fraction of that. And I'm not trying to rail on like, hey, let's get all the heads on a spit or anything, but
Ronnie Hugo is trying to convince me that going on vacation with your Eve friends is awesome, and I just can't agree with that.
Listen, it absolutely can be, right? Any group of friends going vacation together can be great.
Yeah, no.
But when you're in a leadership position, there is boundaries that you need to maintain when you have those kind of interactions too, right?
Right.
When you're a human, there's boundaries you need to maintain.
Things like going on a vacation with your friends is great. That's what Vegas is to me. I get to go and meet a bunch of fun people, and I go there, I have fun, I meet up with people I know, and then I go home. I don't do sketchy or creepy weird shit while I'm there. That's the thing. And I guarantee that most people going on those vacations don't do that either.
You don't go to strip clubs?
I don't consider that creepy or weird.
I was gonna say that. I don't think that's what he's suggesting.
So no. So here's the thing: going to a strip club is not creepy or weird. If you want to go to a strip club, go to a strip club. I haven't gone to.
Did you say it is?
No, I'm saying I haven't gone to a strip club in Vegas because it's expensive. But I don't consider that weird. I don't consider that weird or creepy.
I think it's weird. Have you been to one?
I've been to strip
There's
clubs.
some weird things going on there.
I've been to strip clubs. No,
really. What are the weird things that you're experiencing in the strip club?
What's weird about a strip club to you? Like, here's the thing: if you're going to a strip club,
think of the dynamics at work.
Okay,
no. I understand what a strip club is about in the entire equation. What is the weird things at play?
So my thing is like, I don't find it weird because like women that work at a strip club, they are willing to strip for money, and depending on the strip club's rules, you don't get to touch. That's generally like a universal rule of all strip clubs. You don't get to touch, you get to watch. So, and if they're okay getting naked for money, I don't find anything wrong with that. I don't think it's a degrading thing to them. I think it's just something they do that for money. They want to do that for money. Okay, that's a way to make money. I don't find it degrading, and I don't find it wrong. And as long as you, the proprietor, don't overstep your bounds and try to touch where you're not allowed, to just sit there and enjoy the show type of thing, I don't find strip clubs wrong. I find what I find wrong is like anytime you try to impose sexuality on someone that's not willing. That is where it's wrong.
Exploitation.
So like, I'm paying money to watch a girl get naked in front of me, and she's okay taking money to get naked in front of me. Nothing wrong with that. If I go up and like try to touch her, that's wrong. Like that is where like the line is crossed, right? So I don't find that kind of stuff. But here's the thing: at Eve meetups, no one's like, people aren't going to Eve meetups to like strip dance. People are going to Eve meetups to meet friends and have fun. So
and drink a lot.
If you are going to go to an Eve meetup and start touching women, that's not okay. Unless it's like, people hook up at Eve meetups. Like that happens. But like there has to be a mutual thing. Like you have
Consent.
You have to understand. You have to understand a mutual thing going on there. So
you're willing to break all this down, but you're not willing to talk about some of the stuff that happened.
Okay,
I think they are. I think they were trying not to touch on it too heavily.
I'm willing to talk about what happened. Like, so let's talk about what happened then.
But that being said, I'm not sure that presented in that way is the, hey, you can talk about this, but not that. I think people were trying to be tasteful earlier because a lot of these people have met a lot of these other people, and in just talking to the open comms people over the last few days, they've not stayed quite as connected in just the overall comings and goings, and that's fine. And some of them have been more or less, but not just day to day in the same way that some people do. I get that if you, it's not your outright instinct to just go out and make waves or spit out things about people that you don't necessarily know or can't prove or don't believe, kind of things.
Oh, I mean, I haven't talked about some of the stuff that I know about because it's kind of bordering on personal stuff, but a lot of that stuff is just true. Like more than one people see it.
Well,
But anyway,
and so what I'm saying is, though, it's not shocking that they don't want to just dive into the deep end of like, hey, let me just dish out the the tea, like hear about the latest drama, because they're not necessarily invested or have kept up with, and it varies per person, but they're not necessarily trying to make that the thing. That being said, I agree. That is the thing. That's what we've been talking about this week, and we've lightly talked about it tonight. And I do kind of appreciate some people's tact, but I also do agree that there's been a lot of shit going on this week. Like I do think that gloves have been thrown off, and that things need to be talked about this week. Like we are trying to. I've seen a lot of people be like, well, but so and so did such and such. It's like, yeah,
well,
let's talk about it. Like, make a thread about it. Post receipts. Let's fucking talk about it. If I'm not out to make the game smaller, and I think that no one wants to
well, no, but
disintegrate.
you,
Wait,
no,
hold
no,
on for
you,
wait, hold on for a
go
moment,
ahead.
Manuel. There's been
Go
enough
ahead.
commentary where people are like, it's just fucking Gurgoons. It's all these people who lost the war and they just want to grind an X, and they never got over it. It's like, I literally have no problem with you just naming names. I want to talk about, these are things that at this day, today, in the year of our Lord 2022, maybe not yesterday, maybe not 2 weeks from now, maybe not even months ago, because all these posts may have been made, people may have been buzzing about this, people may have been murmuring about this, but today, in this week, we are deciding, and a lot of people, I'm not saying we, a lot of people are deciding, I think it's pretty shit. I don't think I agree with that, and I think when you put it out there and it's in the light, I think it's pretty shit. It doesn't matter who it is. Let's fucking talk about it. It's not cool, and these are certain things. At a bare minimum, there are certain things that this community, for all its ups and downs over the years, and I think we can all agree there's been just plenty of ups and downs, there are certain things that we just don't agree with. We will not agree with anymore. Whatever it is.
Hold on. So I didn't finish what I was saying. Wait, hold on. Delana's here. Delana's.
Please don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go on further. Delana is here.
I baited you into that.
Yeah, sorry. Delana is here, and Delana is going to give us some of the business that we need.
Oh, wow.
I don't really have any specific stories, because there's some stuff I don't know if it's really my right to say.
Do
but
it.
It's just like,
Just
I
say
know
you're an
there's-
American, and if you don't believe in your undying freedoms, I don't even know what
You have the right to say what we want to say here. Like
You can
don't-
literally
don't-
say what you want to say.
You
It's just
don't need quote unquote the right.
doesn't
Just
make
say
you free
allegedly.
of consequences, but
Allegedly.
Well, first of all this shit has been making me so fucking mad. Because, like, I mean, at least some of it to do with, like, female harassment. Because, like, that just makes me so pissed off. Like, it's inexcusable. Like, for one thing, women are a very significant minority of EVE players. Like, very, very, very tiny. So, like, first of all, like, yeah, we're so outnumbered. So we kind of, like, we need guys to support us. And it's like, when you're just left high and dry, it hits you to the core, because it's reflecting more of what we had to deal with in real life. Like, did you deserve it? What were you wearing? You sure you didn't like it?
You were asking for it.
Oh my
Like
god,
that
a
stuff, and I'm
girl.
just like what Matani was saying about I don't remember. Sorry, I don't remember her name, but like
Amber
any
Bird
of
or
the
whatever.
those girls
Amber
that
Heard.
Well,
and that-
reference,
yeah, that-
but not that person. Yes.
well, especially also that, because I'm like, oh my god, did you not learn anything from that kid? But anyways, yeah, see, like, it's just pissed me off so bad. And like I had to deal with harassment in EVE, usually I could handle myself. Like people are like, oh, just grow thicker skin, grow a backbone.
Use your
Uh,
block
It's
button,
more than that,
Dilotta.
though.
Like, what's wrong with you? Don't you
Am
know
I
where the
quiet?
block button is?
Is this quiet?
I
That-
honestly
No,
think that
you're fine.
That's a
you're
bad
fine.
joke based on certain.
Okay. Cause
I,
like
I
my
honestly think that angry mustache comment was the greatest comment of the last week. To be honest, where Matani was complaining about harassment, he's just use your block button, bitch, or whatever. Like,
Yeah, that
you
was
know,
pretty good. Angry Mustache, I'll give him mixed takes. I don't agree that he's an economic expert, but he's shown decent colors.
oh yeah, someone's like in Vegas you can't put people on block. Like I know
True.
of I mean
Damn
I've
it,
been to
Drayden.
4 Vegases. I've definitely run into Matani, and you just sometimes you just get the feeling like, ugh.
Didn't his
I-
didn't
so-
his girlfriend pull him away because you were talking to him too much, or he was talking to you too much, or something like that?
I don't know. Some of them
So-
all blend together, but I know there was one year he was with a hot blonde.
So-
How much
I
did
heard
she
that.
charge?
I was just saying that. I'm like, now, so this whole like the harassment stuff I've heard, like I've never heard or seen any of that, which is like kind of like unsettling because like, but the thing is like I have heard from other people that he, they spent a little bit of time around him and they're like, oh, he seemed really creepy and they got away from him type of thing, like to where like he. Like he was talking with them and then tried to like get too close and like grab their thigh, like grab their thigh by their knee and stuff, like like try to like put his hand in places where it's like, you don't do that with a stranger.
He's
Yeah.
very presumptuous.
Yeah,
And I
very,
know
very
of,
presumptuous. It's one thing if like there's like a mutual coming onto each other type of thing, like that shit happens. But this is like more of like he sits down, starts talking to someone, and just does this like just forcefully out of without like
yeah, and
any
I know
kind
there are some things he said
without
to
any
some
kind of, like,
girls that were
reciprocal
just, like,
feelings.
massively inappropriate.
Yeah, so like I've heard things like that, but like never anything on the scale that's come out recently. It was more of just like the guy was kind of creepy. It was kind of like more like thoughts of like
Yeah,
that.
which I
It's
know
like
is
he
not a
just seemed creepy,
crime.
and I didn't want to be around
Sounds-
him.
Sounds
It's-
tactful.
Right.
It's not a crime, but it's still like the girls
That's
are gonna be
people being nice.
uncomfortable. Sometimes you're gonna be like, I don't know if I want to be there.
Okay, so Justin Space has been in like constantly asking for specifics. So, like he's constantly wanting.
And the deal is people keep like, we want specifics. We want.
Well,
proof."
no, he's
You know,
like
sometimes
he's been
people-
constantly like refuting the facts and like refuting the. He's like, show me proof, show me. Okay, so here you want some specifics. My specifics. Scared Panda in Vegas. I've talked with her. She said that she was sitting with Matani and he started grabbing her thigh and touching her leg and stuff that she was not comfortable with him doing because she thought she was just talking with dude from the game, dude from Goon Swarm, and he started like grabbing her thigh and rubbing it and she was like not okay with that. Like
Whoa.
now is that like sexual harassment? I don't know because like she did get up and leave and he didn't follow her, so it's like I mean like I don't know, but like that's still creepy behavior. Rain has said that he's done creepy shit with her before. I mean like, there various women that I know have met with Matani and he's been a fucking creepy dude with. Now not like sexually abusive, but still creepy. It's like creepy actions that. Had they had they stayed, maybe would have went to weirder shit. So it's just
Yeah,
kind of
the-
like
the
it's
problem
it's
isn't that
it's
he
red
did
it's
this.
red flags. It's not like those
Straight
specific instances are not quote unquote illegal, but those are red flags of like weird behavior.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not that it happened once or twice. It's just like a consistent pattern.
Yeah, like when you get those red flags, you don't stand around that dude. You don't hang out with them. Like that's
And it's
that's
like,
that's a
and the
creepy
other
dude. Get away
thing,
from
like,
him.
Some people are like, why don't they have proof? Why didn't they say this before? This shit is scary. Because like I always in the back of a woman's head, like, is he going to try to like be forceful? Is he gonna try to like overpower? So sometimes it's scary when it happens, and then you just don't want to think about
Yeah,
it.
and this is in a public
It's
space too.
traumatic. And it's like sometimes you just don't want to talk about it, and the reason sometimes why it comes out later is because like once other people say their story, you get a little bit more courage because like you're not the only one. It's a little solidarity thing. You have backup, so it's not like just you against this powerful person,
Thursday.
at least within Eve. And it's like, okay, there's some people, so that's why things like this tend to all come out at once.
There is a technical term for it, but basically, as more people come forward, each person feels less worrisome that they will incur the full wrath of, the allegations, and it makes people feel more comfortable to step forward and, come forward with their allegations, right? So it
True.
just creates a better environment.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's like the reason I'm not being more specific about what I heard is like, I mean, first of all, I did hear it from somebody else, and then second of all, like, I I don't want to tell their story. Like, what if they don't want
Right.
to talk about it? Like, it could
Right.
be traumatic for them. You don't want to have somebody else
Well,
dragging
That's
out your
fair.
traumatic experience just to make a
It's
point.
all over there. There are way too many stories for it to be like, oh, everybody's lying. There's just way
Yeah,
too much.
like at this point.
His game is just very creepy, and he does abusive stuff too, like stuff like this. This isn't a direct example, but make fun of a girl's boyfriend in order to make her feel bad. It's he just does that. I forget what that's called, where you shame a
character
girl.
assess. I don't.
Oh,
I mean,
Or
that's
like,
I know. I
that's
remember
kind
what
of like
you're
a form
talking
of
about.
negging. You
What's that,
kind of
Billy?
insult them,
Negging. That's it. Negging. Yeah, negative
make them
feedback.
feel
or
bad
whatever.
about themselves, and then they have lower
Yeah.
esteem.
Sure.
He
More
was
likely to
trying
go
that
along
on
with
somebody who had really good self-esteem. So she
Damn.
saw right through it. But
I remember
yeah,
what
no,
story
that
you're talking
happened.
about, Matter. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? That was Vegas.
Yeah. Oh, was that in Vegas? Okay.
That was Vegas, yeah, and it was one of the TIS members, and she's like, "That guy's a dick." But yeah, so there's a lot there.
I
It's
think
like
though.
I'm not trying to just like character assassinate Matani. Like I talked to him, like I had some decent conversations with him at Vegas, but it's just, especially like just nowadays when this kind of thing that like you would normally kind of ignore, you can't ignore it anymore. It's there's no excuse for it, and if you just keep doing it as a pattern of behavior and then you don't apologize for it, especially if you don't own up to it,
Well,
like that's pretty shitty.
the problem is the apologies don't matter if they're not sincere and seen with some change in behavior, and he hasn't changed behavior even
And they've
since
been
2000.
non-apologies. They've been
Well,
like,
yeah.
"I'm sorry you feel that way."
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
I think
right.
that
it's a I'm sorry. It's a quote unquote I'm sorry. Please stop. Please
I'm
stop.
sorry people are bitching about this.
Yeah, well, I'm
Like,
sorry.
I'm sorry we had to hear about this.
I'm
And
sorry.
here's the
I
thing
upset.
too is for a lot of us that dislike the Matani, I mean, if I saw him at Vegas, I probably would say hi to him, just with the negative stuff that's gone on with him. Just point blank, it's like I have no desire to hang out with him.
Oh, and this is the other thing I wanted to say. People are like, "Oh, but like, what about this? What if like, what about?" I'm like, yeah, if they deserve to be dragged out, drag them out. I don't give a shit. And they're like, "Oh, what if it's
Yeah.
like in your alliance?" I don't care. Drag them out. There's no
Yes.
excuse for it. I don't care. It's like, "Oh, you're just heaping on goons." I'm like, no. If somebody in Horde did it, like I was harassed in Horde by somebody like fairly high up. Not one of the directors, but fairly high up, at least in their corp. And I didn't know what to do because usually I can handle myself. But I was like, I don't know what kind of roles this guy had. I don't know what he was, if he could mess with me. So I had to go to one of the directors, and he's like, "It must be kind of bad if you're coming to me about it." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, I could have just blocked." But it's like, I see this guy in Fleet. I didn't know if he could mess with me on Discord because of roles. I don't know. So I had to get, one of those other things where you have to get another man to talk to the man so they'd actually listen. But at least it stopped after that, and it was all handled privately because I'm just like, okay, this guy's being shitty at me, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna deal with it, and then that was it. I didn't have to do anything else.
one of the interesting pieces of this whole conversation as well is when you have people in positions of authority, and even if it's fake video game authority, there is a very real element of power dynamics within this whole conversation that we've had in the last week or so, where arguably, he has no real power over these people, but certainly he has the ability to affect the way they play their hobby. And certainly, I'm sure it has played at least an element in the discussion we have had over the last week. And yeah, it's something I haven't heard talked about much either.
Yeah, and it's funny, like the other thing about it is like it happened like a few years ago, but it's like I tried to just shut it out. I didn't want to think about it. Like I couldn't remember his name until like somebody was like, "Was it this guy?" And I'm like, "Ah, damn it! Now I remember his name." But apparently, like they could figure it out just from what I said. But it's just like, ugh. So like that's the other thing. Sometimes you just try to forget about it, just pretend it never happened.
Ask yourself this: why do women move in groups?
Protection.
For
Safety in numbers.
Exactly.
Why do we go to the
Hey,
bathroom
Liz.
together? Yeah.
Exactly. And why do you think there's almost always a sober woman in the group to make sure nothing happens to the ones who are not sober?
It's sad that has to be a thing. Like
would
that's my thing. It's like I understand
100%.
I understand that's an important thing to have, but it's sad that has to be a thing.
Come on, Drayden. Who's the last one to go home?
No, I know. I'm just saying,
Me
like,
or
it's-
Drayden usually, or you,
Well-
Liz, last week.
right. I'm not saying that it's not needed. I'm just saying that it's unfortunate that is an important thing to have. Like, that shouldn't have to be a thing. Like now we're getting
It
like
happens though.
now we're getting
Women grow up
into
with these
societal.
rules.
We're getting into societal stuff where it's like,
But that's where the blur is, right? That's
it's
what
like-
we're talking about tonight.
it's
It's
like-
there's a point where it goes between the hierarchy of like leadership structures and like
it's
the
more
real
than that.
world.
It's just defense against sexual.
These are real world like tactics.
It's not
and
just
people
sexual.
reacting to
No,
situations.
defense against sexual predation or
It's
sex,
abusive behavior.
sex
period.
diminishment. Like that shouldn't have to be a thing, but it is because it happens, and it's fucking awful that it actually happens at all. And it's
it's a power. I think Billy can probably speak to this, but it's power. It's meets abuse. We've seen this all through EVE history, most especially I think recently. But what I was going to say, Delana, is that if you don't learn from the behavior, which Matani hasn't learned, it looks like, because in 2011 he basically, you can make all the excuses you want for him, which is fine. Told his group to go and harass a guy past the point of him committing suicide, and he was maybe being hyperbolic, but he was weaponizing a group to go and harass somebody. And of course he apologized for that and everything else. And I said, that could be the end of it. But then he does it again recently. So what he didn't learn was, don't weaponize your group to harass people. And so that's what's so depressing about it. It's just like, man, if you're going to be in charge of so many people, if you're going to be this corporate leader, do it with some responsibility, with some actual ethics, not just this tribalism where you protect your people and everybody else is fair game and you push things too far. That's abusive.
This game is dwindling in such an incredible way, and I'm not trying to like doom speak anything, but like, is there any reality where I think anyone wants to see another group leave the game? And I know that
They're not going to
some,
leave.
I think there will be
Those-
some loudspeakers who will be like, GUR such and such group on
If the
multiple
whole
sides of the
goons
fence.
dissolves, those players will absorb somewhere else, and the people who are already dead,
Most of them will.
take off.
I agree. Most
Yeah,
of them
most
will.
of them will,
Some of them will not, and then those are just lost in the numbers. But
Yeah,
what I'm
Exactly.
saying,
So you're gonna lose.
what I'm saying
you're
is
gonna
that I
lose
think that
100
some
people.
real quick, Matterall, what I'm saying is that I think some people will wipe some of this aside as, this is just one more iteration of, us against them, and you guys are going to try to pull all the crazy stops, and you're gonna see something where it doesn't even exist, and you're gonna try to form cracks or see cracks and exploit them. And one of the craziest things of the last like 5 to 7 days, this all started with extra squishy and it escalated into this. And one of the things that I've tried to reassure with other people who were naysaying some of this was like, look, maybe this is the week. Maybe this is the week that we just present receipts and we just say, hey, this stuff isn't cool anymore. Like we've all dealt with, I assume we've all dealt with various levels of just kind of shitty over the last 15 to 20 years or however long anybody's been around. Maybe we just don't care for it anymore. Maybe we don't accept it anymore. And maybe this is the week where, like, you talked about it last year, sure. You talked about it 2 years ago, you talked about it 5 years ago, and people didn't hear you. Maybe this is the week that we're talking about it. Maybe we just don't have the patience anymore, and we've all gotten too old, too impatient, too tolerant to where we're just like, hey, some things are just too shitty and it doesn't fit within the narrative anymore. It's not within the game. It's just being terrible or toxic or in real situations and in certain real life situations, maybe it's never been, kosher, but it's just like, maybe we're not going to just brush things aside anymore. Maybe we're going to talk about it now.
Yeah, this is a CVS week. The receipts keep coming.
Yeah. Like there's been a lot of like, but you guys are fucking hypocrites. And I'm like, then, and it's not like prove it. It's like, let's talk about it. Like, I want to know. I want to talk about all the shit.
Bring them out.
Yeah.
This
There's
is
more
the
shitty
week.
People, bring them out. Let's
Well,
go.
Put it on the fucking hang line. Let's bring out the dirty laundry. Let's talk about it now.
And I'm
It's
all
not
for,
it's not blood in the water for goons. It's like, let's talk about it
and
now.
that's what I was talking about earlier, is the fact that it's like, this is not just happening in the game here. This is happening across the world and in the country right now, and not just in gaming. It's in politics as well. Like, you're now seeing, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're seeing the oh fuck, what's the fucking Hollywood guy that was doing the child sex ring, fucking
Weinstein.
Yeah, so you have the Weinstein shit coming out.
Weinstein wasn't child's though. That was
I was gonna say, I don't think that was a child sex ring with Weinstein.
Well, no,
maybe Epstein.
It doesn't matter. They're all bad.
Weinstein was.
Go with it.
Oh yeah,
Let's run with it.
Epstein. Also Weinstein.
Run with it.
Weinstein was another one, but Epstein was what I was thinking of. But I'm saying, you have Epstein and Weinstein, and then you have the shit with the politicians coming out, and you have stuff with it. It's like, you're starting to see this stuff come out in public, not just in gaming, but in gaming and in EVE and also in real world, where it's like, this shit's not okay, and we're gonna bring it to fucking light. And in the newer generations, like, this is not acceptable, period. And I hope that it gets more and more out there, because, like, I would love to see the garbage basically be taken out, essentially, of society. Like, get the fuck out. Like, if you're in those rings where that's the shit that you think is okay to do, get the fuck out of society. We don't need you.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing that we're trying to fix now. It's like I don't know if you say like cultural issue, but it's just like, if one person thinks it's okay, and then he hangs out with all of his other friends and doing this stuff, and it's like they think it's okay, and then it spreads out.
Yeah.
Like,
But
it's
no,
not
you're
just,
not
like,
wrong.
fixing-
It is a
fixing
cultural
one-
issue and is it a societal issue? So beyond where 2022 is, we have an in-game EVE culture, and we have a society, and we have a community amongst ourselves. And it's a broad spectrum. It is, because some people go with, hey, let's just be, and I'm not even trying to demonize just the candor of how some people are like, let's demonize the other side, because there's an aspect of like that that's the normal in-game political politics of, talk shit about your enemies and, rile up your troops. There are certain elements that supersede all of this, and yeah, like we're talking about them now, and I think it's very disingenuous to say, well, we've already brought these things up in the past.
Well,
a lot of the things that are coming out this very week about the people who are having struggles this week have been brought up in the past, and that's fine. This week is when people are saying, I don't want it anymore. In the past, they've said, hey, you know what? You're on the other side. You're talking shit. You're embellishing. You're making it out. but you've also done that thing. Like, so what are you even talking about?
Well, so,
Maybe this week we say not anymore.
I think without the leaks from first name, last name, or whoever it was, where he, indicated where they planned to make kind of like a fake apology and then put heads on spikes or whatever, and basically just ignore any real attempt at solving the problem is what has really caused most of the damage. Funny enough,
Yeah.
I've actually seen the apology, and the apology is pretty reasonable if you take it at face value.
Redline mentioned that
But
as well.
But when you say, oh yeah, we're just gonna go make an apology and then I'll put some heads and spikes and it'll be good in a week, it's like, oh, okay. And then it's like you read the other thing where it's like, I should have just shot the bitch or whatever. I can't remember all the random stuff he said because it's so.
God, I didn't.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
Oh my God, it was horrible.
He was talking about airlocking both entities, and he was like, I don't want to engage with the drama. And people were defending that. They were like, that's what you do. You get rid of all the drama. You don't address it at all. And I'm like, wait, you don't address it at all? Like, you just airlock everybody because you don't want to address it. You don't want to touch upon it. It happened under your roof, and that doesn't implicate you.
The idea is like they'll
you have
eventually
an opportunity.
forget. The idea is they'll eventually forget. It'll be like the whole wizard hat shit. They'll eventually forget, and it'll just move on.
Yeah, and they're saying like, it's such a big alliance. You can't deal with everybody. I'm like, all right, so you just airlock. Somebody brings up an issue, and you just airlock them. Like,
the
how
phrase
is that
was literally no one has a process in place for this.
So also,
we're building processes.
I want to answer a couple things in chat real quick before we go, or before we move on. Draconov was saying, it just scrolled up. So Draconov was saying so refusing all positions of authority in my nullsec alliance makes me a good person. No, and Ronnie Hugo was doubling down on that. I'm just saying no, you don't. As a leadership, you don't have to be like, oh, my leadership did this, then I have to just quit the alliance. That's not what you have to do. You don't have to completely alienate so if you're a person that is not condoning of these practices, you don't have to quit your alliance and shit like that because they happen. But don't voice your support of those people. You could still stay in leadership positions. Like I run this other corporation, or I'm an FC in this group. That doesn't make you guilty because of what the Mittani did. As long as you don't sit there.
That's not what the death threats that were in my inbox.
Well, as long as what you're doing is, as long as you're not sitting there going I defend the Mittani completely. Now all of a sudden, I would say, yeah, you're probably accomplice on the thing. But it's it's like, if you're hey, yeah, that's some fucked up shit they did, and I'm not a part of it. Okay, keep FCing your fleets, keep running your shit, and just make sure that you are yeah, that's not cool what they did. I'm not a part of that.
Well,
if that's not a thing that now also, I mean, don't just be I'll just accept anything that comes down the line from them. You just don't be in agreement with what they're doing.
Yeah,
So real quick,
if somebody said oh yeah, what happened if that was in your alliance? I'm like, okay, first of all, if it's one of my directors, I would be super disappointed, and then I would feel okay, be better.
Right.
If you keep just being shitty and it's just all these guys are oh, girls are stupid, and I would leave. But I like these dudes. I've been in this alliance for 6 years. I wouldn't want to give up on all of my friends that I've known for a long time. You just be be better. I didn't like what you did. Be better than that.
Well,
And
and
if something like that
especially if you
happens-
profess a cultural revolution, it's not about who's doing something as well. You're professing that you're being better. Literally, just do it. Just be better.
It's also a
that.
lot
That is what it
easier.
is.
The fact that the Mittani,
Hang that over their head all you want. If you're better and you want to dangle it over them, be look at you being a piece of shit. And they earned it. By all means, fucking rub it in their
it's
face.
a lot easier. The fact that
Be
Mittani
better.
resigned,
It's not hard to be better.
The fact that Mittani
Agreed.
resigned over this, you could be yeah, because fuck that dude. And what are they gonna do? Kick you out of their coalition?
Dude's got leather skin, and if this is the criticism that he couldn't take, then do what you will with that. I'm not trying to be suggestive of that's an indication of guilt. I I already think he's a piece of
There's
shit. I'll say it out
nothing-
loud, but that's my own opinion.
There's
but
nothing
it's-
wrong with not liking someone for being a piece of shit.
Agreed.
I will
Matani-
just say that plain and simple. There's nothing wrong with not liking someone because they're a piece of shit.
Because your opinion of them is that they're a piece of shit. I don't know the
Okay,
Matani.
all alleged
and
stuff,
various
but-
of you actually have met and do know Matani. That's the fun thing. I don't know Matani. I've experienced them in various ways across the years, just being around this game for way too long.
As somebody,
I honestly don't care if his human candor is a piece of shit. At this point, I've seen enough, and there's been enough things that I'm like, you don't handle things well. You are acting like a piece of shit. I will interact with you in this moment as though you're a piece of shit, and that's all aside. I'm not trying to drive home, hey, let's all just fucking put Matani up on a a crucifix or anything. He's already had his own struggles, and I think that him stepping down is questionable at best, and we'll see how it all plays out. But
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he
there's
did that.
there's so
honestly.
much more to this, and I think that it's hilarious that there's been so much whataboutism and so much tribalism when it's like, hey, couldn't we all just not be crappy? Like, I don't expect anyone to be
Don't be
perfect.
a
Couldn't we be better?
Don't be a dick. It's not hard.
Right?
It's really not been all that hard.
That's like the motto for life.
It's not
right?
been
Like,
hard.
That's the motto for life. Don't be
I
an
talk
ass.
too much.
Don't be a dick. Don't be an asshole. Whatever you want to say it. And that's all you have to do. Like, it's not hard. It's really
Hey,
not
hey, dude
hard.
in chat, what the fuck?
Yeah. Also, Justin in space, you're getting real close. You're getting real close getting out of here. But I'm just saying, like, he said, Mittens fucked up by resigning. Why? Like that.
Yeah, that's what I
honestly,
was wondering. Like, okay, what is your argument there?
honestly, like that was. It was the best thing for him to do on our side, but also it's also the smartest thing for him to do on his side, because
I mean, he didn't give a great reason for it. He's like, I'm only leaving
He
because
can-
people are being like.
right. Like,
There's a lot of
bullying on
bullies
me,
out there. I've spent the
I'm
last
being bullied.
12 to
it was
14
not a
years talking
resignation
shit to
out
people.
of. It was not a resignation
But
out
this is
of.
best for everyone.
Out of a fact of like he thought he did something wrong. He resigned because he thought he was pressured to resign, and he's like, oh, people are like. And also,
I disagree with you on that, kind of. I think it was I'll do it on paper so that.
Well, no, that's what he's
there'll be
doing.
less
That's what's being
pressure.
suggested. Yeah.
No,
that's what's being
no.
suggested.
I agree. That's what he's doing. I'm just saying, like, his public resignation had to be a thing because, like, if he didn't resign, it would have caused a massive cascade of people leaving Imperium. I would assume
A much larger fracture, and
No,
what
it's-
we're
it's
seeing
still
right
to-
now
it's
is a
still
very
to be
small
seen.
fracture.
It's still to be
from what
seen
I've
because
seen.
then he's like, there's a lot of people that want to get their stuff out before they leave.
Sure.
And so, in the next
That's a reality,
in the next week to 3 weeks, you might actually see a larger number of people leaving the Imperium. I don't know what. I'm not going to even throw out percentage numbers. We'll see what it ends up being. It might be a just small group, or it might actually be a significant number. Who knows?
Here's
So,
real quick.
also,
Here's
let's
a
follow
fun
up
take.
on this.
Well,
Sorry, go-
hold on.
Go
Real
ahead.
quick, real quick, Vlad, before you go, I would say like, but with Jeff, I would say that it was. Hold on, I have to scroll up now. He should have told people just to deal with it and sort themselves out. That's not the answer.
Yeah, no.
That's not the answer to this. Don't
Use your
don't-
block
you-
button.
You don't
I think
act
that
like
is-
that and have
Your
that stuff
boss
come out
was
and just
like,
and just tell people like, yeah, fuck it, I'm this way, deal with it. Like, that's not acceptable. Like the way that the way you are that has been exposed is unacceptable. You just can't tell people like, just accept it. That's
So I just wanna-
if you're okay with someone being that way, then you are in the minority of people that your ways of thinking are unacceptable. That the way society is these days, that's unacceptable, plain and simple. There is no just deal with it. There is like, you don't just deal with it. You stop being that way, or you don't or you get ostracized. That's your options essentially.
Yeah, so it's like people say, oh, First Amendment. It's like that just means you won't get
means
arrested
the
by the
government.
government.
The
But it's like
government won't
you can say something
impede upon your
shitty,
speech.
and it might not be illegal, but we could
And that guy
still
might
treat
sock you in the mouth
we can
because
treat
he
you like a
doesn't
piece
agree
of
with you.
shit, like you are. Like if some business says something shitty, don't use their business. If somebody, like a individual person, says something shitty, don't talk to them anymore. It's like you're not free from consequences.
So I will admit wholeheartedly, I'm Gurgoon with the best of them. I played this game for a long time, and it's fun. Why not? We can all have our tribes and have our in-game fun. I don't want to crucify goons. I don't want to see the end of goons, and I think that the rich history of goons is a phenomenal and amazing thing. Like
Oh my god.
if
the goon praise
hey
is killing me. Come on.
hey Metarol, shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
people-
But give me a
people
moment.
are allowed
Wait,
to have
wait,
their
no, wait. Hey, wait, Metarol,
I know you have a butt, but get to
Hey,
the
Metal.
butt.
So
Hey,
here's the
but-
thing.
but-
Here's the thing. These are incredibly organized. They've created a well-oiled machine all these years across. It is a
Billy, speak to
phenomenal.
that. Is that
Wait,
true,
wait,
Billy?
wait. Hey,
Metal,
Metal,
let
shut
him
the
talk.
fuck up. I actually said it out loud, but I'll say it again. Shut the fuck up for a minute. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna say it. They have created a phenomenal machine, and no one could argue against that. That is a lot of their trademark. Is like, we have created a well-oiled, phenomenal machine. We all, when it comes down to it, we all face the same direction and we do things. No one could disagree with that. They create a very focused, phenomenal machine
I can disagree
over the
with
course
that.
of. Okay, well then give me a moment and then you can. But that being said, that doesn't excuse any of these things, and that doesn't mean that one person is the credit for any of these things. One person has been a very driving force for a lot of these things. And I agree that a lot of people will band behind this person and maybe haven't seen various shades of this person. And I'm not going to sit here and say Matani is the worst thing since fucking Hitler. I'm not going to say it. Whatever. That being said, there have been so many people who I think have been doing the what about the other side? What about, Manny? What about various other statements from other people throughout history of EVE Online, where it's like, other people have been shitty once upon a time. So why are you calling us out right this moment? What, this is a Pappy narrative. This is a whatever. I would love to think, and I'll admit for this moment that I'm being optimistic. I would love to think that maybe we are all just at that point where we're all fucking too far gone for that. We're all too old for that. We can easily succumb to it if we choose to, but it's easy to not, because I'm not a fucking child anymore. Like, everybody wants to wave their flag and be their tribe, and again, I respect what goons have done over the years. I will admit it. Naysay it in a moment, but I will say they've created a well-oiled machine. No one could say they haven't been a dominant force for a decade plus. That being said, that doesn't mean that everything you do is the right way to do things. And the various people who are like, well, so and so does such and such, bring it, list it out, bring the receipts. Let's bring out all the dirty laundry. Let's get it all clean. Let's make this game a healthier place. A lot of people just don't give a shit about taking shit anymore, or dealing with it, or just brushing it aside anymore. In my opinion, I think this might be the moment where we can be like, hey, let's clean it all out. We're all too old for that,
So I've got a question also for
Whoa,
Altari.
whoa. I was saying, obviously.
And now let it flow.
I was saying.
No, just to clarify here, what are you
Obviously,
saying?
Matterall has been holding off his point, obviously, at the assault of Akroth. I would say, like, Akroth's assault has happened.
Yeah, can we just well, I
It's
guess first of all, no
Akroth's home. I'm not
talking
gonna
over
attack him.
people, and then try to keep it succinct. Like,
Yeah.
we have a lot of people in here
Sorry.
that have a lot to say,
Yeah.
and people are getting worked up about it, which I understand. I probably was doing it. We just, we need to keep the conversation going and try not to take it.
True. Okay, so I was saying, Matterall has got the floor. I will give him that.
I could attack. I'm not going to attack. I'll yield my time to Villy instead, because
I
he
was
would
just
know better
curious.
than I would.
I like it because you kind of made the statement like, whataboutism is good. We need to clean up the game, but like, the reality is there's not much to clean up in the game. Like, the reason why this has been so spectacular is it's because it's so exclusive, right? Like, you said like, oh, what about the man thing? It's like, What about it? It happened. We dealt with it, and then you guys called me and ProGod racist for a month every day.
You say
But
you
like,
guys. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but go on.
if you go back in DirectorBot, K-Color pinged that myself and ProGod were homophobic and racist every day for over a month.
Wait,
To,
but I'm
to
just saying
5,000 people.
you guys.
Hey,
That's
Goons,
focused.
Goons, yeah.
Okay.
Period.
Not in Goons, but yeah.
I was like, I'm
sorry.
Pam Pam, but sure, sorry, go ahead.
You guys can be, those that represent those
Okay.
beliefs or whatever. Like, so, the accusation that, this is, something that is, this is a attitude or a gameplay style that is represented throughout the game is not accurate.
So
Nobody that I know actually thinks that. Anytime that the whataboutism is attempted, it's usually oh, you guys did this or you guys did that, but it's like, yeah, we did, and then we fixed it and we did better and we stopped, right? And we owned up to our mistakes and we dealt with them, and usually those mistakes are pretty minor, even if they're fully blasted on the radio Imperium 24/7. It doesn't change the fact they are, right? And that is just kind of the way I view it.
So to reference that, and actually, if you care to, and I don't expect you will, but in the last week, like Reddit has been a fucking exciting roller coaster, and I don't mean that in any weird way or anything. It's just been, there's a lot going on, and I've weighed in and I've had enjoyment being like, I enjoy some of these conversations happening, not because of the content of them, just because I like to fucking converse and spit out my own voice. But that being said, I actually have weighed in on that because, funny enough that you've mentioned that, in the last week I've seen both Durherder and Manny both come out and make comments just openly on Reddit, which I haven't seen them in quite a while, being like, yeah, I agree. I was a piece of shit, and I agree. What, like, people have been leveling insults and being, why not? Why aren't we talking about the other side? Why aren't they did all these things that were terrible, and the references were usually with Manny and a little bit of Durher and some other things. And I've seen both of those people this week, and it wasn't publicized. It was in the comments. It was just a literal fucking comment in all the shit that's been going on. That were both of them were like, "Hey, I agree. Like, it wasn't cool, and I was being shitty, or I was, talking about things, or I was doing shitty things, and like, it was either being edgy or it was whatever it was at the moment. But like, I agree. Like, I was there for it. I own it, and that is what it is. But that what I was aiming at wasn't like, hey, why isn't the other side doing it? I'm saying that was a big narrative of the other side. I've seen the other side talking about it. Those few complaints and those grievances, and like I said, they were hidden in the comments. They weren't like, let's make a post. Manny didn't make a post. Durher didn't make a post. Like, they were just literally hidden in comments of like, yeah, no, I actually own that. Like, I was there for that. Like, I did do those things. I was being shitty. We were in a different era of the game, like, but that wasn't what it was. I was being shitty. I was using words or attitudes or just whatever it was, but like, I was not the person that I am today, maybe many years later. And I've seen, Goons have been saying that since, fucking Wizard Hat, he apologized. I do agree that there's a redemption arc. I will say that it's weird that it was, I think it's weird that it was just, these people just decided to comment down in the comments, but like, I have seen people address this on the what about so-and-so, but because it was down in the comments, and a lot of people, I guess, probably didn't notice.
And newsflash, more than one thing can be bad at the same time.
That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. That's the whole argument against whatism in general, right? Like, everyone's like, oh, but what about this? It's like, well, yeah, that's bad too, but that doesn't diminish from the bad that I'm looking at right now.
But you damn dirty pappies, you're shielding all
Like,
the Mannies and
like,
the
that-
Durherders and anyone who's ever said something that offended me once upon a time.
That's the one thing I don't get about I understand the tactic of whataboutism, and I understand that, unfortunately, it kind of fucking works in a lot of circumstances, and it's sad that it does, because it's honestly just a form of, like, deflection of blame. Whataboutism, it's like, oh, but what about this? It's like, it doesn't, that's bad. That's
Wording
also.
is built into the name.
Yeah.
Whataboutism. It's supposed to be. So what about it, right?
But what about this? It's like, that's also bad. And whether it's even worse, sometimes even the whataboutism is worse than the thing you're looking at. It's like, okay, yeah, that's worse, but still, that doesn't make this less bad. Like, I'm
Right.
not taking my eyes off of this thing that you're trying to deflect me from. And I don't get that about whataboutism. And I don't get the fact that people are fooled by it nonstop. They are. That's the thing. It's like, it's a weird, it's a fucking form of black magic. I like the fact that people go like, oh, but what about this? Is like, oh yeah, that's so bad. It's like, did you just instantly forget about this horrible thing that's going on right now that we just pointed you to? It's like, yeah, but this thing over here.
Yeah, they're trying
It's
to
like,
just
you
like
can-
Uno
you can-
reverse card on you.
You
You're like, oh, but you have to defend
yeah,
yourself
it's
now.
like, yeah, the reverse Uno. That's a perfect example. It's like, it's the reverse Uno card. It's like, you don't have to like transfer your entire dislike to that one thing. You can like dislike both. It's like, you know, it's like the taco commercial. Like,
Portion yourself.
Why
There's
not
plenty to
both?
go-
Why not dislike both things that are fucked up? You know, like you don't have to divert
Like
your
world
entire
news
attention.
stuff. I don't want to get too far into it, but it's just like people like to say, but America did this. I'm like, yeah, that
Yeah.
was shitty too.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that's
and
fucked
we have-
up. But what
I
you're
don't have
still
to like
doing,
that was fucked up too. But when
Yeah.
this is happening, whatever is happening, that's also fucked. Like they can both be fucked
Yeah,
up at the
it's-
same time.
nope,
And that's what I was touching on. Like,
nope. That's
there's
totally,
a lot
that's
of
totally
that.
wrong, Delana. You can only be mad at one thing at a time. That's how the world works.
Oh,
What are you talking about, Jelani? Last
Yeah,
week your
like,
outrage was
how-
here.
How
Like,
how dare you get mad
Did you
at
give
more than
up
one
on
thing at
that?
a time?
My rage has no bounds.
Yeah, you're. God damn.
Here's the thing. It's not just goons this week. It is not just
It's
all of
everything.
Gertna. There are multiple things that happen this week, and they're all bad. And the people who are not taking responsibility for their actions, I'm sorry, you are going to be ostracized from the community. I cannot say that. Quit freaking giving these people a platform.
We live in a society.
Well, I don't
But
think
no,
we
that
can-
is true.
I know
we
I'm
can't really
I know
speak
I'm
for the
vastly too
community.
long-winded, but literally that's what I've said in so many comments is anytime that there was a lot of naysaying, and I understand some of the grievances of people who are strongly goon to where they're, I'm going to say 3/4, where they're like, I agree, but like, look, you guys are hypocritical. We called this out, last year, 3 years, 5 years from now, whatever, back in the day. And, and you didn't have anything to say about it. So you don't agree about your leaders. Why should we care about our leaders? Whatever. What I've been trying to recurrently say is like, look, I get it. I get it. Things have been different in the past, and we have all lived in a different era of Eve. Anybody who's been here more than a day has been in a different era of Eve, where maybe potentially FCs yelled at you, Diplos were the fun police, and all these things just happened that were out of your hands, or just whatever, just the way the game was at one point in time,
Like false.
anywhere from yesterday on. Real quick, maybe tomorrow we don't give a shit about that. And I'm not sure of that, but maybe tomorrow, and just based on the last week, maybe tomorrow it doesn't matter which tribe you're in. Maybe tomorrow we say, hey, you did this and this and this. You may not be a demon. It depends on what this and this is, but like, you were shitty, and we're not going to deal with that anymore. And people could either say, and that's their whole freedom. And I think this is actually a really cool community, and that I think that people are not. That obviously there's a mob, this community loves drama just like many communities, but I think there's an opportunity for people to be like, yeah, I was shitty, like I was, for X, Y, and Z reason, I did X, Y, or Z, and I was shitty, and I agree with that. And I'm either doing something to change it, or I did something to change it, or whatever, there's redemption arcs in this world. I don't believe in like wholesale cancel culture, but maybe you just double down, and maybe you say like, fuck all these people who, they've all been doing terrible things all this time, and they can't even fucking see a mirror. So like, what the hell are they even talking about? And maybe that's what you do. I don't know. Maybe you just hand off the
I'm
crown.
just managing chat. It's fine.
So, got a question for Altare. With the rumors going around of Innominate doing the same thing.
He's gone. He's gone.
Ah, shit.
Sorry about that.
You're just gonna ash
you're
it?
late.
You're gonna ash it right there?
Yeah, I was gonna see if how true those were or not, but never mind.
Now we'll never know. It's like how many likes to get the center of a Tootsie Pop. We'll never fucking
We
know.
could have known.
We never.
That we'll
we
never
never.
know.
We
Let
could
me cut in if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I just want to bring out. Because I think it's very interesting that Billy's here, and
It's not
kinda
that we
lucky
like
to have him.
sopleb. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Kind of lucky to have him, but I don't. Do you have any initial thoughts like on all this?
Hold on. Restart the statement.
The eventuality of this has
Yeah.
taken far too long would be probably the best way to I would
took
think
too
about it
long.
overall. I mean, listen, there's a way in which you can treat people and a way in which you can interact with other humans that determines how they will accept you in a social group. And Mitani and the way in which he interacts with people has far exceeded what I thought was within the tolerable limit for a very long time. There is no doubt he has got some solid charisma and solid organizational skills, but there is still so much that is not correct in my opinion. And I always thought this would be an eventuality that we would see much sooner than this, but I obviously at times have kind of underestimated the tribalness of EVE Online subculture, let's say. And we see it here today that sooner or later there's always the dam breaks, I guess you could say. And certainly at this point, I think it effectively has, or hopefully.
I
So
think
you're
there
just
is a.
surprised it came late, huh?
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Matter.
You're just surprised it took this long.
Yeah.
All I was gonna say is that I think that despite what Nay's saying, I have seen posted, I'm going to remain optimistic until otherwise, something pushes me towards otherwise. If you have receipts, if you have shitty things, bring them out. I will say, like I said, I saw both.
You've said this like 3 times.
Okay.
We
Okay.
definitely got that point. Like everybody
Okay,
turn
Matter.
in everybody. Yeah. No, it's your show. I don't want to shit on you, but
It's not.
that's like the 3rd time.
Okay.
I didn't want to cut you off either. If you have something else to say.
Night, everyone.
Seems
Good night, Vlad.
perfectly fine.
Bye, Vlad.
So some of us who've been on receiving ends of not just Matani, but gang enforcement, we're gonna try to be. How does this make you feel, actually seeing them kind of thrown under the bus for once?
I'm fine with it, honestly. I mean, like, I'm not gonna hesitate to say that when people act like that, if they're thrown under the bus, I really don't have any sympathy for them. It's one of those things where it's like, if there's false claims and people dispute it, okay, let's hear the disputes. But like, honestly, there's just so many claims at this point, and like I said before, I haven't heard the claims of the egregious stuff that has been coming out, but I have heard claims and testaments, just mentions, not even like official, like quote unquote testaments, just mentions from friends of mine that I know in the community that have interacted with the Matani, that have just said that like they just didn't, like, there's various things that were like just very creepy or just kind of like unwelcomed, unwanted, and just like kind of intrusive type of thing. Where it's like, okay, so like that's where like I was sitting at the point. So I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there and like, you know, like add like, you know, +1 to the claims that are out there. I'm just saying that there are things out there that I've heard that were like, oh, that's not cool, but it was kind of more like, you know, like just kind of weird behavior. It was not this behavior that was reported that was like beyond unacceptable, you know, type of thing. So the thing is like, it doesn't surprise me that this came out. It's not like it was an expected thing, but it's kind of like, if it came out, it's like, from what I've heard, okay, I could see how like maybe the people that I've heard from were like the quote unquote lesser cases, I guess, you know, type of thing. So
Matterall, Billy, you guys have both felt the sting of some of these things. How do you feel looking back on it?
I didn't feel the sting of it. I was just grossed out by it. And I think when you look at it, you recognize it for what it is. You see it in the real world. Now you see it in your game world, and it's disgusting. Weaponizing people in mass to harass people. You know, in 2011, it's to harass them to the point of killing themselves. That's very bad. But in 2019 or 2020, you know, making fun of people's speaking style,
The whole
you know,
elf boy bullshit.
yeah, making fun of their physicality. Like, what are you trying to do there? And why are you not putting a stop to it? You know, leaders should lead. They should set tones. And this burn everything that's not us tone eventually was going to radicalize a group that has now turned on itself. So they're fucked because they created a monster that is now burning them from the inside out. And it's not just Mittani going. I assure you, this is existential.
yeah, I mean, like, Zenaria's already gone as well. Probably alienated.
Zenaria is like, come on, he's the court jester. He doesn't mean anything.
I know, but like he at this point, I think he's like just not just gone, but like alienated completely.
The Zenaria thing I find very interesting because, like, I was tracking that, you know, he's probably wrong in the head or something, like most people. But I didn't realize that, like, all of the evidence was actually, like, quite publicly out there, right?
So,
Yeah, and I know, like, he's actually autistic, but
yeah,
that does not excuse your behavior.
Yes, I agree, 100%. 100% agree on that. And my thing.
I
is
hate that being used as an excuse for anyone. Like that
Yeah,
just
like,
bothers me so
you can
deeply.
have problems understanding it at first, but if you learn that it's wrong and you keep doing it, then there's no excuse.
You can't
for
use it.
Yeah,
You can't use it as cover.
So I agree, and my biggest thing with the Zenaria thing is like that. Yes, I understand. He's got Asperger's to a degree. I get that. I understand that does cause, like, I'm not fully knowledgeable about
Or whatever, but like, there's literally logs of him trying to like solicit some kid.
I know. So my thing is like, I am not 100% fully in tune with autism, but the thing is like, I don't care what your autism disability is when you can't blame your autism for pedophilia and the shit that he was doing. Like that's not an excuse. And if that is your excuse, then you need some mental help, and like to a degree that you probably should be honestly committed to some kind of facility.
I think
like
the
I
Zenaria
feel like
thing
that's a terrible thing to say, but at the same time, it's like you cannot allow
Yeah, it is a sideshow,
pedophilia out in the open just because they have a mental disability. Like, that's not okay.
And can I just say real quick
Yeah.
to the people in chat? I know they're saying like, "Oh, everybody's being diagnosed autistic." It's just like we're finally realized that there's spectrum to just how people understand
There's
just social
levels.
interactions. Like I almost thought like I actually did an autism evaluation with my therapist. Apparently I'm just weird or just awkward. But everybody like there's a lot of they just we're seen because we tend to hide away. But there's some people you just don't understand. But I mean, if you say something super awkward or like somebody gets offended, you're like, oh shit, I'm not going to do that again. I've learned that it's wrong. So I'm not going to keep doing that even though I know it's like I have social anxiety, whatever. But you don't get to use that as an excuse. And also the whole thing about, oh, there's more people being autistic these days. It's just because we're recognizing it. Like 50 years ago, they just would have said like, oh, you're fucked up in the head.
They're
threw you in
a
the bin.
weird person.
You're just being rude. You're just being
Yeah.
candid.
Or you're
They're
just like
they're
being-
strange.
Now
have
we're
no filter.
recognizing it.
Yeah.
Like I don't have. I mean, a big thing about autism is like not understanding people's emotional reactions. So I can understand that. I just don't understand some social cues. But like sometimes you just be awkward.
Yeah, the things like social awkwardness, social things like that's fine. I mean, I think a lot of people have that to a point. I have that to a point. I am socially awkward at very, very often moments. But what's the
That seemed like a very judgmental.
what's the hum?
Matterall.
No.
No, I'm saying I think I'm generally fine situationally, but I think like socially I do have points where I am socially awkward. I acknowledge that. I know that, but not in.
That's right. The strippers love you. It says.
Well, I mean that's
Dare you, sir?
that
Yeah, but
that's
since
that's
we're
a
looking for numbers.
that's a wallet thing. Matterall.
Drayden is a nice gentleman, and a lot of people.
I don't know about you,
know,
but anytime I've gone to the strippers, they're like, "Ah," they always tell me how great I am.
Oh yeah.
Right, but it's like
Somebody said somebody
it's
said,
like oh did your card payment clear? Oh, they love you.
But
But
yeah,
anyway.
autism isn't an excuse for sharing CP in a form. Because I feel
Yeah,
like most
don't.
people
Yeah, no,
with
that's.
autism don't do
Yeah, not no. So it's like you can have social awkwardness. That's fine. I have that. I think a lot of people have that.
I think everyone,
there's
any
nothing-
human out there has some kind of social.
They to a degree, like everyone has a social awkwardness to a point. Everyone does. I do. I there are times where I'm very outgoing and like just very like like just everyone like I love it. And then there are times where I'm just like very reserved and like confined, like I'm like just
It's the extroverts holding us down.
I'm uncomfortable and withdrawn, and it's like I need to go have my own space, and like just like have a bit of a cool down time. I have that. Like everyone has their own thing. Like I'm like I am off and on, like social, outgoing, social, introverted. But there are certain things that are like kind of like red flags where it's like, if that's a thing, it's like I don't know, like there's certain things where it's like that's not normal. That's not okay. That's not a thing to be. And,
All right. Well, can I just ask? Because Billy was about to say something. It's not. I said it's a sideshow, and Billy was about to say it wasn't, or something.
I don't think this would be where I do not think we would be where we are at if the Zenuria piece of this puzzle had not extended us into another phase, to be honest.
That's true, yeah, because it's like, why was this allowed for so long? Is there a cultural issue? And then it kind of like ran into the other cultural issues, I guess.
Yeah.
I've talked a
There's-
couple times about how it's like it has to be the the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? But like the process of this last week has not been one incident breaking the camel's back right away. It's been the fact that there's been every day more stuff. And I don't know if we would have gotten there without Scenario, strangely enough.
Yeah, they're like somebody
Oddly enough,
posted
yeah.
the meme where it's like, the tiny domino and there's increasingly larger dominoes, and it just started with like, was it extra squishy?
I didn't know
Whelp
that.
some
Makes,
ship or whatever.
Makes,
Like,
makes a lot of sense.
That's the craziest reality of all of this is that it started with extra squishy.
How,
It
what
started with
role did
something
the extra squishy
completely
stuff have?
Yeah, that was the
unrelated.
Charon. That's it, the Charon.
So
Right.
extra squishy drama was what 5-7 days ago.
Been a
Right, but I
week
don't
ago.
know if it had any connection to this. What
Well,
the heck?
Oh,
exactly. There's no direct evidence that it did. It's coincidental, and in the same week, and it's just kind of unique that people started being like, "Hey, like what the fuck?"
it
You
opened
have
the
this.
door.
And I'm not saying it did. It might have, but I'm not saying it did. It's a very interesting week in that in the same week that people were like, "Hey, look at this elite PvPer, Discord where just some friends talk amongst themselves and use whatever quote unquote gamer words and you know, I would venture to say poor taste jokes and things like that. And then within the next 48 hours, other things are like, hey, I disagree with how things have been going and I want to talk about it. And here we are a few days later. Like this has been a crazy week.
They
Absolutely.
said, yeah, there's a one-off shit like that. Just one thing happened. I'm like, okay, good. Don't let that happen again.
So what happened was he got outed as saying some rude stuff. Let's say even was it racist stuff? I don't know.
It was very edgelord, like
Yeah.
creepy, toxic. Ugh.
Spamming the N-word kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then he retaliated, and then something happened where Goonswarm guys were on the hook, where they were the ones saying racist stuff, and that's when the challenge from Anominate said, if you know these guys, give us their names and we'll take care of it. Is that kind of how it got started with Goonswarm?
I wasn't
I-
tracking this link.
I think the second kicker, because everybody else jumped on it real quick, and then everybody started charging against each other over things, and then it was like, okay, well, it's open, let's go.
My understanding is
I don't think there was a
this
direct
had been
link.
going for months because of the ongoing issue, but it really kind of really starts. The snowball
it
started this
emboldened.
week because Delta Squad brought up one of their members' issues that Anominate had sat on his desk for 3 months or whatever, or something like that.
Right.
Oh, that's that Delta Squad timeline.
Correct.
Okay, I need to read that.
I don't think that this was like, hey, whatever. I think this. I don't want to say that it was just exacerbated by, but I think that the fact that people were like, hey, that's kind of shitty. Other people were slightly emboldened to be like, hey, we've been talking about this and this has been said on, but let's bring it up again because now we're looking at multiple months where nothing's been addressed, and then it literally snowballed into all the other things.
Yeah. And Something Awful I saw was kicking off too. Like that thing came back to life, and there's a ton of Something Awful posts, and they're almost there's a lot of like anti Matani Goonswarm anger on that. I didn't know Matani was actually banned from Something Awful. I heard that. If anybody,
Well, he
recently,
became
yeah.
banned
Recently,
after the Zenuria thing.
last day or two.
oh, he got banned from that. Wow.
It's very recent.
And I heard he was banned from local clubs in the area before he lives. Is that true?
Yeah, that's been a long term.
Yep.
Alleged.
Allegedly, yeah.
Big letters on the screen. Allegedly.
I know a lot of people from the area that Matani lives in Madison, Wisconsin. I lived there for 7 years myself, and that is something that I've also heard from people there locally. So take that with what you will.
Yeah, but that's been true for a while. It sounds like.
It's not anything new. Like when I used to live there, I went to a couple of meetups that because he used to host them at the Great Dane in Madison, Wisconsin, and there's been shit about that for better part of a decade.
There's a lot of people that, like, when they heard all this stuff, they were not surprised.
Yeah, I'm with Villy. I mean, this shit went on too long, basically.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's like, yeah, the whataboutism that led to other stuff, and it was like what I said before. I was like, oh, what about this bad thing? I'm like, oh, something bad happened. Bring it out. Let's go.
But what about that too? What about the thing originally posted? Originally
Alright,
said.
it's like, yeah, let's talk
Oh,
about
we've
that
already
too.
posted about that.
Oh, yeah, that's already ignored, right?
Already been ignored for 10 years.
Already ignored.
I hate to beat the same drum that apparently I've spoken multiple times, and I know I have, but that was literally my recurring message. That has been a recurring point of, what about so-and-so? And it's like, let's talk about all of them.
That seems to be
Talk
like
about
the
all of them.
main defense
Bring it out.
strategy by like goon.
But we don't need to
apologists.
talk about all of
It's
them.
not
It's a
just
small
goons,
amount
it's
of
everyone in the
It's
world
not that we
right
don't,
now.
it's that we haven't.
It's everyone in the
And
But
I'm
we
not saying
world.
that-
no, stop. We absolutely have talked about all of them. That's
No.
why you had the Manny issue. That's why you had the Dur, like, because all these things have been talked about.
Some of these things have been talked about, and some of these things have been referenced and maybe not brought in the same light. And I'm not suggesting that all those people need to die on a fire. I'm not suggesting anyone needs to die on a fire.
But have they
What I'm
been
saying is that some of
talked about though?
Some of these
That's
people are
the
saying
thing that we're talking about.
but you're all just hypocrites, so why would we talk about it at all?
Forward.
And it's like, well,
Okay, stop. Sometimes when people say things, you don't have to give a shit.
And that's fine. And you can feel that way, and we can feel that way. All of us can feel that way. That being said, I've seen these comments, and this is what I have to say about it, is that some of those people in recent days, and I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to touch on it again. I'm going to do it.
I got no
Some of those
picture
people
with
have
that Delana.
said,
I can't say cute until I see a kitten.
I agree. Like, I don't agree with how things went or how I spoke about such and such, and that is the way it is. Like, and apparently apologies exonerate people, so I'm not suggesting that is wholesale and that everyone is exonerated, but apparently if you talk about the suicide thing back in the day with the wizard hat, then exoneration exists. And that is a whole that is a real thing. I'm literally not trying to be shitty.
69 viewers.
In the last 48 hours, I've seen both of the people that have been whatabouted multiple times actually speak out and be like, yeah, I agree. Like, me, I agree. You're whatabouting me in the comments, and I will comment on that. Both DHD and Manny being like, yeah, and I was being pretty shitty. Like, I agree.
Which that's good of them. And
Have you seen
Drayden-
that from anywhere else? No, you have not. You've
Drayden,
seen
I
that
was
in
just referencing
very
how it
protected
looked
areas.
like a chain email title, like the forward.
Yeah, for sure. I saw that. But then the
thing that
OMG
is
looks
cute, I've
looks so
already
cute.
posted on the Discord the pictures of the kitten.
Yeah, I was like, look, I don't see the pictures in
I
chat.
posted them earlier.
Oh, I saw those.
She hissed at me earlier. It's so funny because it's a 6-week-old kitten. So you're just like.
I love it because it's like oh, it's so cute. They're so mad at me. Oh, it's like.
Yeah, she literally did not weigh enough to set up the trap. I had to close the end of it when she wasn't looking.
It's like I'm defending myself. You're like, it's so cute. Her defenses are nullified.
Yeah, for context, I trapped a kitten in my backyard today.
I was wondering because everyone's like, "Oh, post pictures of kittens," and I saw it was like in a raccoon trap, like a raccoon trap I've seen like my parents use. I'm like, why is she in that? And then like,
poor kitty.
It's just like she's a feral
What are you
kitten that I
doing?
noticed a week and a half ago, and she
Right.
had no mama. And I was like, we need to get this kitten.
So I had no idea the situation that you were actually trapping a wild cat to help it.
Yeah, she's a feral cat. We're gonna try to get her.
Yeah.
But there's a little moment of light conversation here. But okay, back to topic.
We don't have to go back to talk. We keep going talking about cats.
So we want to keep talking about kittens. That's fine too.
I trapped cats.
I remember my parents had a cat. Well, we didn't have a cat. We had a cat, and then there was a cat that kept fighting with our cat in the middle of the night. So this is back when I was like 11 years old, and my parents, we had a 5-acre lot, so we hear like rah, 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 like just screeching of cats fighting in the backyard, and so my parents eventually
There's a cat on the camera.
Well, no, my parents eventually put a raccoon trap out there. They caught the offending cat, and it was funny but also terrible at the same time. So he found the cat, and it was terrified because it was caught in a raccoon trap, like the one that you have there, and it was just running back and forth, smashing its face on the grate, back and forth. And it's like, oh shit!
On camera.
It's gonna hurt itself. And then eventually my dad was like, okay, we're gonna let it go. Hopefully it's learned its lesson. It won't come around here and fuck with our cats. And then he let it go, and the cat just jumps out of the cage and beelines, but unfortunately jumps at the barbed wire fence right at the mark where the barbed wire lines up with like if it had just gone under it would have been fine, but like it tried to jump and it lined up perfectly with the barb.
Okay, you can stop. Okay.
No, the cat was fine.
Okay.
It was not.
Thank you.
It was
I
not.
was like, skip all the gory details. Get to the part where the cat is fine. Thank you.
No, it was not on a spike part, so it didn't like spike itself. So luckily, but it was just like on a part where like
I sold it as though it ripped itself wide
No,
open, right on that barbed
Yeah,
wire
I was
piece.
like, you better not get to
But
anything
outside
bad
that barbed wire piece was where it passed.
No. It was there was no spike
God, let's
there,
go
but it
back to
just
talking about
jumped
Arkhams.
at it. It like tried to run and run and run. If it kept running, it would have went under. But it tried to jump, and it jumped right at the junction, and like the wire caught its head, and it was, like, its neck like compressed and sprung back, and then it like gave this like whole like holy fuck look, and then it just ran under the fence and kept going. So it's like. There was no
Good on
spike there. Like it's
Good on you, Cat.
fine, but it's like it probably got like
You guys
a
are
really
liquid.
sore neck
Good
from
job.
that. Damn. But
I have a PSA. Since I've actually had like baby raccoons in my backyard, you trap raccoons using marshmallows with hot sauce. They love that shit. It's like raccoon crack.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Because we had to trap them and then like, because we got somebody to trap them and then like bring them out to the swamp or whatever and let them go. Because they were big enough. Like they were kind of small to be without mama, but
Just
they
bring
were,
them out to the
they were-
swamp.
Yeah, just throw them in the swamp. That's what we do with everything. Except for this kitten, because she's in our back bathroom.
Tracks.
Yeah, because we get raccoons,
What?
possums, and stuff.
Matterall,
Yes, I'm gonna go ahead.
what are you doing tomorrow on TIS?
Is it tomorrow? I think it's
Saturday.
Or was Saturday?
Sunday.
Depends on your time zone.
No, tomorrow's Saturday.
It's Saturday in
Sunday's
the
the next
East
day.
Coast.
Sunday, 9.
Sunday.
Pacific, yeah. That's normally when TIS is live taped. And I am going to guest host, I think. I haven't quite
Ooh.
decided yet. I'll come back for a one-off. Only because Rain is not available. And so there will be no show unless somebody does it. And although I'm not really in TIS anymore, I've asked if I could fill in. And so far the answer is yes.
Would personally love to see you back on.
I like it. I will tune in actually. Because I got
Sure.
nothing else going
It's
on.
not. It's 9 a.m., dude. It's kind of early. I don't know.
Dude,
I'll listen to the replay.
I got nothing
It's
going on.
it's
I got-
it's noon.
That's
It's
a
like
smart money, Akron.
it's
I
noon.
got nothing
It's
going
noon
on
for
till
me, so
Monday
it's
morning,
perfect.
so yeah. Wait, you say 9 a.m. What time?
Pack time.
Pacific.
Oh, 9
Hour.
Drayden, is there a 9 a.m. that you prefer? Because I don't like any of them.
9 a.m.
Yeah.
Anytime
East,
zone.
I
9
can't
a.m.
even do that during the week.
9
at
a.m.
work.
Eastern is
I hate it.
6 a.m. for me, so yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern is
Is it?
not preferable.
See, 9 a.m. Pacific for me on the East Coast though is perfect. I'm
Are you,
okay
on
with
your
that.
weekend, do you want to have to sign up to anything at 9 a.m.? That's all I'm wondering.
I mean, like, just whatever I feel like sign up at 9 a.m. for.
You guys are better people than I, and I do not wake up early. on
Drayden,
weekends.
you'll remember we started TIS on I wanted to do it Thursday night, but you had open comms on Thursday night.
Yeah,
So
and
I
then we moved
started-
to Friday.
Well, I started Friday, and then we moved to Saturday at 6 a.m.
And we took
Pacific
Friday
time.
because it was better for all of us. Because like it's better if we get drunk on the weekend instead of like
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
getting drunk and
By
have
the
to
way,
go work in the
Matterall,
morning.
I was digging through all of my swag stuff for FanFest and I found a whole bag full of
Oh, the TIS.
Talking in
stuff.
Station stickers.
Yes, the TIS stuff. Good. It's still around.
Yeah. I was
It's
I
still
saw this
around.
And I was just like, oh. So I just
See ya,
have a
Hoppy.
massive box of swag stuff. And it was just in there and I was like, oh.
But yeah,
I-
I will check it out tomorrow.
Yeah, I might come back, but I need to research. 'cause I
9
wanna get-
a.m. tomorrow.
I want to get the story right. It's not going to be my opinion or my take, and it shouldn't be. It's a story that deserves respect, and so it just needs to be analyzed. And I haven't done that work yet, so that needs to happen.
I volunteer for replay crew.
Delana, Korriban has a point though.
For what?
The time zones.
Oh, how dare you?
Look,
Dirty
nobody
coast.
controls the sun here. We can't control time.
Yeah, if you don't get the sunset or the
You're there when you're there, and you're
sunrise,
not when you're not. And if you're not, then you listen to it afterwards.
Can you
And,
even?
and this is why you got to live in a great place.
If you
like
don't
the
get the
state of
sunset-
Michigan, here you can get the sunrise
Michigan's-
on one of the great. You can get a sunrise on one of the Great Lakes and a sunset on the other.
Yeah, but you're still on Central Time. If you don't
No,
get a
East Coast, East Coast, baby.
What?
Yep, East Coast.
How'd you finagle that?
Because we're
Because you have no
fucking
mountains.
awesome.
And I'll have you know, still no one calls it the best coast.
You know
That's
what?
how it works.
West Coast, best coast.
Great
No one
Lakes
calls
Coast
it the
is
best coast, despite
East
whatever
Coast
he may
and
say.
West Coast. Oh.
Although
We're-
I'm
I'm in the West Coast of the East Coast here in West
I'm
Michigan.
also like in like the weird not cool part of the West Coast time zone, where like everyone thinks like, why are you not in mountain time zone? It's like because we're between two mountain ranges and that one's more mountain than we are.
I was on the wrong mountain. I'm sorry about that.
Didn't you have a clown car full of guys going to a riot to break up a riot?
No, I did. Oh no, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We did.
Drayden didn't.
I personally
Going
didn't.
to Pride
no,
Fest.
we had
break
a
up a
fucking
Pride Fest.
U-Haul truck full of white supremacists
Hey, who let
going to
people
break
leave
up a pride rally going on in Coeur d'Alene, and they
Look, for only $19.95 a day, you can change the direction.
Yeah, so yes, that was up here. That was actually up here. Like that was like in, well, I live in Post Falls, but Coeur d'Alene's like 5 miles that way. And yeah, so that whole Nazi rally breakup thing that you heard about, that was actually up here, like right in my town. So
Oof.
yeah, big oof up here. Like
They were in the back of the
so
U-Haul.
so
should-
North
You need to be wearing a
Ida-
seatbelt.
Here's the thing,
All
North Idaho has been known for like Nazi shit for a long time because the Nazi compound used to be up here back in the day. 20 years ago, like the compound was like up in this area for the neo-Nazi nation. And then that eventually got bankrupted. They went away, and we thought we'd been done with them. And then here they are coming back resurgent because of this whole Trump shit, like white supremacy, like resurgence of everything. And then you have a bunch of like white supremacist Nazi groups get a U-Haul truck, and people from all over the country coming to like, and they were driving. There was it was during June, so it was Pride Month. So it was during a Pride event down at the city park here in Coeur d'Alene, and they decided they were going to go shut that shit down with riot shields and pepper spray and shit. And they were heading down there, and they got pulled over for suspicious activity. I don't know why, but essentially the cops pulled them over and found that there's like 20 people in the back of this U-Haul truck, all with like riot shields and like, assault. Not like assault weapons like, lethal guns, but like assault, like riot assault gear. And so they arrested everybody. So luckily they all got arrested before they got to do their shit. But yeah, so up here was a thing where it's like, yeah, there was a bunch of white supremacists trying to shut down a Pride park event up here. Bullshit.
Well, it was comedy.
And you guys did well.
Well, like we did well in arresting them, but here's the long term. They all essentially got off with no charges.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it was basically like,
Why were they family members of
Held
the,
them for the
police?
minimum, and
it was essentially we stopped you from doing what we tried to do,
let
and
the parade or whatever.
you're
happened.
free to go.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened, which is like, why did we not put them in jail? Like, attempted hate
Because
crimes.
we don't actually punish people in our society until they've actually
No, it's
done a
because,
bad
because
thing.
they couldn't prove that it was a hate crime, even though it's like,
So
Well, but that's
then he's
that's the
not
entire
wrong.
point.
He's not
But
wrong.
yeah, like the way our system is structured is you are not actually punished until you've actually done the bad thing.
right.
can-
Basically,
you can
like,
toe an edge of a line for
That's
quite a while.
actually basically true. It's like you didn't actually commit a hate crime,
You did ride without seatbelts in the back of a U-Haul, which
You
is
tried
which is
just damn
not
hard, and you were ready
legal.
for it, but you didn't get to execute.
Basically, Idaho was like, you wanted to commit a hate crime, but we stopped you beforehand, so we'll let you go and just don't commit any hate crimes from now on. And then let everyone go. Which is like, fucking A. Like, put those fucking people in prison. God
Because
damn
we
it.
Sounds like a weird cultural revolution.
Yeah.
Because we spent a ton of money on prevention, you don't have to pay.
Yeah, conspiracy to commit something is a crime. I agree. That's what they were arrested for, Fleabach. Yeah, conspiracy for hate crimes. Like that was what they were originally arrested for, I think. And then like Idaho was just like, we don't want like
It's messy.
We've got it. Yeah, it's messy.
The reality is,
We
take
got
a
enough
look-
negative
take a look.
publicity off that. Let's just like close our
Look at-
eyes to it and just pretend it never happened.
Look at what happened in Michigan, even where literally just down the street from where I work, we had the federal court case of those guys that had the whole plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan and whisk her away to Wisconsin for trial. Those people, like everyone's gotten off at this point. 2 people were acquitted and
Wow.
2 people are awaiting retrial at this point. But like, it's fucked up. It's really messy to hold people accountable
they
in these
entered-
circumstances because they didn't actually execute.
They entered government
wild.
buildings. It's madness.
It's fucked up too. Like it's
Well, it's corrosive, right? Now if a group says, well, it can't be held accountable, then why should I follow the rules?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
weirdly-
to bring it back to Eve.
Well, I was gonna say that's weirdly related. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, that kind of comes back.
Weirdly
Doesn't
related.
it? Doesn't that come back?
It does.
Because I heard earlier that, like, if you were part of the Matani entourage or whatever, like, you didn't get the same treatment as if somebody who was like new and didn't know anybody.
Well, that's no surprise for anyone, but
Maybe that's not. I'm trying to think in NC dot if it's that way. I've seen the hammer dropped on like pretty high up people, pretty public humiliation.
and while that happens, I would venture to say for many groups, if you're one of the new guys, like obviously you're not regarded in the same way as the old guys. Like that is a thing. That being said, I don't think we're talking about the same allegations in general, but if you're just talking about as a concept, new guys are never going to be regarded in the same way as old guys. Like, if allegations come up or just grievances come up, ratting qualms
No,
or
but
whatever.
If you have an egalitarian society that you build, which I think some groups do, goons especially are like, everybody's,
or just some groups.
Yeah, we're the goons and those are the plebes out there or whatever, or the pubbies. That really works against you, right? When you see people getting away with stuff that you can't get away with. It's part of the fabric. But I would say that's not the case if you're in PL or NC dot because they're not egalitarian. Not everybody's equal. That never felt that way. Like you didn't have any rights. You were lucky to be there, kind of thing.
Okay. I would love to think that is more accurate now than ever before, but I think that's kind of anecdotal.
Well, I don't know
Hey,
what NC's like anymore, but
We've been going on for almost 5 hours. Well, not all of us. I've only hopped in.
I'm
later.
at 5 hours and I'm rather intoxicated and pretty fucking high.
Yeah, people are saying like I look like shit.
I
I
mean,
mean,
I
I'm
had
not
a,
on camera, so they can't judge me.
I've had a couple of edibles tonight,
Whoa.
so it's completely legal in my jurisdiction.
no wonder your room
Must
is
be
like different
nice.
colors.
I live in the south. They would put me under the jail.
It's just based on
Delana,
his
you have-
lighting choices.
Delana, you have talked more this episode than like all other episodes combined.
Well, I had a lot to say because this shit made me mad, so it made me talk a lot.
Should get mad more often.
I don't know. It's kind of like emotionally tired, being angry all the time. Although that's kind of how I've been the past few weeks. Something American politics.
Oh yes, it's going crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
I was, like I said, gone for 3 weeks in Greece. Wasn't thinking about any of this. Came back to everything. It's just a nightmare.
Must be nice. Well, at least
Let's
I was saying earlier, I went to real life Thera. Spent some time there.
I saw that. That was pretty cool.
Was it a large system?
It was an island that exploded
Huh?
in ancient times and left just a fraction of the island. And that's where all the housing is built inside of caves or the hotels.
Oh.
Yeah, it's known as modern day Santorini, but its ancient name is Thera.
Well, as
Yeah,
someone
it's really
who
fascinating, actually.
I want to look into
What's
this
new
'cause
with
actually
that?
I work in the
Sorry,
hotel
Ronnie,
industry and
but
I
that's
like
not cool.
I like reading about interesting properties.
Oh, you should check it
It's
out.
definitely fascinating.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Santorini. It's
like
it's very- go ahead.
I love unique hotels. Like I was reading about recently, like the oldest hotel in the world has been run by the same Japanese family for something like almost 20 some generations in Japan. Like it's absolutely insane.
What are they saying? Like sometimes you can just like adopt someone to help run your business, just to even if they're not even related. You could be like, oh, I adopt them. They're my kid now, and then they just help you with your business.
I
Something
mean,
I don't know.
that's a thing.
That
in
sounds
some
very
cultures, I
American.
think.
Yeah, I believe you can just tell people like, "Here, I wrote them into
You
my
are
legal
mine now.
documents."
You are
and,
my
like,
slave labor. I mean, child now.
and now, yeah, here, let's keep going. I don't know.
Well, it's been fun, everyone. I will. Thanks for letting me on.
Thank you for coming on, and I hope to see more of you.
All right, we'll see you guys. I'll probably do Sunday, but maybe you shouldn't wake up, Drayden, in case I don't make it. I'll try.
Yeah,
Make
like
sure and
9
make a
a.m. on the weekend. Yeah, that's not happening for me. I'll be lucky if I get up before noon.
matter. I'll just make sure and make a VOD. Like, come on.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
We
see you
we would
guys.
all appreciate it. Thanks.
We'll watch the VOD.
Night, man.
Yeah, at 1.5 speed, I get it. All right, later.
Be safe.
I don't practice Santorini. Ain't got no crystal ball. I don't know.
I actually think
I'm
I'm
starting to
gonna
get loopy. I'm tired.
it's
But-
nearly 2 a.m. for me, so I think I'm gonna dip out.
Spent it all.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess time to wrap it up. I don't know. Here's my final thought. Don't be a dick.
Whoa! You gotta wait till we play the animation
Yeah, I
and
was-
shit, right?
Oh.
I appreciate.
How-
Wait, I actually
Alright, fine.
appreciate you offering it up.
Delana, how
Alright,
dare
fine.
you
Go-
jump the
go
gun?
ahead, I'll say it again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Let's.
I like
let's-
that you reminded Drayden to run it.
I actually forgot, but let's run
I
this.
think
in
so.
Let's run this in a proper order here.
Well, now that most people have left, but let's just go.
Yeah, of course. Well, actually, we've retained a bunch. Like, we're still at 63. We're like at 1 or like 80, 90 something before. God damn, this is like the most heavily watched show we've had for a while. Which
It's crazy.
Still
It's
love
almost
that
like
drama.
drama attracts people.
It's almost like drama attracts people, but also we handle the drama in a very feng shui way.
For the most part, I mean, some of minor issues with people talking to each other.
I'm
but
not
that's
saying that we didn't.
It's just like people getting worked up.
No, I'm not saying that we didn't discourage shitty behavior. I'm just like we handled it in a way where it's like, let's look at this. This is shitty. Yes, we all agree that's shitty. Let's not be shitty like that. Like if you want to not be shitty, don't be like this. And then shitty examples followed, and we're like, yeah, continuation
If
of
you
shitty
think
examples.
about being shitty,
Yeah,
don't.
this.
Just
this
wait, take a moment, and then don't.
Yeah. Okay. So
Just
let's
take a moment,
let's-
think about it,
Think
but then
about
don't.
what you could do, and then don't do that.
Right. So final shots, final thoughts. With that in mind, let's just start it. Let me play the animation.
Okay,
All right,
done yet?
Akaroth, you're up first.
Oh damn it! Freaking A names.
I just
Yeah.
noticed that I've been apparently
Us,
I'm in.
us D's gotta wait a bit.
I just found out that I'm in a beard competition with somebody from the chat that I didn't know about. But
Oh, well, how
they're
how-
competing with me for beards, so we're in a beard competition.
Are
That's how that
you
works.
winning, son?
Could not say. I hope we post pics.
Okay. Well,
And I'm not going to be super competitive. This just happens.
No,
I'm not going to
let
brag
us
about
know
it.
let us know
It
if
just
you
happened.
win or not. Because if you don't win, we're gonna have to drop you from the show because your beard's not impressive anymore. So no pressure, but just let us know how it's going.
Just when you get around it, just
yeah,
let us know.
just when you get around to it, let us know how big your beard is compared to theirs. If theirs is bigger, we might have to replace you.
Hadrian and lost.
Just
that's weird.
Just
And
come,
then
just
Tom's
come,
goes quiet.
just coming down from HR, we might have to get rid of you, dude. Just saying. Anyway, thanks for the shot. Next is me. Oh shit!
I
It's
didn't
me.
even do a shot. I was just saying someone was competing with my beard.
I never do a shot. Just
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I will
just
let
keep
you,
going. Just
I
keep
will
going.
let- No,
It'll be fine.
I'll let you do a shot, Akrath. Do a shot.
I didn't have one. I was just noticing, someone's
I will let you
apparently
do
calling
a
me out and
shot.
competing with my beard. I think this has been a very interesting night, and I apologize if I offended anyone earlier. I do. I wasn't trying to be super aggressive, but I did want to get out of thought,
You
which
did
apparently
get a little
I
aggressive
said
with
multiple
act-
times. I said multiple times, but I've also heard the same thing multiple times from the same person.
You did get a little.
So it is what it is.
You got a little hasty with Matterall, I will say.
And it's fine. In my own opinion, and I'm going to drink a shot this, Matterall's been quiet for about 6-8 months.
Yeah.
Which is fine. And you can do that. And you can do that. You perfectly, you've earned that. Things have happened, whatever. You can do that. I disagree with, being like, hey, you need to let me talk when I've disappeared for 6-8 months when I was talking. But that all being said, I don't disagree with a lot of things that Matterall was saying. I just wanted to get my thought out, even if it was the third time, because I don't think he absorbed it.
There's
any
just a
particular
problem
time.
like the one time that I just wanted to make a stupid joke and I had to sit there and wait for you to finish talking for 5 minutes. I'm like, I
Right?
just want to tell my stupid joke. Shut up.
I apologize.
I will say,
I do apologize.
Delana, never hold back on your jokes. Just talk over us.
I agree. And Delana, I do agree.
You
Speak
know
over
that
me.
I'm not good with talking over people. That
I
was the
know,
thing, like,
but
when
if
we
you
had
just
certain
look at-
people on this show,
I-
and I had to learn to keep talking.
Right, but here's
The only thing I'll say is, Delana, I've heard Matterall be long-winded for 20 minutes, and that's where I felt warranted. I've never heard you be long-winded. So if someone cut me off that was not Matterall being like, well, let me cut you off, and I'm like, I'm in the middle of saying something, and you're about to talk for 20 minutes, potentially, I agree with you saying something.
I was gonna say, Delana, you also know that Dirk isn't here anymore, right?
I know that was a, but it's a bad habit of mine.
I know,
Or
but it's like
if anything, it's kind of, well, a lot of people have this problem, but especially women. We're taught to if somebody else starts talking, you shut up. And
I
don't want to say
Yeah,
all men,
Delana,
because not all
respect your
men,
male authority.
No,
not
no,
all men, but some guys tend to just keep talking.
That was a joke.
I get you, and I'm here sitting there saying I'm the recipient of what you're saying, and also the aggressor of what you're saying. There are times where I'm like, but I'm not done saying what I want to say, and I gotta finish it. But there are times, yeah. So I'm like, this day and age of the Open Comms show is much more mellow, and is much more acceptable to interrupt if you've really got something to say. But also, if you start saying something and someone tries to interrupt you, I am always on the side of the starter of the conversation, where it's like, if you start saying something and someone tries to overtalk you, you have the initial right to keep going. They should be the one to shut up. Honestly, because I've been times where it's like, someone will start talking and I think they're done. And I'm like, okay, but then this, and then they keep going. I'm like,
I actually did that a few times tonight.
yeah,
I
and,
was just
and it's
oh
like,
my God.
and then they keep going. It's like, I thought they
people
were
just don't
done.
realize.
I literally wait for you guys to not be green so I can say something.
Oh, that's a rough time. That's a rough time, Liz. Because there's never a green moment in an Open Comm show. But
Agreed, and you're getting called out already in chat.
Yeah,
Agreed,
so-
and shut up and do final thoughts already.
I know. Okay, so oh my god. Okay, so anyway, My head. I'm gonna do shots for how about just being a decent person? Like it's a long shot in Eve, and I know that most people are good people in this game. So I'm doing a shot for you. Because the thing is, like, all this negative shit makes it seem like every single person is a piece of garbage. They're not. There are a lot of pieces of garbage out there. And they should be called out for their piece of garbage demeanor. And I'm just doing a shot to the people that aren't. I don't know. I hope that's not an apologetic thing, because I'm not apologizing for the people that are shitty. I'm just like, there are some decent people out there. Shots
So
to you for
everyone
being
that
good.
does not suck.
I think that's a good shot.
Yeah,
Shots to those who don't suck.
Shots to those who actually don't suck.
That's pretty succinct.
All right, Liz, you're up. Oh no, Delana.
Delana.
So no,
Yeah, I'm
Delana,
like,
Delana, you're up.
Frustrated. Am I
Oh
being
my
sick? What
god,
the fuck?
dude, my D is in a haze right now.
No, not really. But like I said before, because some people need to actually hear this multiple times, don't be a dick. If you fucked up, own up to it. Don't
Agreed.
keep digging a hole that you want to climb out of. Because then we'll treat you like the piece of shit you are. If somebody said, "Oh, I'll lay weight," like Delana should just like down a 40 ounce and lay waste. I'm like, But when I get drunk, I love everybody, so I won't be mad. I'm just so happy, and it's like, you're so cool. You know? It's like, no, I'm just fueled by anger.
Hey, don't be
Normally.
Shasta, don't be dicks, right?
Yeah, I
Definitely.
mean, it's kind of what you said, and
Don't be dicks, don't be bitches. Like, it's both sexes all aligned. They all
Yeah.
All the reproductive organs, don't be them.
like
Don't
your
be them.
reproductive organ does not determine.
Be a decent human. Don't be a reproductive organ. That's a wholesale message,
be a good
and I think
person.
everyone can stand behind that.
Be a good person. If you're not, fuck you. If you are, shots to you.
and
Yeah.
and honestly, it's like I've been reading some of this drama with a little bit of satisfaction, just to be like, some people that are shit, they get the consequences. Because sometimes this stuff happens and you never see what happens to it. But like,
Agreed.
especially as a woman, that like, we get harassment, and sometimes you just never get justice for it because it can be traumatic, and sometimes you just don't want to deal with it. But sometimes,
Sure.
like, when people finally, get something happen and get it through their thick skull that thing was that they did was not cool, it kind of feels a little bit good.
And yeah,
I can see it.
I'm just saying.
Besides the base instinct of just being like, little drama, but
And what
Gurgoons.
what people hear about, and the thing is, like, I hear about a bit of it, and I know it's kind of like the tip of the iceberg type of thing. It's like what we hear about that is a small fraction of like what is actually going on, and it's kind of disgusting. Like the amount of actual garbage that is going on the internet. Like,
yeah, and
Potentially.
it's like
It's
there's a lot
fucking
of stuff, like I
gross.
said, will probably never come out. Like the girls just might never
right? It's
say anything about it. And it always says, as former goon director, there are more of us on your side. Like, I have no hate against goons in general. And people saying, like, Pan Fam, they want all the goons to quit. I don't
This
want
is a
all
Pappy
goons
narrative.
to quit. Like, that would kill our content. But
Dim and
it's
Delano,
like,
this is a Pappy narrative.
there's a lot of
It's just
goons in goons that are fine. It's not goons every single member that's the problem. It is the member of a specific few.
yeah, and it's not only kids. I know that. And it's like, I mean, college football,
And that's the problem.
we like to have, people from the other team on our campus when we're tailgating, and like you make fun of them for a few seconds, but then you still invite them over to your barbecue. Here,
Right.
have some food. Like, you could be on different teams, but still be able to get along. I mean, there's always going to be the shitheads that can't get along, but that's not how it is for the most part.
So
Yeah.
that's one of the. Sorry, go ahead.
As I said, I don't know, and
I'm just
I
gonna.
hope that wasn't getting to what
I
about.
was gonna tuck in, but that was the end of your shot. So like I
We-
should.
But yeah, that's it. Don't be
listen,
shit.
we can keep going. There's
dicks.
more. There's a never ending going on.
But yeah,
with-
we need to we do need to wrap this up because it just hit 1 a.m. for me here.
yeah,
so.
yeah, for sure.
And I'm
Okay.
basically done with this 24-ounce Truly. So.
Hell yeah.
Everybody be good to each other.
But
like
but
that's,
yeah,
that's just a good message.
Agreed.
Just
agreed.
do. Like if you're not
Liz,
gonna, then you know that's on you. But just do. Just be good.
Just don't be a dick.
Be better than not. That's all we ask.
Like,
you know, 60, 40, you know, 55, you know, 45, whatever. Just be
it's-
better than not. Just be decent to each other.
I don't.
It's not hard.
Like it's not hard to understand. Like we'll go on just this one statement for me. Why is it so hard to just not be an asshole? It's not hard. It's not hard. Just don't be an asshole. Anyway, on Liz, you're up next.
Don't be a dick. Don't be an asshole. Treat people kindly until they prove that they don't need to be treated fairly in your dealings with them. Stick up for people. Listen to people. You don't have to make snap judgments. Sit on it. You know, just sit on it. Absorb, but at least be open to listening to people.
It's fair.
And yeah, can I just reply to this guy in chat? He's like, do you
Dragon
think
off?
there is anti-female sentiment in Eve?
I
just
think
wanna
there
know your way to
absolutely is.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, don't mansplain it about Drayden.
I
and here's
just-
the thing. And here's the thing, Delana. Let me tell you all about it.
I just agreed. I didn't mansplain
I get
why.
that you think it exists, but let me tell you what it is.
Yeah, like I don't know. Somebody said like, oh, there's a girl expecting preferential treatment, and it's like, no, I mean, I never got any. Some people would
I've only
assume
seen
that I
one.
was. Some people would assume that I'm a 12-year-old boy in comms because apparently that's more realistic than an actual girl in comms. But it's like, you know, I earned everything myself. I have a Titan that I saved up for the entire year.
Can I have it?
Nothing was ever given to me, and no, you cannot have it. It's mine.
God damn! But
What-
okay.
What if I just want to bridge with it, but like just borrow it for a second? Like,
Because I've
what do you
seen how that works.
what are you not
Well,
cool?
Put it back when you're done. It's dead.
Yeah.
Why are you being so shitty?
You jumped
you know.
instead of bridged.
But no, I get it. It's like I mean like I don't have any kind of like hanger to boast that what you got. I mean like I'm actually kind of poor when it comes to Eve players, but and the thing is, it doesn't even come down to like, you know, man spreading or mansplaining, or it's just I don't know why it's so hard for people to just not even care if it's a guy or girl.
Just be a decent
Like,
human.
a guy or
The
girl
one
having
thing
stuff in it. It's like
I will say.
it doesn't matter if it's a guy or girl that has the Titan that's bridging your fleet. It doesn't matter if it's a guy or girl that's leading your fleet. It doesn't matter if it's a guy or girl that is like just
The person
your-
applying
your
logi
s-
or
your
tackling
scout
or whatever.
your dictor or your bridger. Like I don't understand why people put
It never
so
mattered.
much emphasis or like
Yeah,
like-
it shouldn't.
like
It shouldn't matter.
it really doesn't matter who is bridging you, who is bringing you in, who is scouting for you, who is
Hey, Delon,
dictoring for you, who is
I noticed-
tackling, who is like.
Drayden.
I know I'm ranting. I'm just like why does it matter whether that person has a penis or vagina? Like that's honestly
doesn't.
what you have to think about. It's
It
like
just doesn't.
why does it matter? Like that has no
All right, Drayden.
importance.
Let's Ackroth talk.
All right, Akaroth.
Oh, I was just gonna be silly. I was like,
Alright.
you know, gonna make
But
jokes about.
so like I
bridging
said, I
the
did get
Titans.
extra attention to the ladies because we wanted more women. So at what point is it counterproductive? Like, honestly, we don't need extra attention. The only one,
Is there
like the one
a
thing I
point
was
where
gonna,
it's counterproductive?
I guess,
I've
like,
never had anyone draw my attention to something that literally distracted my attention from something else in this game. And,
I mean, I
and
guess
I've
the one
had to
thing
deal with
that
the HR things, like Diplo things, like, hey, a woman is feeling uncomfortable. I've had to deal with that sort of thing. I actually have. It wasn't quite as blown, blow out of the water as these various things over the last few days, but it wasn't comfortable. Like, it's a weird situation. It really is. I've had to be in those Diplo moments where it's like people are being weird, and
Yeah, that'll
and
happen.
you've had other people being like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm just
Yep. Let me
I'm just
just
trying to
like
help them and
address that,
this,
and
that,
then
and
I
the
have
other.
one big point that I was thinking about.
Okay,
So it's
go
like,
ahead.
okay,
Yeah.
like I know you want to be supportive of. They want to be supportive of women so that more of them play, but it's just like just be helpful like any other new bro, so that we don't feel like we're being babied. Like this is EVE
Right.
Online. You kind of you do. There's a certain amount of harden the fuck up that you need to do when you start playing it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I got to playing EVE in a very supportive environment with Horde when Horde was still very new when I joined it. Um, but also like the one thing that women could use in EVE is like if you see someone messing with a female player, help them out. Like if you see someone being creepy to them or shitty to them, you call them out and be like, "Hey, bro, that is not okay. You need to stop that." Because we are vastly outnumbered, and having solidarity or having some people that, I mean, there's people would say, oh, it's like white knighting, but I know there's some decency when you're just being,
Just being
you see
supportive.
somebody getting messed with,
Just not being
you
shitty.
be like, dude, shut the fuck up.
I feel like
especially there's some instances where like I brought up my one example of the one time I really had to deal with harassment because the guy would not listen to a girl. And it took me telling some other guy to talk to him. I don't know what he said, but it must have been enough. Like he seemed like a dog with his tail between his legs. But sometimes sadly, it takes another guy telling the guy to stop it and knock it off.
It's fucked up.
Damn
The
you,
women who
Diana.
play Eve
Why
are
were you
probably going to
so
be
weak?
stronger.
Yeah.
Why
kinda
couldn't you
have
just solve it yourself?
Like I said, that I wasn't sure if I was gonna get
I'm sorry.
retaliation from it. But yeah,
That was
no,
being shitty. I was
I
like,
get it.
how could you just not have figured it out?
But
It's
yeah,
so easy.
we do have to be tough. Like the director I told about it, what happened with me, and he said like it must have been bad if you're coming to me, because they know like there's a certain
Right.
amount of like we have to
There's a
stand
lot
up
of things
for
we
ourselves, and we gotta we do have to deal with it. Because I know there's a lot of girls that play Eve that never speak in comms.
Yeah.
You would never know
Yep.
that
It
they're
is a
girls.
shocking amount of people who have been like, yeah, and I'm actually like a lady, whatever, and
I still
I've
walk
talked
into
to you for quite a
comms.
while, and it's like, oh, I had no idea. That's cool. That's fine. But
I've
like,
known some that
I had no
wouldn't-
idea
I've known some
because
that
you
wouldn't
didn't talk about it.
and-
You didn't expose that about yourself, and
Yeah,
that's. I
Yeah,
hate to say that. That's sad. Like you
But
didn't
like
expose
in
that
the
about
end,
yourself, and I get it.
It shouldn't even matter. It shouldn't.
I agree.
It really shouldn't. But
like sometimes it's like a girl just posts a picture like, oh, I went to the beach, and like some guys like, yeah, I like that bathing suit, and
look at this thirsty
Where's the
fucker.
swimsuit?
And then somebody'd be like, no, shut the fuck up, knock it off,
Yeah, like it's weird how everything is fucking sexualized. Like literally everything.
Because I can say with fairly good degree of certainty that some girls have been creeped out of Eve.
Oh,
People were being weird enough to them, they just stopped playing.
I wouldn't doubt.
I
that
feel
there's
like there's
been
no
tons
stretch.
that have been creeped out of Eve, and not just Eve, any other game. Like I mean, every game.
Well, sure.
And it's sad because like usually you never really hear about it because they just leave. They don't
And
want to
I
deal with it
feel like-
anymore. They just delete the game, uninstall, and they're gone.
I feel like the ones that it's not all, but I feel like I've heard of plenty of girls that play not just Eve, but like other games, and they just pretend that they're guys, and they don't get harassed, and so that's their shtick, is they're like they just. Oops, sorry, hiccup. They just pretend that they're dudes and don't let on that they are women, and therefore they're not harassed. The second they let on that they're women, they get harassed immediately. So it's like they just like and like that's a horrible kind of like shitty way to like force people into a niche like that, where it's like, I'll just pretend I'm a dude so that I won't get sexually harassed in this game.
But like
that
that's
should
so real.
not that should not be.
That's silly, but so real.
I mean, like, if you want to make a dude in a game, whether you're a guy or a girl, it doesn't
Like
matter.
character-wise,
like,
yeah.
If that's what you want to do, you should, like, guy or female, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to make a guy or a girl character, that this should be up to you. You should not have to make a guy character to not be, to, like, reduce your chance of being sexually harassed while you play the game.
Real quick, you should not have to.
That's fucked up.
Essentially emulate a guy character, like a guy
And
person.
yeah, not just play a guy
in
character,
your
but yeah,
in your
also
character skin,
emulate
despite
the
whatever they
fact
may
that
be.
you're a guy, and like, you know,
to not have those
hide
concerns.
in comms so that your
Right.
voice doesn't come through, that people can tell that you're a woman.
It's really sad, but it's like, I mean, I've kind of had to adopt almost like more. It's hard to explain. Some people would say bitchy demeanor or like mean because
Hey, chill out, Delana.
But
You're
wait a
making waves-
second, Delana.
You're
It's
making
not
waves and you're
mean.
being pretty
It's
bitchy
us
right
being
now.
actually firm and
Yeah,
standing
if
our
a
ground,
guy
but
is
then it
being
comes off
mean,
as being a bitch.
if a guy is being mean, he's just being assertive. But if a girl is being mean, she's a bitch.
Standing up for something.
But like some people say, like, oh, Delana is kind of bitchy sometimes. I'm like, have you met? Like, I am not like that at all in real
Have
life.
I-
Just sometimes I
I-
have to
I-
give the impression like I would always joke that like, "Hey, I'll fight you." I'm
I
like,
I
Regan,
would
you've seen me. I could not fight anyone.
I would be hard to believe that anyone that said you were a bitch, that I could take them seriously. Because I've
But wait.
flown in several fleets with you and met you many times in person, and it was like, oh, she's a bitch. I'm like, how?
But
that would be
One
my,
thing
that,
I
that would
do-
that would be my first question. Like, how is she a bitch? And
I
like,
hear you, Trade. But
whatever
what if it was
answer they
against
give
your
would
tribe?
honestly instantly be met with like a predisposition of like, I don't believe you, because
Like the one thing I
like
do,
she is not. So
I would like to like in fleets. I'd always kind of say like people in Logicoms like, get out of the Logic channel or else I'll track you down. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna follow you and be like, yo, get out of the Logic channel. Like, just some people think I'm a bitch because of that, just because I'm playing up. It's just sometimes you do have to act a little bit more forceful than you really mean to.
But it's sad
and
that
there-
women actually have to do that, and no matter what we do, we're gonna catch. Oh my God, she is such a bitch.
Look, check out this bitch.
Which is
Like
like,
Exactly.
it would be
mentioning
pretty
such and such
interesting.
that honestly would not be shocking anyone on a regular day.
Yeah, I would
Look
love
at this
to
bitch
see,
calling me out
like,
on XYZ.
I have to think
Just
'cause,
being, just making waves.
Drakenhoff, whatever, in chat, he's been saying like I should FC, and I'm like, man, I have to think, what is the last time I've seen a female FC? Been a
Grey
very-
gal.
Grey gal, okay. Maybe I just don't know a whole lot because I've just done nullsec stuff, but usually, like, I FC'd once
I can't
for
think
my
of any-
birthday fleet in like 2018 or something.
Bacon It or Sam will FC fleets.
I can't think of any lady FCs I've ever flown with, and
Yeah, these
nothing
like
for against or anything, but
I only know nullsec
anecdotally,
fights, and none of
I've
the
never
FCs
flown with
in
a lady
nullsec.
FC.
Yeah, none of the FCs in nullsec that I know.
I've flown
of
with
were
ladies in
female.
fleet, never with a lady FC.
Yeah, so maybe
I've flown with ladies that I think could FC. But yeah, no.
somebody just say my avatar
unique
needs to
enough.
smile more.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what did they really?
Fun fact,
Mine's not
I
smiling either.
I'm gonna
I
keep my comments to
edited
myself.
that avatar to give her more of a smirk because you can't move the face like that in the character.
Hey, you know,
creator.
Delana, your avatar would be a lot prettier if she smiled once in a while.
Oh fuck's
Yeah, well,
sake.
tell me something
I'm just-
funny, make me laugh.
I'm just letting you know. Don't
But
don't dwell on it.
Hey,
But I'm just letting you know.
Akaroth,
That's my favorite response.
Yes, Liz.
can you go and make me a sandwich?
I can actually. Do you like turkey or like chicken or do you want ham or? I do usually do like a 9-grain bread because I respect like bread with lots of grains. It's not a big deal.
Akaroth looks like he makes a good sandwich.
Akaroth and myself have talks outside. It's good.
I was gonna say I'm pretty open minded. I'll make a decent sandwich. I'm gonna try to not like make a big deal if you're like I'm big on
Who
mayonnaise.
dat?
I don't
Dom finally made it
Come back.
home.
I don't respect mayonnaise. Go on.
You're not about to like say I said something stupid, did I?
He's broken.
Oh, he's not. I bet Ackroth put so much meat on the sandwich.
I was gonna say
No,
I was
not
about to
Grizzly like that. I've been married to my husband for 23 years.
I'm gonna comment in a very controversial way. I'm not gonna say it's a weird person, but most of my coworkers, we go to lunch together on a good day, like when things allow for. I eat a lot of meat. I actually do, and not in some sort of like weird alpha way. I don't respect sides because like it has to be a really good side, whatever it is, for me to want to eat sides. I like main course, like I like entrees, I like meat, I like whatever my protein is, and it's there again. There's nothing judgmental. I'm not trying to make a statement or be like, hey, Akros the meat eater. Look at this fucking alpha Chad guy. I do eat a lot of meat. I'm probably gonna die early. It is what it is. I just don't like a lot of like sides or like whatever. I'm not gonna eat some like basic bitch, terrible fries when it's like, oh well, that's the side. And it's like, no, give me like 2 entrees or something. Like, I don't care about the side.
We're still going on with this talk about meats.
It just started. I like meats. I respect them. It's not a big deal. I'm not trying to make a statement. I eat a lot of meat. You can make all the dirty jokes you want. Judge me and make the jokes all you want. I eat a lot of meat.
Yeah, this is what we've devolved.
You got it on comms. Clip it. Whatever. I eat a lot of meat. Make some dirty jokes about it. Sure, why not? Sides, on a good day. If they're good sides, I'll eat them. But I want my main course, and it is what it is.
And yes, whatever Drakenov said, am I wrong for wanting more women to play Eve? Not at all. It's just
No, I don't think that's wrong at all.
it's always tough to get more people to play Eve because a lot of people flake out,
Right.
quickly. But
Doubly so.
This harassment stuff's probably gonna make some gaming news. So I don't know if that's gonna weird out some people, but hopefully they say like, oh, so they do stuff about their harassment. I don't know.
I was waiting for Dom to come in and start yelling at us.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think he will.
Well, he had a long...
I think he'll add that he likes to eat meat.
I think he was saying the freezer for so long, he was just like,
intimidating.
I'm
He's
done.
here. I don't know what he's gonna say.
Yeah.
He's in the channel, Drayden.
Hey, Dom.
What? Dom.
Dom.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, shit. Dom, you here?
No one's going to speak because we want to hear you speak. Go ahead.
Dom, enlighten us.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, enlighten us with the good enlightenment.
I have nothing
Preach-
to enlighten you about. What do you
Preach the good word, Dom.
Preach the word, Dom.
Dom, you said in 3 hours of traffic, you have a good word to preach.
5 hours.
5 hours of traffic.
I sat there 5 hours and 20 minutes.
God damn.
Tell us the word.
How did you make it
We
through?
need to hear it, brother.
Let us know what was the struggle. Did you make a fire? Did you?
There was so. I'll tell you what happened. At semi hit.
Who's laughing? Who's
That's
laughing?
Sonar guy. Hold
I
on.
heard it. I laughed, but I didn't hit my push to talk. Someone was laughing.
Is that at your house, Dom?
That is my house. Yes.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
I'm
So
getting going here.
did you make a fire? He loved that. Okay, go. Oh.
There you go. Camera's on. That bit's not working very well. Hold on.
All right. Okay. Is that Sonar guy we got right there?
That is Sonar God. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sonar guy, I love that you love my fire joke.
So that actually happened. The semi hit a barricade. You know those big stone barricades they have in between? He hit it hard enough, it pushed 12 of them out of place, flipped over them, landed on the other side on the barricades, broke them up, then exploded into a big ball of fire.
Wow. That sounds like quite the come.
No one was hurt. Well, I mean, he might have been hurt,
Are
but
you
he wasn't
serious?
killed. Yeah, the guy walked away, I guess. Yeah.
No shit.
Crazy.
That's like hitting like a barrier or something, like doing like a 360 or something, like landing it. People get wrecked, but it's like
Tractor trailer too.
we all walked away.
So then I had to get a bulldozer to come out and move all the fucking concrete out of the way. It was ridiculous.
Well, as you do, you guys don't fuck around
I was
up
pissed.
there. You gotta
The
bring out the
kids
big
in the car in
boys.
front of me got out, started playing fucking catch the baseball. That was making me mad.
Did
I was
you
ready to
yell at
kick
them and
their
shake your fist?
I did. You heard me.
I was gonna say, dumb. I encouraged and I I'm not sure if I'm gonna apologize for it just yet. I'll think on it. But I encourage you to be like, "Don't you know who I am?" And
I
you
did
did.
that. You heard me.
You did.
I did. Don't
And
you
I
know
hope
who I am? Get this shit moving.
and I hope they do. At this point, I hope they do. They were like, "That's
How
that
are you
guy."
guys all doing tonight?
They were like, "That's that guy who drives naked on his bicycle like once a year." Like, huh?
Naked?
You guys have that big rally, right? Like the naked, bicycle rally.
I
We
don't go
had
to
that
naked.
last month.
No, I don't go to that.
There was a
Are
naked
you
We
really?
have,
bike
we have
ride through the
a
French
week long
Quarter.
bike ride.
I thought you were involved with that.
No, we have the naked beer slide, but we don't ride. I'm not letting my
Oh, I
balls
thought it
get
was
all
a.
smashed.
I thought that was a thing. I
It is
apologize.
it is a thing. It's a thing in many,
Okay.
many places. That's not what I do though. Yeah. So that's why
Dumb.
Sonar God's here. He's
I
going on a
thought you
bike ride
knew
with
how
me
to
tomorrow.
like package your junk so that it wasn't, uncomfortable, and you love to ride. I know that about you. So I just assumed you were just riding out, letting them, little ass, crack
I'm
showing.
kind of old, so they're really long and dangly now. So
And
it's kind of hard.
And here's the thing: if they stop you, where they're just gonna be like, I don't agree with this. You're like, well, now you stopped me. I'm like standing here exposed. I could have just rode on by, but you stopped me, so now I'm standing here exposed with my balls out. It is what it is. But I thought that's what I apologize. I might have misinterpreted, some of your biking events.
My biking events are mostly just drinking and being stupid.
Yeah, that was part of my assessment.
So Wednesday night we went on a bike ride. And we didn't get home till 4:30 in the morning because one of our buddies passed out on the fucking bike trail. We couldn't get his ass up. It was fucking awful.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad to see you in a stationary location via,
finally,
whatever,
yeah.
home or something, drinking a beer.
It's like,
It's a
nice to see you.
testes of his there's a fucking spider on my back.
And I'm going to go because I'm sleepy, even though I'm probably going to be drama scrolling through Reddit for another hour and a half at least. But or at least
That has
I'm
literally fucked
Friday.
up my sleep schedule all this week, and I hate to
Why?
admit it because this is unprecedented. It actually is. This has been a crazy week in Reddit, Eve, and just in Eve culture.
Yeah, so it's like there's just a little bit of like
Just a little bit
I
more
just wanted
drama than
I
normal.
just want to stuff popcorn in my face. Like let's just it's so good.
That's right.
And also just
And
some righteous fury like but yeah, I'm gonna go.
Good
night,
night,
Delana.
Delana.
Good night, Delana.
Good night, guys. Don't be a dick. Yeah, bye.
I'll try.
That's not gonna happen.
That's just gonna be my sign off
Wow.
message, but yeah, okay.
Wow.
Shut up, dumb.
Drayden.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry.
I was
It
typing.
was dumb.
Sorry.
It was dumb.
Jaden, are you sober?
Not wholly, but I am not trashed.
You look sober.
I've been doing well these last month.
How's your new place? You liking it? I haven't talked to you since you moved.
Yeah, no, it's a good place. I like it. It's good shit.
You can walk around naked because you're the only one there.
I've done it already.
Good man.
Did you
I do
pee
that
off the balcony too?
No, I joked about that. I wouldn't do that because the neighbors would be mad.
If I come over, there's gonna be peeing off the balcony. I can tell you that right now.
I mean, I would let them know beforehand, like, yo, got a bro coming over. He loves to pee off balconies.
I got an idiot coming over. He likes to pee off
Just letting
things.
you know, keep your hands off the rail. I'll give you some like Lysol wipes if you want. You can.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
fair.
See, that's another. You guys mansplain, you pee on things.
Oh yeah, we do
More
that.
grudges for women to hold against you.
So here's the thing, though. I've observed, the lady folk pee on things. It is what it is. In my opinion, peeing outside is a very natural feeling. I'm not gonna try to like go on some sort of like, not trying to sell everybody on go out and pee. It's a very natural feeling. It's nice. I've seen both sexes do it. It's just
I
nice
had to
to
pee
pee
in a
out in
cup
nature.
tonight on the road. So there you go.
It's nice to pee out in nature. It is. If you haven't tried it, just give it a try. If if you're against it, sure. Like, don't listen to me. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm listening to you.
But
I'm doing exactly what
if you
said.
get a chance, pee out in nature. It's fine. It's kind of nice on a good day.
Women pee on things too. Exactly, Brian. That's funny.
Yes, but I need a
amongst the
Shiwi
trees.
to do it.
You need a what to do it?
You don't necessarily.
Shiwi.
You need that if you're like in your vehicle, like if you're trying to like shield something.
Nah, you don't
If
need
you're out
that.
in nature, if
Just
you're in nature,
practice makes perfect.
No,
like in
I'm
nature,
not
it can go wherever you
peeing
want it to
down my
go.
leg.
Well, then don't. Just
Well, sometimes you do.
just put it out in
Sometimes it just
nature.
happens.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Sometimes
Just
I
work
pee
on your aim.
Sometimes I pee myself
And,
just for the hell of it. I don't
and
know.
I'm not trying to be, offensive, but just, just work on your aim a little bit. And practice makes perfect, and that's perfectly fine. None of us are great right off the bat. I had to learn how to aim it. I'll admit. Sorry, Liz. I'm sorry.
He's not sorry.
I don't think you guys still know how to aim. I could put a target in the toilet.
I'm pretty good at Liz. I don't want to hear about this. I'm pretty good.
I can aim.
I agree with Liz.
I'm very considerate. I was raised with all females.
I aim like
I'm not hearing it.
Forward is outside, inwards is inside.
That doesn't make any sense. But I would tell you one thing.
I got it.
I only
No,
pee
it
out.
doesn't make any sense.
I only pee outside, Dom.
Only outside.
No,
I'm pretty sure my kids growing up would stand in the bathroom, spin in circles while peeing, because somehow they peed on everything except the toilet.
Damn,
It was
how did I do
ridiculous.
that?
That's a
They're
talent.
dumb. I don't know. I got
It's
dumb
honestly
kids.
impressive. You say they're dumb, but like they're little prodigies because you put them out, and it was like, hey, check me out, like doing a little helicopter.
So, I used to do that in the army. I'd go out. We'd come back drunk, and we call them pee circles.
Hey, check this out.
We stand out where we have formation, where this dumbass sergeant we didn't like would sit there and then pee and spin in circles. We had this pee circle, and he had to stay in the middle of it because that's where he stood, right? So he'd come out there and look
Sergeant
around like,
Pee
what
Circle.
the fuck?
That's
Sergeant
what we
Pee
called
Circle.
them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he didn't. I didn't like him. Cheerios. Yeah, I like to eat Cheerios. Have been peed on.
Don't sink my battleship. To teach little boys how to pee on the toilet, we used to use Cheerios.
We tried that too. It didn't work. They were. I found them eating them. It was gross.
Oh, yuck.
See, I got Santa Claus.
Oh, 3 minutes. Or 3 seconds of dead air. Oh no, we're toast.
Oh well,
No. What's Drayden doing? He's slacking on us.
Typing.
He's typing.
Dude, I'm typing. I'm managing the show. You know, that's my.
He's
excuse
making
every-
labels.
I'm making
Typing
labels.
what? I don't see
I'm
you typing.
typing up, excuses. I'm making excuses and typing them up. What do you want to know?
Ah, there's lots of things I need to know. So what was the final disposition of the all the drama? Did you guys figure it out?
Well, I mean, there's never one disposition on because there's a lot of different drama. Even I don't even know the full drama of everything, but I'm just saying, with the Zenuria stuff, I'm a big thumbs down. Not kicking Zenuria. I'm just like, just Zenuria. Thumbs down. Like, and that's a light way of saying it. Because that's fucking gross. Did you hear about the Zenuria stuff?
I'm on the loop. I don't know any of it.
Oh.
No. Oh.
Look it
Well,
up.
we have to get him in the loop then.
Okay.
There's rehashables. Real quick, Dom, I will say, and I'm not proud of it, but I will say, I was a little bit brisk. I was a little bit curt with Matterall tonight.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Here's a quick. Okay,
Never mind,
so
we'll talk about him.
The names are fucked up. Sorry. But anyway, so Dom. Here's a quick thing with the Zenuria stuff. So apparently in the past, he was part of essentially a porn posting forum.
Okay, it was an area. I know about the situation. I didn't know it was an area.
That in itself, nothing wrong with that. Like, I like porn. I will watch porn.
Well, nothing wrong with being part of a porn
Nothing
forum.
wrong
Is
with-
what he's saying.
NC Dot is losing.
Not what he posted, but
wrong with watching porn. I watch porn all the time.
Sure.
I love porn. But So he was.
I've
part
seen
of
Dom in many videos. They were all good. It's fine.
I don't
Like,
think
we're-
you've heard about
yeah,
this,
it's
Dom.
nothing to be ashamed of.
So,
I've been a porn video.
it wasn't.
I believe it. I've seen
It wasn't just a porn form. It was a porn form that he was constantly posting his own self-made art, quote unquote art, where he was drawing underage girls naked in sexual positions.
So they were girls he had them posing and he's drawing them.
So
Or is this all
not
just picking
necessarily,
this all up?
not necessarily real people.
So
Just
Yeah,
drawing
there's-
underage
they're not-
people. Like
They're not underage then, are they? I mean, how do you know?
No, because he was drawing like 10-year-old girls and
because I've seen how
spread
women develop. Because I'm not.
Like he was
I've-
drawing. He was drawing
I've
10.
been
He was
around
drawing
people
very young,
throughout my development.
like 10-year-old girls in underage spread eagle formation, like porn poses, naked, and then post them on a forum. And they banned him for child pornography, and then he made alternate accounts to then get back into the forums and post these pictures again. And then they banned him.
E forum?
No,
These were
this-
community forums. With
This is a porn forum. So
Right.
basically, he kept drawing child porn, posting it in a porn forum, and they banned him for child pornography. And then he would make an alt account and join again with that porn forum and post his child pornography.
repost and rationalize. his
Zenuria,
things.
Ronnie. Yeah.
And then
Allegedly.
he was like banned and kept reposting like several times. And then now this has come out in the public that he's like apparently fascinated with naked young girls, and he thinks it's art. He thinks it's art. Like people like told him like you can't do that with naked young girls, and he's like it's art though.
Yeah,
they
but
do
it's
this
art.
in college. It's like
I'm drawing.
They do it with adult women in college. Adult women in college do naked art like that, and he's
Right.
like, yeah, it does
Nude
the age,
photography,
he's
whatever,
like
you know,
the
posing
age
for
doesn't
things.
matter. It's art. So he's like, the age doesn't matter. It's art.
Yeah, but
I want to draw underage girls naked. That's his thing. So,
He shouldn't do that.
right. And
Yeah,
he's- and he just
Wait, Dom. That's a really bold and brave thing, and then like I'm gonna try to shield you from that because I don't want people to like attack you right now.
We
but,
all
like,
we all agree, Drakenhoff.
That's a
we
bold
all
statement.
agree, We all agree, Drakenhoff, that's the answer, right? That child porn is not art. But he disagreed. He thought it was art. He kept
but
dodging.
wait,
He kept dodging.
what if I just
bans
draw
to
it in
keep
a really
posting.
tasteful way with a bunch of young naked?
But he kept
you know,
dodging
people
bans.
that I draw.
Like they would ban him for it, and he would dodge a ban, make a new
Why don't you
account.
just say they're actually 18? They just haven't developed very well. But
No,
they're 18. They're
no,
18.
no.
They just keep it clean.
No, he would actually argue
He
that
said that he like would say this is a 10-year-old girl I'm drawing.
No,
No.
he,
So,
he would
they're
argue
18.
that it doesn't matter the age that he's drawing because you're drawing underage women naked. He's like, it doesn't matter the age; it's art. And
So the original distinctions.
So he
what Drayton
agrees
is
you
saying.
can't take pictures of underage girls, but he thinks you
I don't.
can draw
I don't
them.
know that he does. But here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing:
say he
the
does. I'm
original.
gonna say he doesn't want to take pictures of them. I'll give him that.
It's because
let's go with
because
that.
he said he's like it doesn't matter the age.
No, it does.
It's-
It matters.
It's art.
He's wrong about
yes,
that.
Yes,
At
yes,
least he's not
wrong.
taking
but
pictures of them. That's
so
better.
he's
Well,
like,
that's you against him.
He's
So,
like you
know,
could
good
take
luck with that.
college.
I met him.
Dom.
I can take him. I'm gonna say yeah.
No, I'm saying he says you
He
could take
looks scrawny.
you could
I
take
bet you
college
could.
He is kind of
classes.
scrawny, kind of dorky.
College
I can
classes
take him.
let you draw naked people in art. It's like yes, adults. He's like it doesn't matter the age.
Oh, nope. The FBI just weighed in. Special Agent 4125.
Right.
So it's
wow.
illegal.
And that is
Wow.
when
That
they
didn't take long
reported
at
him
all.
to the FBI. They reported him to the FBI.
And actually,
but nothing happened. And so he kept drawing these naked underage girls as art, quote unquote art, and post them, and they get banned, and they make a new account and keep posting them and get banned.
in
This
SFW
is
channel.
This is a serious question. It's a serious question. Is it actually illegal? I know it's wrong and gross and creepy.
Yes.
But is it
yes,
illegal? Is
I
it?
yes.
No,
Like,
wait, hold on, Drayden.
They
Hold on,
reported to the
Drayden.
FBI.
I
The
hope
FBI didn't do anything
so.
about it. I'm
I don't
guessing
know if
it's not
drawing a
illegal.
picture of an underage whatever.
I
I don't know if you can prove the
hope
age of a drawing. That's actually what you're highlighting right now. I don't.
That's
know
what I
that
said.
that's
I
illegal.
think Seed's
Like,
point is
I
right.
really
It's
agree.
not
I don't know that
illegal.
it's illegal.
It's gross. It's gross.
And that's and here's the thing. Here's the
wrong, but
thing,
not
Dom.
yeah.
No one
I hope
has
so.
no one has crucified Zenuri yet. People
That's-
have
that's
vilified.
true.
People have vilified over the last couple days, and people have mostly vilified Matani, and I would
Yeah,
say
but how's
overall
vilifying
goons.
Zenyatta different than any other time?
This
I
is
mean,
on the fence. I hope
Well,
it. I
I
hope
don't know.
it is.
Maybe we'll
It's-
see.
It's fucking gross. Like I
No,
hope
it-
it
Over
is.
over the
you're
last
not
couple
wrong.
days,
It is
shit has
gross. But
shit has popped off, and Matani has quote unquote stepped down. So I don't know if it's any different than all
I
the
don't
other
believe.
times.
I believe Matani's denied it, and I believe him. I believe him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I.
And that's possible. So over the last couple
it
days,
doesn't mean it doesn't mean that he shouldn't step down because of the drama. Maybe he should, but I don't believe that he did what they're saying.
so here's the weird thing though. But why would you step down, quote unquote, because of the drama for any other reason beyond being like
His girlfriend
complicit?
told him to. He's been doing this for
What
20 years.
What is
There's
the
lots of
the-
reasons to step down over a drama. There's lots of reasons to step over drama, right? The drama
Okay.
goes
In
into his
general, I would
girlfriend doesn't like
agree,
it.
but not if it was your like sole MO, like what you had built your entire personality and or like in-game persona
I haven't
around.
been playing Eve this year at all because I've been playing for 12 years and I'm sick of it. He's been playing
Well,
for 20.
and that's fine.
And maybe he's just tired. This is the one thing. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Fuck it, I'm done. I'm sick of this bullshit. It could be something like that. It could be. We don't know for sure.
Dom,
but
and I agree, but like what if you were to give it like and I'm not trying to gotcha or anything, but if you were to give it a percentage, like an actual like real world percentage of chance that Matani would willingly just decide to abdicate or whatever, just step down, what percentage chance would you give it? And again, and it's not a gotcha. I'm not trying to call you on this and be like, well, Dom said such and such. Like, he doesn't even believe in Matani. Like, I literally, I'm not trying to, this is not a gotcha moment. What is the likelihood that Matani would admit fault or abdicate while not admitting fault? Because I think that's the reality here is that.
I think the chances of admitting fault is 0.
Okay,
The chance
I think
of
that's fair. I think it's accurate.
advocating to this, about 50-50. I could see him doing it over.
You
just
really think it's
what he did or not.
50-50?
Yeah.
I think that over the last.
I think what Manic was saying earlier is more accurate. He's probably going to advocate for a while, then he'll come back. He's done that before.
Well,
2 other
and
times.
that's what we're kind of suggesting though, is that he never is really stepping down. He's not actually stepping
reckon he's
aside,
not
stepping
married,
down.
is he? He does
He's
girlfriend.
writing in the background. He's gonna still keep pulling, like he's gonna puppet master, which again tracks. Like, and if it doesn't happen, like more power to it. This whole week has been an entirely strange situation, and
The
I'm
other
not
reason
gonna
I
like.
think he would step down over something like this, it has nothing to do with Eve. Has everything to do with the climate of our world, not physical climate, but like the climate of whether or not the PC climate. Yeah. The
Sure,
social climate.
like claims,
It's a lot
some things
different
like
than
that.
it has been in the past, and something like this can really affect your real life. Right? If
Well-
it gets out and that he's like, well, maybe I'll just step down and separate myself from this. It could be something like that. I don't know. I think.
And you mentioned that.
No, Ronnie, I'm not talking about that situation. I'm talking about a different situation.
But you say like separate from our world, but that is still in our world. Like even in the game
Well,
community,
it is, but I'm
there's
saying
some
is,
overlap, right?
If you get to the point where you're being accused of things that you're not doing, right? If that's
Sure.
the thing happening to you, maybe it is time to
It's
step
just
back.
not worth
and
it
say,
anymore, right?
separate-
I
it's
get
just
that.
not worth it anymore. Where in the past it wasn't as big of a deal to be accused of stuff that you didn't do
Because
he was
those clowns
younger,
are fighting in some
different, who knows,
wars
you know,
and
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Exactly. Like
It-
they
it's
have an
just a
axe to
different thing.
grind. None of this is gonna hold any water, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, no.
Good. And it could be true. I don't think it is personally. I don't think it's true, but it could be, and this might be the way of trying to get out of any kind of responsibility for it. But I don't think that's the case. I just don't.
That's
Hey,
possible. So
Dom,
Gold Dawn Age Stories. Thank you for rating us. That's awesome.
sorry, go ahead, Liz.
I think you've buried your head in the sand.
I don't know. I know
You
him. I've
are.
met him. I
So
know him.
have
I just
I.
don't see that. I don't see that. I mean, I've been to his house. I've hung out with him. I've never seen him do anything like that.
Have you seen his
If
balls?
anything, in my opinion, anything I
I'm sorry,
think
that
would be
was off color.
maybe just a drunken, stupid move. Did nothing on purpose. I could not see him doing something like that, purposely trying to be a creeper. I just don't believe that. That's just me.
When more than one person comes forward and there's repeated behavior over years,
I've
I'm
never
going to
heard of him
tend to
doing that
lean into
before, and
it.
I've never seen it before. Flashing people?
Do you
No. I've never
do you
heard
think it would have been aimed at you though?
What?
No, it wouldn't have been
Do you
me.
think it would have been aimed at you? Like you said, you'd never seen
I'm a
it before.
sexy motherfucker. He might have.
And I agree with that. And Dom, I'll admit, I might would show you my balls. I'm not gonna say I
See?
wouldn't.
There you
Look,
go.
here's the thing. Here's the
It
thing.
happens to me a lot.
I'm not trying to like, drop a big bomb on anything. A lot of people probably have no doubts about my my questionable choices or whatever. Dom, you seem like a great guy. You're a good looking guy. You got a nice beard line. I'd probably show you my balls. It's not a.
I don't usually
outside the-
ask, but sometimes
it's
I
not
even
a-
ask people.
It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Sonar's gonna show me
It's
his
not a big
balls
deal.
tomorrow. I guarantee it.
Exactly. That guy behind you. He looks like a nice guy. Maybe we show each other, our balls.
But
It's
is
not a
he a
big deal.
consenting adult to the
Exactly.
deal?
What?
Is he consenting to see your balls?
I do. I ask.
Dom
I actually have
did.
a,
I know
there's,
Dom
there's
did.
a standing.
I don't know about the guy behind him.
There might just be a global yes to that because I would consent to seeing Dom's balls myself.
That's right. Exactly, Dom. Like, it's not about flattering Dom, but like Drayden and I, like we agree. Like,
I'm like,
if Dom whipped out his balls, I'd look. It is what it is.
Ackroth and I would probably have to play like pickups. We'd probably have to play pickup sticks to figure out like if we were okay with that. But like Dom, we'd be like both be like, yeah, allowed.
I won't force my balls on you,
Well,
but
check it out.
I'll
There's
ask
some balls
several
over there.
times. I mean, I'm not that kind of a creeper.
Well,
I'll
Dom
ask.
seems like
and
a very
we'd probably
considerate
we'd probably put it all in together like in a big giant like like a fun pot where like it's just a big ball mash together of like who knows whose balls are where.
Which balls are
anymore.
which? I don't know. Like we're lost in the tangle.
Yeah,
and that's,
it's just
and
lost
that's
in
where
the tangle. At that
you
point,
feel free.
At that point, you're just like
and
you
you
know
don't
what?
judge anyone.
At
It's
that
quiet.
At
I'm a
that,
consensual
at that
motherfucker,
point,
you're right.
there is just no other answer than just calling room service and just ordering an omelet.
Are you laying there naked?
Our bodies
Or
are
what- yeah.
flowing and melded into each other. Like who can even tell what's
You
what?
get an omelet,
You know,
and then you
that's how it
figure
is.
out whose balls are where. At that point,
Could you even figure it out though?
after an omelet, yes.
You don't. You don't.
Well,
mash
well, sure.
people's-
If you feel
you
around,
don't
you're
mash
gonna
people's
figure out
balls.
which
You don't
balls
want
are
their
which.
balls mashed, right?
You're gonna figure out which balls are which. Like if you feel around. But look, you deserve. Like if you look hard enough, you deserve what you see.
I mean, I don't know. You guys keep talking
Oh,
about like the omelets are
Octahex,
the answer.
You're gonna like this, Octex. I've seen 5 people's balls this week.
Well, you sound like you have a pretty tight circle. And I'm not.
I also work in urology, so I do see lots of balls.
I was gonna say.
That'll happen.
That will happen. Now, I actually did see somebody else's balls because they were getting naked for some weird reason, and it didn't make sense. But
It just
funny.
happened to happen.
It was on a bike ride. It happened. But we
Like,
lost almost all the
here's the
people that joined us. That's too bad.
But Dom, at
All-
an event,
all fun
you're
aside-
not walking
Sorry.
around rubbing your junk on people, are you?
No, but I rub my junk myself. Is that okay?
That's fine, but you're
I
not
wouldn't
just
rub it on somebody else. That's gross. Yeah.
yeah. That's the
Unsolicited.
difference
You don't
between
think
you
Matani
and
does that?
somebody
Matani's
else's
been
bad
accused of
behavior.
putting his junk on somebody?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Swear to God.
Motherfucker. Oh, you know what? He might have rubbed his junk on me once. Now you say that.
That's a lot of junk.
I like it.
Look,
though.
Dom. Here's the fun,
good
silly
junk.
side of it is that
I don't
you
see
know,
him do that either. I just.
Drayden,
I believe.
Drayden and
I'm
I
not
would be
call- I'm
fun
not
for
calling
that.
somebody a liar. I just don't.
You'd
I've
be
never seen
fun
it.
for
I
some
have a
fun
hard time
junk?
believing that.
Drayden and I would be fun for that. And
You'd
if
be
you're
fun.
not,
You'd be fun for fun junk.
yeah, for Dom,
What does that
like
even
rubbing
mean?
his. Dom would be rubbing his
My
junk
junk is
against
fun.
us
Oh, God, what-
accidentally.
Both
you know,
of-
What do you
and-
mean? What
both-
does that mean? You know my junk
Both
is fun.
both of
Drayden.
you are funning junk in my junk shop.
I was trying to add you into my
for
my
fun
assessment of.
votes. Like you want to get fun votes in my fun shop
might be
with
wrong.
fun junk.
I might be
fun
wrong.
funning.
Ackroth, Drayden and I shared a couch one night sleeping,
We-
so he
we
knows
did.
about. He knows
No.
all about my junk, and I rubbed it on
Yeah,
him a little bit.
That's the thing is, I thought this was.
We
totally
were at
kosher.
a right angle, and it just worked out just right.
Just worked out perfect. Didn't it?
Exactly. Look, this is
No,
Legos.
no
they
comment
fit
more
or
than
they
that.
don't.
No comment more than that.
That's
If
all
it
we need
doesn't-
to say, right, Drayden? That's it. It worked
Just
out well.
it was a
If it
right
doesn't fit,
angle.
it
It,
doesn't
was the
fit.
right angle.
That being said, I don't think that Dom or Drayden are gonna, are prone to force their junk upon almost anyone.
There's a lot of junk
And
talk.
I could be wrong. Well,
It's a
yeah,
lot of
that's how that
junk.
works.
Perpendicular is better than parallel when it comes
No,
to ball rubbing.
Perpendicular is better than perpendicular, but the junk in the junkicular spots.
Look-
if you put it right.
Look,
you
these
know,
are equations.
If the angle,
I like the word perpendicular. I'm gonna use
I'm gonna
that
have
tomorrow.
to take note.
if you just put your junk in the junkicular dongle slots, you know, you get the perpendicular
Here's the deal, Dom.
junkadicks.
You're canceled.
Liz, I didn't rub my junk on you though. When I hugged
Yeah,
you.
you
You're
know what?
canceled.
Let's
No,
just,
You're
you wouldn't do
affiliated.
that.
let's just
You're-
rub
you're
the,
terrible.
let's just rub the junks
But
on
somebody
the.
else trying to hump
Unless you
my
give me
leg.
$1. If you give me $1, I'll rub my junk on you.
Well, sure.
I'll
But
give
somebody
you
else trying to
$1
hump
and
my
the-
leg. No,
But
not
that's-
acceptable.
That's a normal human exchange in the barter system. That's a whole different. That's a whole different scenario.
dollar on the leg rub. Yep, that's how
Yeah,
we
you know,
do it.
I'm probably the only other person who knows what that word is.
That's how I bought my groceries this morning. Was dollars on the leg rub.
No, it works well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Dom,
I mean, like,
I've been hanging out in
I
the
got ground
audience.
beef. I got.
Thanks,
Skyhawk,
guys.
what's up?
Hey, I've been hanging out in the audience, but I heard you say that. I just had to hop in. You'll do that for $1. I want to hear what you gonna do for.
Dude,
That is a
he'll
great
do,
value.
He'll do anything.
Am I
like-
wrong?
like-
I want to hear straight from
just
Dom.
leave
What
Skyhawk
you gonna do
out
for
to,
100,
like-
honey?
I'll rub my junk on you for $1 for sure.
But where are you gonna go with 100? Because I got more than $1, honey.
He's like, look, I've got a big budget.
$100
he's like-
bucks. That's a lot of rubbing, baby.
I want.
What do you
it's
want
more
for
than
100
just the
bucks?
rubbing.
But
Though.
what
I
else?
want to finish.
But what else?
Oh shit! Who got hundreds coming out? Drayden. We're gonna have some leg humping to do next week or next month. Oh, 2
And
months.
he's rubbing
I
your
mean,
ear, and I respect that. And
I
that's
like
nice
it.
of your
Me too.
friend over there.
You know what? I got a little.
Seems
bit
like a
of
nice
credit.
guy.
He is
No.
a nice guy.
I try to
And
be.
that's $100 bill, isn't it?
No,
Exactly.
So my thing
That's
And
what
he's
I'll
rubbing
work.
his ear with it. What a nice guy.
I am
We're
going.
We'll
to,
be sleeping together later.
Here's the thing.
And there you go.
So Dom,
and that's perfectly fine, Dom,
Dom.
and nobody has
Yeah,
anything
go
to
ahead,
say
Dom,
about
I have
that.
to ask. So I can stay with you at the Jockey Club.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna buy my plane ticket tomorrow.
Flight. Dom, is there any way I could also stay
Which
on like,
confirms
the floor
me
in the
going
Jockey
We
Club?
can find we can find a floor for you.
Dra-
It's just like
Drayden,
four.
when are you flying in that week?
Well, that was so hold on.
There's like four rooms.
They
in the
seem
Jockey Club.
conf-
We'll find
they-
room for people.
They seem
no problem.
confused. I was saying, like, I'm gonna fly in. Hopefully Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Are you there Wednesday?
That's why I'm getting there's Wednesday.
Okay, so I was hoping to fly in Wednesday and leave like Monday morning.
I leave on Monday, but yeah,
Yeah, Monday early morning. So like,
that's what I do too.
Check out my okay. That was my idea.
Tickets are usually cheaper if you go Wednesday to Monday.
Yeah, so Wednesday to Monday.
Tuesday to Tuesday is
I
the
will get my
cheapest.
plane ticket.
Yeah, I can't take that much time.
I just want to make sure that because I would not have been able to afford it, but I think you know what, through peer pressure, I probably will be taking some of the Omcom's money to like foot my bill.
It's not
That's
peer
what you're
pressure.
supposed to do. We
Drayden,
subbed
people
for
have
you.
told you
I
that we were literally
know.
making those donations based
I
on
know, and that's
you're gonna make it, and then after that, we have already made a lot of letters to Trudeau.
I
and
know.
we're trying to
and-
get
and-
LB.
and
Like,
I'd
that's
help, I'd help Drayden's leg for free for 20 boobies. Fuck, I'd do all kinds of
Exactly.
shit.
20 boobies. I wish.
I
it
think
was
that
20
now
boobies.
that
blue
we
footed
have six-
boobies, like on
now
the,
that
Wish it
now
was
that
20.
Galapagos
Oh,
Island.
Rakdos, thanks for
now that the campaign for Drayden to make it to Vegas 2022 is complete,
seems
we need to
complete, yeah.
begin. We
been-
need to begin the campaign, the
It's
official
been
campaign
high.
for LB.
If you're not writing a parliamentarian in
So
Oh, God,
Canada,
you the man,
it's-
buddy.
what are you actually doing with yourself?
It's-
Thank you,
it's-
Caldari Prime.
It's been high, so
And Caldari Prime agrees, and that's what
Oh.
this is about.
God
The
damn it.
problem with
God
LB
damn
is
it,
he don't-
Taylor.
it doesn't really have anything to do with money for him. It's time off for him. That's
That's
his
what we're
problem.
talking
No,
about is
no,
writing
no,
his
no.
I've been
parliamentarians.
writing my letter every week. Have you been?
My,
I
my-
have actually, and
my-
it's
my
embarrassing
time-
because he got really weird about it last week when I
I
mentioned
can always get time off. My time off is not the problem. I can always
No,
get
no,
time
no,
off.
LB's time off.
Oh,
Yeah, Drayden, you're gonna be there.
My thing is like
Don't-
the cost,
don't naysay
and the
this.
thing is like the cost is it's like I can usually afford like the plane ticket and the food and drink. I just can't afford like the hotel along with it. It's like the hotel itself is like $1,200 for like,
Not gonna lie, that's exactly why I'm really happy that my
I would
company
pitch
bought
in.
a hotel in Vegas.
I would
Yeah.
pitch in if
We're-
if
we're-
there was a chance for LB to come. I
Did
would
you say
pitch
they're
in.
free, Scott?
So,
silly
but,
way.
No,
but
well, so the company I work for, Hyatt, they are taking over the contract for Rio, and they're going to redevelop it. And when that gets redone, I will be able to book it at either an $89 or $109 a night as an employee, which will be fucking sweet.
yeah, but so my thing is like, I would go,
Drayden,
but
you're gonna be there.
it's well, yes,
But people
yes.
want to also make sure that they could try to drive LB there, and I don't think he'll accept. That's the problem. I
Well,
don't think he'll
like-
accept, but I think that people will make efforts to get
so
him there.
my
If
thing
he
is like,
if
it's
he
like-
gets a letter from Justin Trudeau, he's fucking going.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah,
what we're aiming for.
so
He's gonna
so-
get sent there to invade us.
I'm hoping for like hearts and minds, and that's why I'm like writing real
So my
like
thing-
soft
my
letters.
thing
I'm
is
putting
it's
like
like-
perfume in them and such.
I generally don't.
Perfume in them.
I generally
Yeah,
don't.
these are
accept-
real soft letters.
I
Like, look at
so
this.
hold on. So I generally don't
Canadian hero.
accept the OpenComs wallet for my own expenses. That's usually something I do with like shirts and Cabana expenditures and like just expenditures for the show. I don't like to take it for myself, but I was like, well, I can't go this year, and so everyone pressured me, and eventually I was like, okay.
We've been donating.
Yes, and
No,
there's been
I've been pressuring the
lot.
shit out of them.
There has been a lot of donations.
This show gets all of my Amazon Prime subs.
No,
goddammit.
I've
Yep.
noticed it. I've noticed it because like normally we get like $100 a month. The last 2 months we've gotten like 270. So
So you're going.
yes. So
What is that a picture of, Ronnie? Did you fall down in front of your?
so my thing it's like I don't like taking money from the show wallet to pay for my own personal expenses. I don't like it.
Which is huge of you. That's perfectly reasonable, and that's huge
I,
of you.
Because
I
I-
Yeah.
appreciate that about you.
People
I
have
want you to come.
people have made an
I-
effort
I-
on behalf of that.
I want it to be the show expenses. Like OpenComs supplying shit to other people, but like apparently I was like I can't go unless I use some of that money. So apparently I get to use some of that money. So I've and everyone was like, honestly, there was honestly a lot of subscriptions based on that fact that I need to go. So it's like I will use it for that. So I can go because I can use that money, and also with the base of Dom that I can stay with you at the Jockey Club. And so I will go. So it was like I didn't plan on going. I wasn't gonna go, but now I'm going. Apparently, thank you guys for getting me going.
Sure.
So
I'm gonna go purr for a second.
you're gonna go purr.
Her.
Like a cat.
You better
Timber.
take your fucking microphone with
Wait,
you.
wait.
All right.
Timber. Thank you for the subscriptions.
Yes, thank you, Timber.
Timber's the man.
Timber's
Awesome.
swinging
Yeah,
hard,
and
and that's why Drayden.
Timber's
That's why
been-
Drayden
That's why we
can't
love it,
not
right?
go.
Timber's been swinging so fucking hard. Like honestly, he's been like thrown out like probably
Like Drayden, if you didn't go at this point, like
He's-
you'd be cheating.
yeah,
on
like
people.
I would like I feel bad because Tamara's
It would
been
be
throwing like $200 a month. I think,
He's been like
get
covering
me
your
going.
flight.
I
and
just
I
hope he
feel
has like a
bad
permagrin
like
now.
I feel bad
Can I
because
just
like, it's
shots for Timber?
yeah, shots for Timber.
Shots for
also,
Timber.
But also, like, Timber, are you going? Like, are you throwing this money out to
He's
me,
saying
or are
there's
you
like
just like throwing this money out because you can't
5K
go?
for him to get here.
Dude, Timber, like, he's in New Zealand. He's a long ways
Yeah.
away.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, he's a
That is
Kiwi.
crazy. I had no idea. That's a far way away. To
Yeah, I hope
supporting
I hope
E-Vegas.
he shows up. Honestly.
Wow. Timber, I really hope you make it to E-Vegas.
Yeah, but
I really
okay,
do.
but Timber, but like all this money you've been throwing out on Saturday, you could have gone yourself, paid for a ticket,
and
gone
you
to
should,
America,
still should.
gone to Vegas.
Ackroth, you're
Well,
coming, right?
I'm gonna try to. I hope to sleep on a floor somewhere because
All right.
I can cover the time off and I can cover the flights. I don't know if I can cover like $3,000 of like hotel and.
No. We'll get you.
Well,
something.
it's
I've only
like-
had estimates from people, so I don't know exactly what the costs are. But I'm like, it sounds tough.
Well,
I just had to help cancel a reservation because the person that I was going to stay with isn't coming, But if you
Oh.
booked early, yeah, well, I've already got a backup plan, so it's,
Okay.
I'm already good for Vegas. But our original reservation that we booked 2 months ago was $900 for 5 nights at Plaza Hotel.
Is that a good or a bad thing? I'm
That
not
was
familiar
really
with Vegas.
fucking good for
Okay.
5 nights, like downtown
Sounds
on
like a lot of
Fremont
money.
Street. I mean, you're booking at Planet Hollywood are paying $1,500 to $2,000 for the.
Why would I
Well-
book at Planet Hollywood?
Well,
Well-
exactly, right?
So I know this.
I literally just want somewhere to sleep when I'm not awake and
I-
or being terrible like to my body.
So I know it's a weird promise, but Timbre, it's on my bucket list in my life to like go to Australia and visit. I know you're not in Australia, you're in New Zealand, but that's close enough.
Wow.
Like, that's like
That's Hobbit Land.
that's
This is
I-
bold.
yeah,
So
yeah.
Drake is like, not only have you been really generous here, but like, can you pay for me to come visit?
No. No.
I'm kidding. I'm being terrible. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like, if
So
I do
New Zealand is probably my favorite country. That's
I'm
nice.
s- I was
if
literally
I
just being
do get
terrible.
to fulfill my dream to go to Australia, I will make a point to go to New Zealand too. And if I do,
The tallest hobbit you
I
ever saw.
will get a hold of you and I will buy you a drink. I know that's like a very small, like weird, like obscure
Consolation.
And
consolation.
their sheep are very sexy there.
but
I've heard that about them. I
but
actually
very
have heard
sexy.
that about them.
I-
I,
like,
here you go. Here,
Real
Caldari,
print.
this shows you how much I love. New
if
Zealand,
I
right?
do
I'll
get
show
to
you my-
hang
my-
out in
my bottle opener.
Australia, I would
See if you
like
can
to
read
see
it or
I would like to see New
I
Zealand.
apologize for
And if
this.
I go to New Zealand, we'll have
Too
a drink.
blurry. Damn
All
it.
black. I
All,
agree
you
with
can
the
read it.
All
Okay,
Blacks.
yeah, the All
I
Blacks,
agree with
baby.
the All Blacks. I don't agree with banging sheep unconsensually.
Have you tried it?
I have not, but I don't agree with it.
Well,
That's-
if you
I'll
get
make
some
jokes
Velcro
about it, but
gloves,
I
they
don't.
can't get away.
That's
and
just
they can't kick you.
Montana. That's just Montana, right?
They can climb the side of like, straight up mountains.
That's
I
a
don't.
goat.
I don't want to. Sheep and goats, come on, man. They're
Not
like
the same. Not the same.
They're like
You
this.
get yourself a good pair of Velcro gloves. You find yourself a sheep. You can't get away. The Velcro gloves.
Good
right?
job or
So
good job.
I'm-
I think
I'm
Peter
not-
Jackson
I'm not
Jackson
engaged in
did a
this.
great job. I love Middle Earth and I love New
Goats are
Zealand because of it. And also, there's the new show coming out in September. And man, they just like reinforced how cool New Zealand is with the visuals.
I just
God
want to know those young men got paid because I heard about all the money Goblin, whatever, Gollum made, and it's like, come on,
Goblin mode? I like you said you couldn't picture it. I can picture it. Ackroyd.
You were mentioning like they're riding cowboy and they have all their hands and knees like planted on the other person. and I'm just like, I
cowgirl.
can't get it.
No,
Sorry, cowgirl. But they have
like,
all their hands and knees,
it's
like
not
whatever
hard.
hands and
So
feet
it's not
planted on
hard.
the other
Like,
person.
so I
Just
can't.
describe it to me.
Okay.
Drake,
So
describe
so,
to me what this looks like.
So you're
You talking about
focus-
goat yoga? What are you talking about here?
No. So
Similar.
goblin mode, sexual position.
Goblin mode.
It is where it's a cowgirl
Show me.
variant. So girl on top, and it's where the girl has both forehands and feet on the dude, and then is like going to town that way while making grunting noises. Ackroth couldn't picture the scene. So here's the thing, Ackroth.
I'm unimaginative.
You are thinking like a forward, like, hands this way, feet behind, like,
That's
like
fairly accurate.
Amazon type of
Somewhat,
pose.
yeah.
Wrong.
An Amazon
Okay.
pose. What?
So
Let me know.
Think of like the feet.
Thank you, Calico.
The feet
This
forward.
is what I come here for too.
Yeah, the feet forward, the hands forward. Think of like a golem in a golem
I
pose,
did,
right?
and it was disturbing.
And then, but the thing
I
is,
watched all those movies.
But it's like,
and
so
I
the
was trying to visualize this.
the
and it was
feet
disturbing.
and the hands are all forward, and then you have the ass, which
that ass.
The ass or the pussy is like slamming
Golem
up and,
pussy, of course.
slamming up and down on the back of that.
As they do.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my wife to do that
Fit.
tonight. See what she says.
Yeah. So That's
Dom,
a
please
weird-
let me know how that goes because I want to make sure that I'm not crazy here.
Yeah,
I think
I
I'm
want to
gonna
know.
get,
I
I'm
know
gonna
what
get
the.
punched is what's gonna
Sorry,
happen.
Calico
I want to
Chat,
know what
this
the
is
Gollum
comes coming
slamming
forward.
down
Like, this
with that
is-
pussy is because I don't know what banging Gollum is about. But
No.
Drayden wants to let me know.
Do you make them cut their hair weird too and get it all greasy
I thought
looking?
about it. I was like, it's not.
I'm pretty open-minded with the hair.
It's not that crazy.
Oh my God, Timber! That's one of the best shows I've ever seen in my life.
It's
Fucking
not that crazy.
Love the
I-
Almighty Johnsons.
I've
love
seen
that movie, that show.
I've seen crazier porn than Gollum than Goblin Mode. Honestly,
You've been in crazier porns than that.
So you've seen Goblin
have.
Mode.
I've seen Goblin Mode, and
I thought that was a joke. Like as of recently.
No, I've seen Goblin
That's a
Mode.
real thing.
Goblin Mode is actually kind of tame.
People bang with the idea of Goblin Mode.
Yeah, no, Akrath, Goblin Mode.
Like
is
I've had like some angry sex or whatever. Like,
Goblin Mode is
I don't
pretty,
know that I've tried
pretty
Goblin.
tame, Akrath. So if you want to get into like real,
coach me, Drake.
if you
Let
want to
me
get into
know how
like
to
like
this
real
goblin sex.
dirigible thoughts, that sounds like some airships. But hey,
Sure,
airship,
dirigible.
airship sex is not
Look,
out her.
goblins and dirigibles go hand in hand. Let's talk about how they make
Deer gerbils?
Dirigibles. If you want to
Yeah.
get into
Dirigibles.
Yeah, airships.
I thought
You
you were
know,
talking
Zeppelin.
about
And
deer
then, like,
gerbils.
when
I'm
you
like,
start-
what's a deer gerbil?
when you start
Do
talking,
you use a tube for that and let it go up your ass?
Dom, don't shame me. We're
It's got
talking about
little
fucking
horns,
as
got little
goblins
horns.
with airships.
see, Dom's in the right sense of mind.
These are important things.
The thing is, like, when you go dirigible, you go Final Fantasy 7 or 8 or whatever. Like,
And you don't
Is
turn
he
back.
not saying deer gerbil?
and then you go airship, and then you go like, what could happen?
Dude, deer
in
gerbil's
the
a little
air?
gerbil who has horns like this.
Yeah, you could be like,
Well,
what
that's
could,
pretty Richard Gere.
That's a jackalope.
what could happen in the
That's-
air? And
Jackalope
you know what?
is a close cousin to the deer gerbil.
Anything that can
It's a
happen in
close
the air
cousin,
is
yeah.
open to that. And then, where are we going with it? We're talking about like this is not even porn sex.
Exactly.
We're just
Dear
talking-
gerbil, all I think is beef jerky. Thanks, guys.
We're talking about beef.
You think of beef jerky when you think of like airships?
Sony.
Dirigibles are like
Dear
Zeppelin.
gerbil.
Oh, dear gerbil. Okay, I hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
What's jackalope?
Dirigible is a Zeppelin. It's an airship. But a deer gerbil sounds like jerky to some people.
Oh no.
If you're eating them, I've never eaten gerbil.
I don't know where
I'll have
we
you
got.
know.
I don't know where we got.
I've
here.
had some good deer. Here's the thing. I don't care which airships you mate with or not. Like which ones turn you on. That's not a big deal.
It's
but here's the
Sid. Whatever Sid is on, it's the right one.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let it go now.
I've actually been Dominarch longer than some of you motherfuckers have been alive.
That's probably true.
You're not my daddy.
Dominarch, I'm like 64. Like, how long have you been Dominarch?
I'm like
Since 1983.
10.
Well, yeah, like well after I was born.
Well after? By 2 years?
Yeah. I just said I was 64 and you
Yeah,
said well
two-
after.
Oh,
Two
you're not
years.
64. I know you're like 29 or something like that.
Yeah, totally 29.
Two
That's
after
what
I was born.
Thank you.
Dad-
You're a flatterer, and I appreciate that.
Daddy?
You make me feel sexy and like
I do think you're sexy. I fucking love your beard and mustache.
Hell yeah.
I feel. Oh God, what are the kids are saying? It's like you look breedable and something else.
Breedable and
On fleek is what Sonar said. On fleek, is that a word?
No, it was breedable and
Yes.
what was last week?
Totes.
I know. I'm trying to
Totes.
remember it.
Totes my goats. There we go.
Like breedable and auspicious today or something like that.
It's not auspicious, but close.
No, it's not. It's
Flapjack. You look very flapjack.
I'm finding it. Google
It's-
is being employed. I'm finding.
yeah, it's like
Very, you look very lumberjack today, baby.
submissive.
Oh, yeah.
you
Submissive,
look
You look
deranged.
submissive and breedable.
You look breedable and
Breedable,
submissive.
submissive,
today.
breedable. Yeah, there you go.
Not only
Yeah,
do I feel that way about you, Dom, but I
Do you
feel
like
that way about Drayden.
breedable and
Both you guys look
submissive
submissive and
today?
breedable, and I appreciate that about you. And I'm
No,
about it.
it's breedable and
I thank you.
submissive.
I like that. I like
No,
being
it's
breedable.
you look submissive and breedable.
No,
That's what it is.
I doubt it.
I promise you.
Google.
He
it.
is correct.
Say,
That is
I-
correct.
Do I look
I
submissive
like that
and
look better
breedable
on
today?
21-year-olds.
Well,
What?
sure, I guess.
Oh,
No,
Phone didn't
no.
wanna
You
turn
want
on.
your
That's fine.
breedable to be at least. You want them to. They're not. They're.
You want them?
Yeah, I would say
you,
at least
you want,
40, if
you
not
want,
50.
you
That's
want
right.
them to be of child rearing age and shape.
Yeah, like he said, 40 or 50.
No.
For a guy, that's up until you're 75, 80.
Look,
Women aren't so lucky. They stop.
He
at about
lived in the
55.
Playboy Mansion well into his 90s. He was still fathering children. I'm not a scientist, but think about it.
Rough.
I don't think Hef had any children.
Allegedly.
He shot blanks.
That he claimed.
Or
One of
shoot
my
blanks.
one of my best friends growing up, his father was a bodyguard for that establishment.
For one of his kids?
No, his father was a bodyguard in that establishment, and he was just a real
At the mansion.
looking tatted out guy. Yeah.
So he was the one roofing the chicks for Hef?
No, but he was around during drug deals apparently.
It happened a little bit. So I hate to do this to you guys, but I got to go to bed because we have a long bike ride tomorrow. Lots of drinking.
Filthy lies. Filthy lies.
Drugs,
Lies and blasphemy.
Hold on,
drinking
dumb.
Yeah.
So your biking is soon to an end, right?
The last week of this month is the big ride across Iowa. So that's
okay.
There'll be a lot less after that. I mean, there'll be some still, but not a lot less.
But here and there.
Right.
Okay.
Is it
Well,
weather
I'll be here
based
this
or is
Friday.
it just the season?
I was here today, kinda. I would
Yeah,
have been
yeah.
here for the whole thing if I hadn't gotten the stupid thing.
Traffic.
But I'll be here next Friday, but then not the following Friday, and then in August I should be here every Friday,
Sounds good. Okay, cool.
except maybe one.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Is it-
we got a spot for you.
I know you. do.
There's always a spot.
You
for
have a spot in my heart for you.
There's
He
always
reserved the spot for
Here's
you.
the thing, Dom. There's always a
appreciate that.
spot for you. I would clear a spot for you.
He mentioned that before we started the show. He was like, "Hey, we just
Yeah,
gotta let
I
people know,
was like, we're gonna
Dom's planning to come on. We need to make
we're,
sure and
we're
leave a
gonna
spot
clear
open."
a spot for Dom because he's got a spot in my heart down deep.
I appreciate that, and I do love Master of Puppets. Metallica is fantastic.
Hell yeah, love that song. But anyway, so Dom, I will get a hold of you then because
We got time.
so with the whole staying at the where's it called?
Jockey Club.
The Jockey Club.
Jockey Club. So is there a room I can stay in or
You'll be on the couch.
I will
Dom, is there
I will
is there a
be
balcony
fine
I could sleep out on?
I will sleep on the couch.
We're going to talk to a couple
I'm
of
not
people.
afraid of the
'cause here-
weather.
Here's the thing:
I'm from
Manic and Rain are both staying at the Jockey Club, and they both have their own rooms.
Right.
So we've
I'm-
got room somewhere.
But,
Okay,
but no
okay.
one wants to like presume upon those.
Oh, I'm gonna. I'll go over to Rain's house right now and tell her she's gonna do it.
Well, like, so
I'm not
my-
going to presume
my-
upon Rain's room.
My thing
Rain
is,
lives
it's like-
13 miles away from me. I can go over there and tell
I
her.
know.
what to do.
So
Well, you
my-
can sleep in Rain's room, and I'm going to sleep on your balcony. That's what I'm trying to like ask if like
Yeah,
I've slept outside. It's not a
so,
big deal.
so my I'm fine.
I would like to have a good
I'm
time,
fine
but, like,
sleeping
I don't
on the
care where I sleep.
couch. I just want to make sure that I have a spot to sleep that isn't like I don't want to like I'm not trying to buddy with someone in the same bed. Like it's like
Why not?
well I'm just saying like if
Here's
someone
the thing, Dom. I'm not trying to say what he's saying, and I will, buddy.
I will sleep on a couch.
And if you want a
I
big
will
spoon or a little
sleep
spoon,
in
you
a
let me know.
spare room, whatever it takes. It's fine, but I don't want people to be like, "Oh, you're supposed to sleep with me tonight on the bed." It's like, yeah, I don't want to do that.
You may
so-
get passed around a little bit. I'm not saying you're not gonna. That might
I've
happen.
been told that I give
Well.
quality hugs, and just take that for what you
There's a
will.
dining room table. You can sleep on top of that.
I mean, I will
That's
sleep.
possible.
I will sleep on whatever there is.
I'm not
I
gonna
don't
say I'm
care.
gonna be a meal or a snack on the dining room table, but I would sleep on it.
because I
That's what it
I
is.
don't
We're
care.
And if you guys
Yeah,
wake
I
up too
don't-
early for breakfast, I might get involved.
I don't
because,
care
like,
what there is.
that's on me
I
for
will
not waking up early.
I will sleep what's available. If it means
Jack, and you're not incorrect. I will not
if
actually.
it means I can
hustle with Rain
stay
either.
in the room, so it's fine. But I just don't want to like make sure that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sleeping here, and then people are like, oh well, that's my bed. I'm like, oh, that's my bed too. It's like, oh shit,
What if it's me? Will you share a bed with me?
we got some head to toe shit. No, I'll head to toe you.
Fuck
Trayden,
yeah.
do you have real doubt that you would struggle like finding a bed
I don't think so.
in Vegas?
I think
Because I've heard about you in Vegas, and like people talk about you in Vegas. Like not even people who go to meetups. Like I've heard about you in Vegas.
Do I have a reputation?
Like it seems
Greg,
as though
are you assuming we're
it's
going to
not a
sleep
big deal,
that
but it
week,
seems
right?
as though. Like it seems like you have a lot of welcoming beds in Vegas. And,
in a
you
good,
know, I'm not trying to
in
blow
a good
smoke up your
way.
ass.
In a welcoming.
You know, you seem like a a tall, decent, nice gentleman, and apparently that's what does it for
Well, I'm like,
He is a very tall dude.
This isn't
Well,
like a male or
it's very
female
sexy.
thing. That's what does it for people. Just being a tall, nice dude. I've heard that you have a lot of locations available to you. That's pretty big.
That so
like
my,
you.
People like
tall.
you.
It doesn't
nice
matter my size. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm.
Well, you say it doesn't, but a lot of people think it does.
I'm in a
Size does matter.
I am an accommodatable.
Right,
person.
Liz? Size matters, doesn't it?
I've stayed with friends, accommodatable size wise. Yeah, so there's that. But
Well, Matani's looking for somebody to sleep on his couch. He's got a snuggie you can use.
Oh.
Wow.
And any woman who tells you size doesn't matter,
oh,
they're probably lying.
I'd like, you know what? I'd rather have like a 0 size than that.
Don't you do that, Liz. Don't you put that in my mind.
Liz,
Size does matter, but
Liz,
the good ones won't tell you that.
Liz, I would be asking you, like, do you have spare room in your room? Because my other option is Matani's cock.
You have my couch.
No, I said,
I've got your couch.
And it's
I've
a
got-
pull out at that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here's the thing: if you can guarantee that your doorman won't take me out with the trash, I'll sleep on the doorstep. And I'm not trying to be
oh,
too
that's right,
humble,
Liz.
but
You live. We could put tents
That's
up
not
at
a
your
big
house,
deal.
can't we?
I know the weather is
No,
favorable
no,
because
not
I'm.
I have an
tents.
HOA we have
No,
to accommodate.
Not tents. There's too many.
Oh, I
No,
got a
tents,
teepee.
tents
I
are
can bring my
bullshit. We're
teepee
not in
with
the
us.
woods.
Teepee is beautiful.
Oh, teepees are beautiful, and I've seen that, and whatever. I get
Shonar's
that
gonna
you.
be sleeping in my teepee tomorrow.
I get that you respect what you're putting out there, but everybody has a different assessment of what a teepee is.
Not a tent, a teepee.
Yeah, and I know Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta go to bed because we gotta get up early in the morning.
True.
Right?
Y'all be
Yeah.
safe.
Good night, snuggle
Same.
buddies.
We will
All
be
right.
safe. Well, we
See
won't be safe, but we'll have fun.
everybody.
How's that?
Have fun.
We're gonna drink lots. We're gonna drink more. Have more fun.
Have fun.
You guys,
Dude, drink
love
more, have
y'all.
more
Have
fun.
a great
that's,
night.
that's your whole
Dom,
thing with the word.
That's
some pictures.
that's my theme this year. Drink more, have more
Dude,
fun.
oh, hold on. Before you go, Dom, shots.
Yeah.
Take
Shots,
some
okay,
pictures
we
and
will.
have shots. Yes.
Shots and Dom. Who's your friend there?
This is Sonar God. You know him
Sonar God. Okay, Sonar God.
from MPX.
I've never known anyone to
No,
live
no,
so.
Drake's met him. You met him in Pukin's house.
I have.
He went to hold it, say it again.
Steakhouse.
Went to steakhouse. with him.
Steak. Yes, Yes, we were there.
The
It's
first
like
shots for Sonar. He's gonna do one. It's rum.
shots.
I've never known someone to do so well with their New Year's resolution as
No,
Dom
I do
this
remember.
year.
I do remember. The Minnesota meetup. I went there, and you were there.
Yeah, I
Have,
was there.
have
Yep.
more fun.
Yeah,
Dom has been
I
killing
got mugged.
I've been killing it. I have been killing it this year.
I got mugged that.
Killing it.
You did
year.
get mugged in
I
Minneapolis.
got
that's right.
mugged in Minneapolis that year downtown. After everyone left my hotel room.
He was just asking what your wallet looked like, and he
No,
wanted to hold it.
because I was like, everyone left
Let
my
me see
hotel
it.
room,
I
and I was like,
Oh, that's weird. Mine looks just like this.
No,
wait, hold up. Don't run. I'm just looking at it.
no,
and
no.
then you were gone.
I actually had
and that's
everyone.
how you got robbed.
I had everyone over, and we had a fun night at the hotel room. And then I was like, everyone left. I'm like, I'm fucking hammered and drunk, and I'm not done yet. And there's bars open right now, so I went down to the street level that night
He was singing some Katy Perry,
and
he was like, "You're
started
gonna hear
getting
me roar."
drunk and drinking at bars and inviting people to my room that I probably shouldn't have. Luckily none of them accepted. And then it just got to a point where there was people like, yeah, we got some weed we can hook you up with. I'm like, yeah, let's go get some weed.
Oh yeah, weed. Thanks. Cool.
Let's go get some weed. So I pulled some money
Night,
out
Dom.
of.
Run.
No, I didn't run. I should have run, but I didn't. I was like, oh, let's get some weed from this ATM over here on the corner street. And then I was like, got some weed. I was like, yeah, let's go over here. And then they knocked my ass on the floor, kicked me down, and then just dragged my wallet out, took my cash that I just pulled out, and then threw my wallet in my face, and then ran off. I'm like, I just got fucking mugged. It's like,
Hey,
it's like
asshole.
it's
Our
like
room
a,
is this way.
Love y'all. Bye bye.
yeah,
Night, Dom.
Yep, see you, Dom. It was like a self-realization of like, I just got fucking mugged.
Poor Skyhawk, he came back
Because I
again.
was so high, I should have seen it coming. Because I used to deal drugs all the
Should you
time.
have?
Like that's the thing is, I used to deal drugs all the time. Like I was like knowledgeable about that shit. But like,
And
at
you're
that
saying you were
time-
so high, you should have seen it coming. When I've been ever so high, I would have never seen it coming. That's the nature
right,
of being
but
so
this is
high.
like, I was so high, and I hadn't done drugs in like.
I was so high, I could have never seen it
I
coming
hadn't
because I
done
was
drugs in
this high.
5 years, and I was like naive at this point. Back in the day, I
summer
was like,
child.
Crisp would have known, would have seen it coming, but this day I was like, oh yeah, like we're just gonna go get some weed, and I gave them the money, and then they knocked my ass on the floor, took my money, and like took me out. And I was like, oh, I just got fucking knocked out for some weed money. I got fucking, my god. So that's like one of the few times I've been like, robbed, I guess. But other than that,
It's a
I've,
pretty impressive story, though.
It is kind of, but at the
I
same
mean,
time, it's kind
I'm
of
not
sad.
trying to bullshit. I think that is pretty impressive. Like Drayden, I know you to be like a larger than average guy. I think you're a fairly nice
Well,
guy, from my assessments.
So that's the weird thing. That's
The
the weird thing, 'cause,
imagination
like,
of you getting robbed is like nice guy, fairly large. Oh shit! Like this,
Yeah, no.
it always sucked, but it's like that sucks. But
That
it's like look at
actually-
this nice large guy getting robbed.
Yeah, no, that actually was the one time I've actually been robbed as a drug dealer, and I was, a guest in Minneapolis at the time, so like I didn't know the situation. That's actually kind of why I didn't react, because I'm like, it's like I know these situations. Like if I jump on these dudes, they might pull a gun out. Who knows? I don't fucking know what's going on here.
Check out those freedoms.
It's like, you know what? Worst case scenario, I lose my shit, and that's like $150. No problem. But yeah.
What are you buying, like a whole
welcome.
bowl?
It
Like-
was downtown Minneapolis. It was middle of the fucking winter, and I was at the Marquee. I think it's called the Marquee. Like the main Minneapolis hotel in downtown. But anyway, whatever, doesn't matter.
Just learning life lessons.
Yeah, it was just kind of one of those like, oh well, guess I don't own this town. Like back where I lived, no one would have done that. Not because
Nobody would have done
Not
that.
because they fear me, because I know people. They'd be like, oh well, I'm not gonna screw this guy over that hooks me up. So it was not a thing of fear. It's more of a I don't
respect.
I don't live here, and I don't know the
It literally looks like a
business
tourist as I
transactions
try to buy
of
weed.
I don't know the people that rule this shit. So I just am here living on it. So
And the underlying message is, kids, stay in school.
yeah,
That's all this is about. Just stay in school.
Stay in school.
Don't do drugs. Hugs not
It's not-
drugs.
it's not worth
It's no
it.
big deal.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
These are solid messages to carry you through the public schooling system. Most of us went through it. I'm not sure about all of us, but most of us went through the
I
public
did.
schooling system. And
Good. Well,
hugs not drugs.
kinda
Not forever, but for tonight, while we're trying to
It's
be
for
like,
tonight.
reassuring that that's a
Alright,
good
well,
message.
I'm gonna do a shot and then probably head out. I think.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Not
What's
like
the
you
final-
didn't try over an hour ago.
Drayden, what's the final shot towards?
Final shot, final thought swords. James Webb space telescope.
No shit.
I don't have any pictures to post right now, but honestly,
I saw Marlboro countertop earlier, so like I'm pretty sure I've seen it all.
it's like the most impressive space telescope we've had since the last like 20, 30 years period. And that's just like the most better space telescope. Just science in general. It's so good. Like, man.
Here's the deal: if you don't like science, fuck you.
That
Like I don't really feel that way, but you know, it sounded good at the moment.
Yeah, so it's I mean, that's a harsher way to put it, but yeah, I mean like that.
Sorry, that was
man,
playful.
just just look at the pictures. It's so good. Anyway, Liz, you're up.
I just want to thank everybody for hanging out and trying to actually have a decent conversation and respecting other people's opinions.
True.
And remember, don't be a dick.
Always agree.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I've been accused of that before.
Skyhawk, you're up.
I think he's muted.
Wait for it.
Gonna undeafen
He
and
is?
unmute.
I keep hiccuping. All right, so that's it. Sorry. Goddamn. We're gonna close and head out for the night, and we will catch you next week.
Good night, folks.
Yep. Good night.
If you tuned in and enjoyed this madness, then you're strong.
It is a thing.
Good on you.